Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Hi there.
10 seconds remain. Dire team ban.
Invoker.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
I'm sorry to keep you all waiting.
Dire team pick. Radiant.
Brewmaster.
Radiant team pick.
Weaver.
Dire team pick.
Clockwork.
Ten seconds. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Ripper.
10 seconds remaining.
Mars!
Choose your hero. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Starting to feel a bit nutty. Starting to feel a bit nutty.
Oh, snap!
Wait for it. Well, what did you expect?
Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins.
Who said you could stroll in my woods?
Eat your tush!
Yes, do na.
I couldn't help myself. Ran into my spear! First blood. Too slow. Well, what did you expect?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
If you want me, you'd still be alive.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You're quite knackered.
Some people call you friends. I call you co-stars.
Now, beat you to death with an olive branch! Masterfully done! Doesn't even describe it!
Dire's structures are fortified.
How about I just kill one head, okay?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No more.
You die as you lived. Insipid and ignorant.
Let's get to work.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
A golden blade.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Jetpack.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Boom! There it goes. Double damage. Feast for my feast.
Really should have done those, but it can be fun. And sometimes I do wish I had a bit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Haste.
Dire's top tower is under
Golden
attack.
thread.
I must have them all.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Immortality!
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning.
Jackpot!
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Guess it's my shout.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. are scanning.
Maybe my finger got twitchy.
I don't like it. Turn it off.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower
golden
is under
thread.
attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A fitting
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tree hugger. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Drink some.
Your shaman has fallen to the Radiant.
And that is how this act ends.
Radiant structures are fortified. attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Thrice is nice.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
golden thread.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bottoms up!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Shuttle and loom, I weave. Shuttle and loom, I weave your doom.
like a good bottle.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
This is a real feather in my cap. Sure is. Bit wild.
Worm weaving fabric for my toga.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mine!
Selfish.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks. Your song has fallen to the radiant. Dire's bottom barracks is fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire are scanning.
Incoming!
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning. courier has been killed.
Just a mindful. A barrel of blood!
Coming in.
Hey, yeah!
Unstoppable.
What happened? Have another. Cease.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. are scanning. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Dire are scanning.
Rock it on! Incoming!
Have another.
Ace! Do it with flair! Incoming!
Now I'm better luck next time.
Dire structures are fortified.
we are in game number 2 of the best of 3 between Yellow Submarine and Aloha Squad. We just had a freaking 75-minute barn burner behind us, so let's see if game 2 has a similar plan for us, or if it's going to be a quicker one. Either way, we are about to find out, because we are into the draft. So we have Yellow Submarine taking out Chen, Shadow Demon, and Invoker. Respect ban there for Sportic. And Aloha Squad takes out Treant, Protector, Shadowfiend, Viper, and Batrider. Yellow Submarine is going to follow up by banning Disruptor and Shakiro. And they pick themselves up Brewmaster while giving away the Weaver for Aloha Squad. So yeah, Yellow Submarine, they don't want to play against Sportic Invoker again. And who can blame them, really, after that performance? I have to say, I wasn't super familiar with Sportic before this event. Obviously, I've seen a few matches from Aloha Squad in qualifiers, but not too much. But honestly, I'm really impressed. That performance was insane. Even when Yellow Submarine managed to win fights, it was very rarely because he messed up. Like, most of the time there would be like 3 random heroes dying, but it would never be him. Just insane performance overall. Aloha Squad this time pick up the Ringmaster once again, taking that away from Yellow Submarine, and looks like they were also satisfied with their Shigetsu Weaver performance. Ban out the Leshrac as well. Interesting. I haven't seen that much Leshrac from Yellow Submarine specifically. Nor have I seen that much Lion. Just in general. I think Storm Spirit... Sorry. I think Storm Spirit is one of their favorite heroes, so that makes sense. But the Lion... that is new. Because Lion is very good against Weaver. You have 2 disables, burst damage, and ways of breaking the Lincolns. So that makes sense. Wonder who they're gonna pair this with. Lion is a lot better in lane than he used to be back in the day, but still, it's not where his forte lies. Curious to see how Aloha Squad is gonna play around that. They pick up another Mars for Cloud. This time they don't have the combo with the Storm, but was still a decent performance, and another Fishman block as well. Like, we did really well in the last game with this draft, so we're just gonna pick it again. I guess this time we're gonna pick a different hero than Invoker, but all the other 4 heroes are gonna be the same. Oh, Yellow Submarine is gonna have to change some things up. They don't have a Viper, so that's probably gonna help. I also doubt we're gonna see another Zeus, but maybe. Honestly, it worked pretty well, but no, it's gonna be a Morphling this time. Still pretty decent against the Weaver. Not too many options to really shut him down. I dig it. I dig it. So Yellow Submarine is gonna have to ban some mid heroes. I was gonna say I would ban Huskar here. You have only magic damage and only heroes that don't deal any damage without farm. Maybe worth banning. What else is worth banning? Something like a Monkey King or something. Something that really shits on the Storm. it gonna be? They ban out Puck, which I considered, but then thought was ridiculous because you have a Lion and a Storm. I guess that's the only lockdown you have at the moment, so it makes some sense. A lower squad, they ban out another 2 supports. So the Ogre as well as the Warlock. Both strong pairings with the Morphling. So what is the pairing gonna be? Which cool support heroes are still in the pool? Rion's out, Shadow Demon is out, Jakiro is out. What else is there? Tusk? Still there. Could be good. Pretty nice for getting people out of cogs. Or Arena. Pretty good against Weaver. But instead they go for a Bane. Pretty strong in lane. Good lockdown. Not super great against Clockwork though. But a good hero in general. Can't fault them too much for it. What is the mid hero gonna be? For Sportic, the star player of a lower squad. Up against a Storm Spirit. Ash is out. What does he like to play? Just Big Ember. Pretty boring. I don't think it's super great here. Tiny, I'm not sure if it would fit his style. Your Spirit seems pretty decent if you can play it. Queen of Pain seems alright-ish. Larder mid, very nice here, I would say. Lina, pretty decent. Sniper, honestly pretty good. Oh, another 60 seconds before they have to make their decision. What's it gonna be? What does he play in pubs? Tiny is pretty decent as well. Shaker is decent. It's a Beastmaster. Okay. Haven't seen him play Beastmaster. It's a pretty decent matchup against Storm. I'm not fully in love with this pick. I don't think it's that great. But I don't hate it either. It's a just very strong hero in general. Like, I don't look at Beastmaster and then be like, I don't like this hero. It's too situational. I think Beastmaster is always good. So that's the draft for a lower squad. I think it's weaker than last game. I think Invoker makes a lot more sense in this lineup. And I could see them struggling with the map pressure. Because last game, they had a lot of map pressure because Spear or Hookshot into Cataclysm would just be a kill. Which meant that Yellow Submarine had to be very careful about where they positioned their heroes. While this game, the Beastmaster actually needs to be physically there. So you don't have any map pressure unless Beastmaster is close. And I think that's a lot more difficult to play. Yeah, I could see us going to game number 3 here. Because I think Yellow Submarine, their lineup plays really well if they have space. And I could see a lower squad struggling with limiting that space. So, we have our 2 drafts. We have another chance for Yellow Submarine to prove that they have what it takes. Of course, if they lose this game, they're not out of the tournament yet. They're gonna go into the match against the loser of PP Prodigy and Navi Jr., which in itself is going to be quite difficult. And then they would have to play another match of the winner of what's it called? Of Aloha squad against the winner of VP Prodigy against Navi Jr. So yeah, they have some work ahead of them, but winning this game would definitely help for sure, because then they just need one more win to advance to the playoffs, and that's a better position than not being able to win a single best of or lose a single best of 3. Yeah, we should be going into the game relatively soon. And then we'll see if the lion is enough to buy that space in this tournament for Yellow Submarine, or if it's going to be a decisive 2-0 victory for the streamer squad. I say streamer squad, but it's mostly just Aloha Dance doing the streaming. I believe Fishman has done a little bit of streaming as well. I don't think he could be classified as a streamer because he's mostly been playing professionally for the past few years. I'll just take another sip of my tea as we wait to get placed into the game. It's a good time to be a Dota fan for sure. We are into the game. It's the first best of 3 of the day. We still have 3 to go, so there's plenty of Dota to go around. And if game 1 was any indication, it's not just gonna be Dota, it's gonna be damn good Dota. Let's see what these teams have in store for us. Now 3 Yellow Submarines players are running into the top lane, but I don't expect a Lion, a Bane, and a Brewmaster to be too aggressive. But we'll see. We'll see.
To battle.
Почему всегда я?
Now Storm is gonna join the smoke. Gonna run in. They already have their wards. Smoke breaks. They go back. Surprise. They should be able to get this bounty though. Maybe Shigetsu is gonna go for a steal. Always a little bit scary. It's not gonna be able to. Nicely timed by problems. Mo money, mo problems. Shigetsu. He got 2 stick charges. 1 charges even. See if Infernal has a similar game as last game, where he was honestly doing really well. Can't fault him too much for the way he played. Mid lane should be interesting. Would be very nice if production could get the CS on the screen. Otherwise, I'm just poking out of my ass. Speaking about if lanes are going well or not. Top lane we have a Clock plus Weaver up against Brewmaster and Lion. I think it's similar to last game, but I think Lion does a little bit better against Clockwork than Hoodwink does. Because Earth Spike is just a better spacing tool. Him out of range. In the mid lane, I would expect Storm to struggle. Doesn't have great ways of dealing with the boars. Has to come close. It's not great overall. Can still get CS, but it's not the best. In bottom lane, we have Ringmaster plus Mars up against Bane and Morphling. Pretty decent lane for the Mars Ringmaster. I don't expect Cloud to struggle too much. Of course, Bane is very strong. Morphling has good damage, but
is under
they're not
attack.
gonna be taken down, I would expect, as we see a lower dance falling. I was gonna say, there isn't too much kill potential from a Bane Morphling. That is just silly. Then the next moment they die, and it's like, okay, never mind. Now, why do I even speak? Ooh, Difference gets taken down, though. Sportic. Oh my god.
Radiant's
I knew
middle tower
the
is
Storm
under
was gonna
attack.
struggle, but to get a solo kill at 240, that is insane. This is definitely not the last we're gonna hear of Sportic in this scene. We should be able to get a return kill here though. Brain Sap isn't gonna be enough, and Aloha Dance is gonna pick that one up for himself. Of course, the daggers from Ringmaster are very strong against Morphling if he's morphed up in strength, while being pretty useless when he's morphed up in agility. Top lane, Infernal doing super well for himself. 19 and 4. 21 and 4 even. Against a 14 and 2 Weaver. A good life. Getsu. Taking a lot of damage here. One more hit, he's gonna go down. Couldn't press his wand or his fairy fire in time.
Scanning.
Ooh. That's a bit sloppy. I don't think he was expecting the Hex to come out. You don't always see Lions pick that up this early, let alone use it in lane.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Tends to be just a Earth Spike and mana drain for efficiency's sake. You know, killing heroes is very efficient, so I would say that's worth it. Difference is forced into the jungle. Painful.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Fishman, our favorite Innsmouth citizen,
Radiant's middle tower is
running
under
around the
attack.
top lane, just trying to get in range for Cogs. Infernal. Be a little bit careful here. Cogs are gonna come out. I think he's in a lot of trouble here with the battery assault as well. Does have a lot of one charges and manages to get out of Fishman's range.
Radiant's middle
He's
tower
gonna be
is under
fine.
attack.
Potion ferried up as well. So he is just chilling. Difference being bullied in the jungle by a lower dance, and he's gonna fall. On he goes. Oh, Difference really isn't having fun here. Poor guy. Got wrecked in the mid lane, and it's not even gonna be safe. He's jungle. But Dan's taking a bit of damage here, but the Bane who needs to be careful. And the roar comes out as well. Now the boar is in range, so we have the slow, and it's gonna be another kill. Going the way of the Aloha squad. They come out swinging in game number 2.
Dire's
Arnold.
middle tower is under attack.
Of damage here. Doesn't have any more one charges or sticks, but does have a slow. Oh, it's Fishman who's in trouble. One more hit. Down he goes. Bruno once again going for the Midas. Probably Aghanim's afterwards. Don't expect any build innovation from Shigetsu either.
Don't think so.
I think we're not gonna see any big surprises from any of the heroes, really. Every hero in the game is just farming. I think Storm Spirit is having the least amount of fun farming. He was forced into the jungle so early. The Soul Ring. He's level 7, so doing okay for himself, but yeah. Already more than 1,000 gold behind the beast. He said I didn't love the pick, but it's really working out. Oh, Rune is gonna be
Radiant's
bottom.
middle tower is under attack.
DD Rune. So Dance is safeguarding it. Oh. DD on Spartic.
Dire's top tower is under
Difference
attack.
needs to be careful. Access into Roar. Be enough for a kill. If a lower dance is close by. Colonel now has level 6. I think Shigetsu should be pretty safe. Bodan's going for some stacks.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I saw a comment in the chat as well about Sniper. Reason why Sniper would potentially be very good in this game is because Sniper does really well against teams that require like items or levels to jump him. Like often you would think of Storm Spirit as a counter to Sniper, but if you have a lineup that is way stronger early and that can actually survive
Dire are
the jump,
scanning.
that means that Storm Spirit is gonna have to spend like all of his mana to get on top of a Sniper who's gonna dominate lane against him, and then he's not gonna be able to kill the Sniper and they're just gonna lose. So if you have a lineup that is all like super item and level dependent, which Yellow Submarine has, because they have Storm, Brewmaster, Morphling, all of these heroes need items and levels to deal damage. Even their supports like Bane and Lion are not gonna do anything unless they have
Radiant's
items and
middle
levels.
tower is under
If you
attack.
pick Sniper in that situation, you can just get to a point where their jump never becomes a problem, because if they jump you, you just fight them because you are so far ahead. So that is the reason why Sniper is good for that. Especially with the shrapnel facet, you just absolutely dominate the lane. You buy like 1 or 2 stat items and no one can touch you. One of my favorite examples of why Dota is not about hero matchups, it's about team matchups. Where even like Medusa can counter anti-mage in certain lineups. Anyway, Sniper is not in the game. So I'll finish my monologue there. But you know, when you're solo casting, you get to do some monologues. It's part of the game.
Radiant's bottom tower
In
is
fact,
under
most
attack.
of what you're doing is monologuing. Oh, actually manages to kill Shigetsu there. A nice reveal of the finger from the lion. Sportic almost has his Aghanims. It's been nerfed again and again
Radiant are
as my
scanning.
cat is screaming. But it's still very good if you can get it early. And actually stick on top of targets. It's still an insane axe. What's up, my little co-caster? You wanna join the broadcast? I don't think he wants to join the broadcast. Stinky little beast. About rushing the blink. Still quite far away. I think the first few levels against Morphling are pretty okay. But later on it becomes very difficult for a Mars to play that lane. Like we have another pretty quiet early game. The team's pretty content to just farm their key items and then ramp up the aggression. This is always so lovely if you're playing position 5 or 4 and your mid laner goes to the jungle. And you get to have the juicy solo mid XP and farm. Feels good, man. My silly little kitty cat is rubbing his cheek against my microphone. I hope we don't get any scratchy sounds. Cloud goes down. King's Grip used. Bane is still one of the scariest heroes at level 6 if you're isolated. Gonna try to go for the steal here. Colonel is close though, has to be a little bit careful. There is a finger, Shigetsu is gonna fall. Got punished for his greed. Try to even disjoint the finger. Same time, Morphling did die as well. So both of the carries hit the deck. Now, Swartik is in. And I don't think anyone can really contest him at this point, even with the ulti. He can just hit the Brewlings. So that's all of them dead except for the Earth one. I don't think this is what Infernal was hoping for. 2 more hits, down he goes. Storm Spirit jumps in, realizes he can't kill anyone, jumps out.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, at this point, a lower squad is just a lot stronger in fights.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Link Dagger is up on the Mars now. Again, this game they don't really have the same explosive follow-up that they had with the Invoker.
I'm sensing a pattern here.
Smoke coming out from a lower squad. Been by the storm, gets the regen and gets out. That's very nice. Ooh, Shigetsu gets slapped. Oh god, he's in way too deep. Goodbye. Shigetsu not having a particularly great game so far. Keeps dying. Keeps overplaying his hand a little bit. They get the roar onto the Bane. Actually, no roar even needed. Just the hook shot, I believe. Down he goes. It's a nice kill. It's very back and forth at the moment. But again, no objective damage. Ooh, and now they get the roar onto difference. Where they picks that one up for himself. Just farm, she gets it. Just farm. Finally, my cat has settled down. Gonna be a quick Roche. It's another upside of having a quick Aghanims on your beast. Just take that Roshan so early. Really, no one can contest Sportic at this stage. You can see that in the net worth as well. He's head and shoulders above all the rest of the heroes, but the rest of the lower squad cores haven't been having as much fun here. Bruno almost has his Aghanims as well. Bit more farmed than he was last game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
Yugetsu, however, is a bit less farmed than he was
Dire's
last
middle tower is under attack.
Still gonna be rushing the Mjolnir. Still gonna be good to pop that on top of Cloud.
Dire's structures are fortified.
This game as a
Dire's
Weaver is
middle
a
tower is under
lot more
attack.
difficult than it was last game.
Radiant's top tower
Having
is
to
under
contend
attack.
with both
Dire's middle tower
Lion
has
as well as
fallen.
a Bane.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
It's pretty spooky. No squad has the Aegis, but kind of too early in the game to really commit to going for a 4 or 5 man push in tier 2s. There's a smoke from Yellow Submarine. Again, Tormentor is spawning. Shigetsu still far away. Could be a good fight for Yellow Submarine, potentially. There's an Aegis Beast. Find the Ringmaster, blink in onto the Brewmaster. Do they have enough damage to get the burst? Doesn't look like it. He doesn't get off his split. They take down 2 already. Ringmaster is gonna fall. Now all of the mana is gone on the Storm. He's trying to run away, but he's not gonna be able to. They tried to fight Sportic, but they just couldn't. They only take down a Loa Dance, but at what cost? They lose 4 and they're gonna lose the Tormentor. Disastrous turn of events for Yellow Submarine. They see their hope of getting into the upper game or the winner's game dwindling. At least Morphling didn't die. He still farmed. A lot more farmed than Getsu. Is it gonna be enough? Can the Morphling solo carry this game? Mjolnir is up. Finally. But at the same time, Shigetsu is still 1,000 gold ahead of the Storm. What a difference. One of his favorite heroes. Different Storm is definitely scary, but this game hasn't been the game for him so far. What is not yet could still be.
Radiant's bottom
BKB
tower is under attack.
up on Mars.
Radiant structures are fortified.
BKB is gonna be the next item. Even with a BKB, you're not gonna be completely safe because there is still Fiend's Grip. Still, you kinda have to get it. Something like a Linken's just wouldn't do it. Too many disables. I think you probably still need a Linken's at some point, but
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I
attack.
think it's ill-advised to try and rush it. Sportic picks up another one. Infernal, who was so tanky in the last game, is just melting. Bane is getting ran down as well. Its rebuke comes out. Another 2 for 0. This time they are in position to take objectives, and that is also something that Beastmaster is good at. It's a disaster. The submarine really needs to pull something out of the hat, but they cannot, as Bottega falls as well. Difference does get a return kill onto Shigetsu. I think that's hella worth it for a lower squad. They don't rely on Shigetsu as much. Find a hook to the Lion as well. Be a 2 for 1 even. He can find a blink. He doesn't. One goes down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's rough. Usually a 1 for 1 carry trade when you're behind is a good thing. Tends to be even, but you're behind, so that's good for you. In this situation, all of the hopes and dreams of the entirety of Team Yellow Submarine are on the shoulders of Bottega.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Infernal has his Aghanims. Blink next, BOT's next, Refresher next. He's playing the same game. He lost the last game, so maybe playing the same game is not right.
A golden thread.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Aegis is down on the beast though. He is killable. Albeit very tanky.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Have a fight in the top lane. Try to burst the Brewmaster, and they do get it once again. Every single time, Infernal just 1 second away from getting his ulti off. Just not quite in time. Butterfly. Up for Bottega. It's gonna help. Especially in the fight against Shigetsu. Can still be bursted. Here, hookshot coming out onto the Lion. Down he goes as well. Feels very rough for the Submarine right now. They're not finding anything. There's a Parasmon Storm, which is good damage, but he's so vulnerable. He gets roared, gets hit by Tame the Beast. He gets speared. In all of these cases, he just dies. Big ulti onto the Brew once again. He cannot find the split. Now Morphling is in. Tries to go for the map fight, but just dies. Beastmaster incredibly low. He is finally gonna fall. Difference does get that streak. Buyback on the Beastmaster as well. Pops his ulti, but his team is kind of gone. So yeah, not the best here. It's gonna be a 3 for 1 in favor of a lower squad. Had to use a buyback as well. Maybe if it was like a 2 for 1, it could have been worth it because they got the huge kill streak. No, it definitely wasn't. At least the tier 2 is still standing. Slowly but surely, Shigetsu is catching up to Bottega. A Hex Rush. from a lower dance. Goodbye. Goodbye. Colonel goes down again. He's just been dying so much. Was a dieback as well. Painful. Wisdom Shrine is about to spawn.
Radiant's top tower is
See
under
a fight.
attack.
Jump in onto the Weaver. Nice escape act.
Bottom tower is under
Let's
attack.
get off the time lapse and the BKB, and now they're on top of the Morphling as well. Can he survive? No, he cannot. It's a 3-4-0. Yes, overplay their hand. Even Storm may not get away. Another jump, and he is gonna be fine. But Bane isn't gonna be so lucky. It's gonna be a 4-4-0 and a Wisdom Shrine and a tier 2 in favor of a lower squad. And
Radiant's top tower is
people, I think we might not see another 70-minute game here.
Radiant's
Lower
top
squad
tower
brought their
has fallen.
A game for game number 2.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Shivas on Beastmaster as well. He's so farmed. BKB, Blink, Aghanim, Shivas at 29 minutes.
Tower is under attack.
Crazy. But Aegis going his way.
Radiant are
Now with the Roshan's banner as well. Luck defending that push. X on Mars too. Big timings for a lower squad. Running down bottom lane. Don't want to go high ground just yet. Might as well take all of the tier 2s first. 18k gold lead. 30 minutes. Gonna be difficult for Yellow Submarine to stop this. They do have a really great late game lineup. Their support skill incredibly well. They have a Storm, Brewmaster, Morphling. Holding on against this onslaught is going to be so
Radiant's
difficult.
bottom tower is under attack.
Big smoke from the Aloha squad. You're going to find something here. You're going to see the Bane jump in onto the Morphling with the arena as well, but just jumps out.
Bottom tower is under
Not the best initiation this time. Can they still find anything else? Yes. Find problems. Find a Bane as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Was a
attack.
deny from problems, which is nice, but this stage of the game it's not as important as it is at the start. It's just 2 support.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Just 2 supports. X now on a lower dance as well, 31 minutes. Pretty crazy. Now they're at the high ground. All the tier 2s are down.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Still have the
attack.
banner. Either way, they have the entire game in their hands. Another incredible Sportic performance. I'm now working towards a BKB. It'll be a very big item. With the double hex. Blink hexes as well as the roar. He's still not gonna be safe. Been working towards an Aghanims. It's gonna be a very nice item. Tormentor going towards Shigetsu. Bit of extra farming speed and damage.
Radiant
Infernal
are
really
scattered.
wants that level 18. A refresher soon. Gonna be a big power spike. Again, Brewmaster just hasn't done that much this game. Even when the Brewlings don't immediately die, they also cannot pressure that much. Want into Arcane Boots, into Blink, into Hex. What a build. BKB, now no Morphling. That is sorely needed. Same time, Weaver almost has MKB. And the butterfly doesn't really matter that much anymore. Ooh. Amplify damage. Into Sportic. There is no Aegis. You know? Could be worse. Could be worse.
Double damage.
Dire are scanning.
Big smoke from Yellow Submarine. And find the
Radiant's
right
middle tower is
initiation.
under attack.
Be a good fight. You take out one of the big threats. This is not one of the big threats, but it's still a nice kill to get. Ooh, but Storm is found with the amplified damage. There is a nice response though. It's gonna be Beastmaster taking so much damage. Still alive for now though. Still running around so low on HP. Morphling tries to chase him down, gets hexed though. So far, Storm and Bane have fallen. There's another roar onto the Morphling, and this time they have the damage. Lion goes down as well. They tried so hard to take him down, but just couldn't do it. We started off the fight with a kill, but then the tank ran empty. The lowest squad, they take another fight, despite it looking so good. Or Yellow Submarine at the start, getting a full duration grip on the beast. Just wasn't enough. I find Infernal as well. He doesn't have a BKB, he doesn't have another ulti. Goodbye. It's gonna be a 5-for-1 gem lost as well. Actually, I think he may have picked that one up with the courier. Now 13k gold lead. This should be some objective damage at least.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Actually, Morphling about to respawn.
Radiant's
Okay, they
bottom
get
tower
the
has
tower
fallen.
bottom, and that should be all. Don't want to go much further than this. Might as well take
Radiant's
Roche
top
first.
tower is under attack.
It's the lowest squad on the threshold of taking this game in decisive fashion.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I didn't believe in Sportic enough. Crazy. In from the storm, just to farm. Yeah, Beast with the refresher is just insane. Double BKB, double roar. 3.5k HP. Provides an armor to his team. Insane AoE magic damage. BKB, piercing lockdown. He's a scary hero. Another Roche, this time going towards Shigetsu. As Sportic is like, yeah, I can't die anyway. They had a full grip on me, didn't even kill me. Madness. Now a BKB on Ringmaster as well. Ridiculous.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
BKB or Aegis is now up on Weaver.
Dire's bottom tower
So
is
he
under
can be
attack.
the one pushing. At the same time, it is kind of scary to push into like Lion Bane. You overstep for a moment and you could just get disabled for like 12 seconds straight. Morphling really isn't that impressive anymore. Butterfly Manta BKB at 40 minutes is like, eh, who cares?
Dire are scanning.
Etsu is a lot stronger at this point. Alright, we have a pause. Not really sure why. Hopefully it's a short one. Yeah, and it would indeed be nice if we could see the net worth as opposed to the current gold. That we're paused anyway. We'll just wait a few more seconds and then eventually go into a break. I don't exactly know how long this is gonna take. Okay. Very nice. Oh, no, no, not yet. One team is ready, that's a good sign. We'll just have to be patient for a little bit longer. And then if a lower squad does manage to win this game, we should be pretty quick with the next best of 3 as well. Of course, this match ran a little bit late, or well, the previous one did, being 75 minutes long. Alright, we are back. Game is unpausing, and it is go time. We actually have a Beastmaster in the bottom lane. Yeah, lower squad doesn't just straight up want to push one lane and commit to it. Instead, they've split it up. But the submarine has seen this. They want to try to take advantage of it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Big jump from the storm, but they're not gonna find anyone. Ooh, actually, storm. Be in trouble. Double TP bottom. Still alone. Has to be so careful. Nobody gets hexed, so that's goodbye. We have the roar. Down he goes. Difference just sticks around way too long. Gets punished for it. And now that is exactly the opening Low Squad was waiting for. Just outplaying Yellow Submarine at every point. Just the moves a little bit tighter. Better read on the map. Better timings. Finally, first racks are gonna fall. Radiant and melee racks falling in the bottom lane. Storm does have buyback, so we have that ace up their sleeve. They're gonna need something special to deter this push. 40k net worth lead at 40 minutes. Nothing to scoff at. Gonna have to buy back soon. Notification output, but still another 20 seconds. I don't think these buildings will survive another 20 seconds. Jump in. Beastmaster doesn't commit anything. 10 seconds now. Hex onto the Brewmaster. He is gonna fall before he can do anything. Does he have buyback? He does not. There is a buyback on the Storm, but it's just not gonna be enough. Bane falls as well. Stormspear tries to kill a Clockwork, but doesn't even manage that buyback from the Morphling. They just don't have the damage. They don't have the tools. I think we are very rapidly nearing the end of the game. Jump in. Once again, final fight. Can they kill anyone? The answer is no. BKB is popped. Hex comes out. Morphling is gonna fall. Dies back. Bane dies back as well. Looks like it's all over for Yellow Submarine. They're gonna go into the losers match. Lowest squad. They have been impressive here in this first series of the day. Taking down Yellow Submarine in decisive 2-0 fashion. Second game still ended up taking 43 minutes, even though they've been winning for a long time, but they were in control the entire way through. Of course, this is just the first best of 3 of the day. We have 3 more ahead of us. First one being commentated by yours truly, and then the lovely Toolstress is gonna take over. But we are gonna go into a small break first as we set up the next best of 3, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Navi Junior and VP Prodigy. Let's see what these teams have in store for us, as we have just completed the first best of 3, where Aloha squad took down Yellow Submarine 2-0, with the first one being a 75-minute back and forth game, and the second one being straight up Aloha squad domination. Yeah, we are in the second one, and we'll see what happens here, what the meta is like for both of these teams. So we have a Razor and Viper ban for Navi Junior, and VPP are gonna take out Batrider, Ember Spirit, and Brewmaster. Just gonna see if I can find my stats pages for both of these teams. That is always very helpful. We have an SF as first pick, or VP Prodigy, was banned pretty much every single game in the last series. But VP does manage to snag it up for themselves. Navi first pick, A Tiny, very interesting. Lynx was banned out as well, despite seeing a lot of big nerfs. Still very relevant hero, for sure. I wonder if this iteration of Lynx is finally gonna stick. Or if, you know, we get another big rework again soon. We have a Tinker ban as well. And Treant. Okay, I finally have the important pages. Okay, VP Prodigy, what do they like to play? They have been playing a lot of Ringmaster, a lot of Shadow Shaman, a lot of X, a lot of Ember, Disruptor, and Centaur. Navi Junior are playing a lot of Tusk, Tiny, Skywrath Mage, Underlords, and DK. But Navi Junior has also been like losing every single game they've been playing, which is not ideal. Like, one of their most picked heroes is Tusk. They picked him 11 times. They won a single game. So it's not a great sign. So leads me to believe that the VP Prodigy might be the favorite in this one, as they pick up Largo. Have they been playing a lot of Largo? I do not think so. They've played it 3 times, winning 2 of those games. Not bad at all. My first official Largo cast. Of course, I've played him, I've seen him played, but it always hits different in competitive. And they pick up Marcy as well. Curious if this is gonna be or where this Marcy is gonna go. Navi pick up an Ursa. Been a pretty good hero against Shadow Fiend most of the time, because you can either just buy a BKB and slap Shadow Fiend, or even just press ulti when SF is pressing ulti. Then you can just take him down. Overall, I pretty enjoy Navi's heroes quite a bunch. I think they have good synergy. I think already looking pretty good, but VP, they have some dark horses in there. It's a bit more difficult to imagine their synergies and game plan overall. I think VP is going to rely a lot on just winning the lanes. With SF, in pretty much every iteration of this hero ever, he likes playing with some momentum behind him. Let's see, Navi pick up a Centaur. For even more stun, even more tankiness. Even more magic damage. And VP Prodigy are gonna pick up a Sand King, so that's also more stun, tankiness, and magic damage. It's likely that he goes towards the mid lane. With SF, of course, safe lane. Largo probably off lane. And a position 5 Marcy, probably, together with the SF. And they just need a boss 4 together with the Largo. I don't think you would want to play Marcy Largo. But I could be mistaken, you know, it does have double repositioning. Like you tongue someone back and then you throw them back with Marcy. Could be good, but against like an Ursa doesn't seem great. Like having both heroes bring him closer to you. I don't think that's something you want when playing against Ursa. So we'll see. I think it's unlikely. I'd rather see something else. What would be nice for VPP? Disruptor would be pretty decent. Skywrath Mage, pretty nice. Even something like a Chen. Wouldn't hate that at all. Have some options as Prodigy bans out Wop and Puck as possible matchups for the Sand King that they do not want to deal with. Navi's gonna ban out Ringmaster and the Sky I just mentioned. Annoying range supports for Ursa to deal with. I don't think VP Prodigy has quite made up their mind about the position 4 they want to pick. And it is gonna be the Shadow Shaman. One of their favorites. I don't think it's super good in lane against Jakiro Ursa, but it's just a good hero to have. And later in the game it is gonna be quite nice against Ursa. If you can get the jump on him, you can actually take him down quite handily. So what is the mid hero gonna be for Navi? Is it gonna be Oscar? What is it gonna be? Played a decent bit of DK. I think that's pretty bad against Sand King. It's gonna be Shaker. A decent matchup against Sand King. I think it could work here. I don't hate this Navi lineup. I think it's pretty strong, all things considered. The one thing that worries me is that they have pretty much only melee heroes. And they're playing against Sand King, Shadow Shaman, Marcy, Largo, SF. All of these heroes are quite good at dealing with melee heroes. A lot of like short range stun and slow and disable. So that does worry me a little bit. I think the Ursa lane should be totally fine. I think mid lane should be fairly even. And I think off lane is gonna struggle. The overall, I would definitely favor VP Prodigy, but that is also because their recent track record is just a lot stronger. You look at like the past few months, they have like a 45% win rate, which is like, it's not great, but if you play against good teams, that tends to happen. And if you look at Navi Junior's win rate, who started playing at roughly the same time when VPP started, and they have a 22% win rate. And that is pretty painful. Yeah, let's see if Navi Junior can find something in their hat and show us something special. Let's take a look at their most recent matches. Yeah, they've been playing a lot of qualifiers with this new lineup, and they haven't really qualified to anything. Wallachia, UESF. Not looking super good for them, but they do have the Navi organization behind them. A lot of experience, a lot of support tools. But the squad may just need a bit more time to really develop themselves. Yeah, should be interesting to see what these young squads have to offer. Really the CCT for the young squads with Navi Junior, Team Spirit Academy, and VP Prodigy. All junior squads of established
The
teams.
battle begins.
Teams running into one another with the bounty spawn. And it is a 2-for-1. I'm missing something? It's a 2-for-2 ultimately. So we have started the second best of 3 of the day between VP Prodigy and Navi Junior. Of course, winning this match means that you're just a single best of 3 victory away from the playoffs and a chance at that $25,000 first prize. Losing this game doesn't mean you're out of the tournament just yet, though. You still have a chance to win 2 best of 3s in a row and still make it to the playoffs. Yeah, the odds agree with me that VP Prodigy is definitely favored in this one. Mid lane Sand King against Earthshaker. Earthshaker definitely has the edge with CSing. He can just always use his enchant totem to secure range creeps and denies. While Sand King just has the stinger and the overall area denial. It's always a bit awkward to skill Sand King. You kind of want levels in all of his skills. Yeah, you want the Burrow Strike levels, because otherwise it doesn't have range, it doesn't stun for very long. You also want the points in the Sandstorm, because the radius is really small, the damage is low, the cooldown is high. But you also want the Stinger, because it's your most efficient spammable spell. The cooldown goes down a lot, you need the damage to CS and harass, and then it's like, yes, but what do you actually max? Because, well, all of it is necessary.
Dire's courier has
Just
been
the Sand King experience. Could be a first blood here. As indeed, Yuga kills rare golds. Bit awkward. Level 1 Marcy running around. And they did opt to place Marcy bottom as opposed to top lane. Yes, they favor giving the SF an even better lane with the Shadow Shaman. I don't think Shadow Shaman is even that much better in that lane.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
That's fair enough. I guess Shadow Shaman doesn't really do that much against Jakiro Ursa either, like I discussed earlier. It's just Ursa is gonna be a problem no matter what. Just don't really have the best heroes to deal with him. Sand King is a little bit deep here. I do like this approach. Taker cannot deny your creeps if you just, you know, go jungling.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Fortification coming out as well. No half measures. Yeah, this definitely favors Sand King. Ooh, Shaker getting very low here, but has reinforcements as Jakiro shows up. With Frost, another hit, Enchant Totem, down he goes. Sand King kind of overplaying his hand there. Team could have maybe given him a heads up. Hey, Jakiro is missing. Be careful, my buddy. Down he goes. The top lane. SF, unsurprisingly, having a very good time. Centaur still has decent CS though. Nothing to scoff at. The biggest surprise to me is that Largo is getting CS at all. 23 and 6. That is pretty much better as Centaur. He's gonna fall here. Elmovine will. Not gonna make him tanky enough to withstand the huge right clicks from both the SF as well as the Shadow Shaman. Threads up for the SF, but yeah, Largo 26 and 6 against the 26 and 2 Ursa. I don't know how, I don't know why, I don't know when this happened. Sura being chased down, but should be totally fine. There is no ulti, there is nothing. Even if there was an Echo Slam, it's not gonna kill a Sand King.
Dire are scanning.
Going bank, probably gonna go for a Battle Fury. Yes, we have a big fight in the top lane. Rargot's already gonna fall Jantra incredibly low, but the spells are kind of done. A lot of damage being done, but only a single kill. Only the Marcy falling.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's courier has been killed.
They go again onto Cutie. They don't really have any spells left. Like, he's gonna fall. Jantra getting incredibly low as well. Cutie out of mana too, but VP Prodigy, they hold the line there. The SF survives, and the SF doesn't just survive, he's thriving. He doesn't mind these kinds of engagements. He's surviving, getting in chip damage, maybe getting a kill here and there. Very good start for him, and that's definitely what he wants, as we had Ursa going down to the first big rotation. Perhaps a bit unexpected.
Fortunes change.
And we're probably gonna go back to base. Just want some mana. Now it's getting a bit harder for... Ooh. I see a big Echo Slam, but Rose Strike was just in time to get out of range. Well done by Katsura. No Ice Path set up, unfortunately. Ooh, this should be a dead Centaur. Ulti, double raise, down he goes. It's the strength of the Shadow Shaman. Just keep you in place for so long. It doesn't even need an ulti to do it.
scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bank working towards his Battle Fury. Nothing spectacular here. Level 7. Tried to go for a quick Roche.
Dire's top tower
They
is under
want to.
attack.
They do have tanky heroes.
Arcane offering.
It's probably a risk they're not willing to take.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Slargo is just sitting on the sidelines, farming jungle. We're gonna rush an Aghanims. Centaur finally has his Helm of the Dominator, so that's gonna help a little bit with controlling the lane, farming speed in general. Might even pick up a Centaur Conqueror. No ulti yet on Takizawa. His loot is just for show at the moment. Gonna bring the creep wave all the way to the neutral trap. Not even. Just brings it to safety.
Structures are fortified.
BBC is an Echo Slam. Stonebank has Palm as well. Wrath is gonna miss, but it's not gonna be necessary as Katsura ends up wasting his epicenter. Nice rotation there by Navi. Oops. Centaur immediately loses his HOD creep. Awkward. Small gold lead for VP Prodigy, but nothing super significant.
Dire's middle tower
For VP
has
Prodigy, the money is centered a bit more in the pockets of the cores, while Navi supports are living a better life.
Dire are scanning.
Yep, we have another pretty slow early game here. Both carries just farming jungle. Both mid laners just farming jungle. Gotta get those
Dire's
items, you
top
know?
tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now a little bit of pressure coming out from Navi onto this tier 1 top.
Dire's bottom
VP
tower
Prodigy
is under
not really
attack.
in a hurry to defend it.
Radiant's middle
Recognizing
tower is
that
under attack.
Kinda gone already. They do have a smoke rotation coming in from the Sand King and the Marcy. It's 4 Navi heroes. It's a bit scary, honestly. You get the Hex. Get the Shackles as well. But there we have the Blink Echo initiation. Shadowfiend, is he gonna be able to get it? His ulti? Yes, he is. Cutie is gonna survive, at least for now. Running away with like 100 HP Gothic. Can he get in range? Misses the grenade. And we have another double Burrow Strike. Down goes the Centaur. Marcy incredibly low. Katsura as well. Is he gonna fall? There is dust. He should be going down here. What a fight here. 2 for 2. Cutie surviving on a sliver of HP. And same thing for Hyuga. It's the Shaker and the Centaur for the Marcy and the Sand King. So Maybe a small advantage for VP Prodigy.
Radiant's bottom
That was the
tower
blink
is under
reveal as
attack.
well
Radiant structures are fortified.
from the Earthshaker. Stonebank does have his Battle Fury now, and that's a big deal. He was already keeping up with the Shadow Fiend quite well. Now with the Battle Fury, it's a whole different story. Next up is gonna be a Blink Dagger. They're gonna have like 4 Blink Daggers in their lineup. We see both Chanter and Gothic fall. The mid laners rotate. We're just chilling, watching Stonebank live his best life. Carries do. Kizawa super close to his Aghanims. I mean, there are a lot of melee heroes on Navi, so getting his ulti off nicely shouldn't be too hard. Just 250 gold. Hyuga falls to the 2 supports from VP Prodigy. Very scary support duo. Baker is coming in though, has ulti as well. Now content to just hit a few jungle creeps.
Dire are scanning.
Ura has a Spirit Vessel. Gonna be going for a Blink Dagger next as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Blink now up on Ursa, and he is disgustingly farmed. Blink Dagger Battle Fury at 15 minutes is ridiculous.
Regeneration.
GBC would probably like to have a level 2 ulti before going for another play, but it's good timing right now. Looking for someone to show up mid. Come on, touch those creeps, Marcy. Go for it. They're safe, they're free. Instead, it's gonna be the rest of Navi going for a smoke. Everyone is there except for
Radiant
Centaur.
are scanning.
Could find a Shadow Fiend, that would be amazing. He is in vision. The Shaman might just break the smoke. He does. Enter. Gonna pay for it, but it's Shadow Fiend is gonna be safe. All that matters. Well, 1k gold lead now for Navi. Considering the odds of this match, really not been as one-sided as we could have maybe expected. We see Navi with a beautiful turnaround down to Largo as well. Katsura considers going for the epicenter, but his team is already gone, so never mind that. Link is up now, level 2 epi as well. Could still try to go for some kind of play in the bottom lane. They do try to go for it, and they get the Kiro. Would have liked to kill the Ursa, but that is a lot more difficult, of course.
And sweet.
He just presses his panic button and suddenly he doesn't take damage and cannot be disabled. Cutie takes down Gothic in the mid lane, and they should be able to take down the Shaker as well. It's a double kill for the Shadow Fiend. Shaker overplays his hand there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Oh, tier 1 tower in jeopardy, but it doesn't look like Navi wants to give this away for free.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
A lot of heroes in the vicinity. Same thing is true for Prodigy though. Both teams lack his vision though. They suspect the enemy is close, but can't quite prove it. Bank is gonna run into the Roche pit. Team is close, but so is VP Prodigy. I'm not sure if they know exactly that this is happening though.
Radiant's bottom tower
2 more
is
seconds
under
and they
attack.
should have it, so nicely played by Navi, just in time. 2 more hits. You get it. Ages for Stonebank. Hit Janter as well. Big ultis though from VP Prodigy and they blow up the Shaker. That was all of their front-loaded damage. Vic needs to be a little bit careful though. He's just a support tiny. Not going too deep. He falls as well. And now Navi. They went too deep. They're gonna lose the Jakiro and they're gonna lose the Centaur as well. Disjointed fight for Navi. Everything looked so good. But then they overcommitted. Yes, VP used most of their spells, but that doesn't mean you can just run up high ground with supports. You have to respect the basic abilities and right clicks of VP Prodigy as well. They don't, and they pay the price. This SF is getting stronger and stronger. About to have a Hurricane Pike as well. That's like the one tool he needs to actually deal with the Ursa.
Dire are scanning.
And a really good performance from him.
Radiant
He's
are
outpacing
scanning.
a Battle Fury Blink Ursa. Another smoke from Navi. Ooh. Ursa gets that solo Tormentor. I was like, why is he taking so much damage? But that makes sense. Doesn't even lose his Aegis. He's an Echo Slam. Who are they gonna find mid? Well, Takizawa. They don't really want to go for a tanky little frog. Tanky big frog. Stonebank's gonna have a BKB. It's a big item, but I'm worried for the rest of his team. I think Stonebank is super strong right now, but the Shaker and the Centaur, they're not really doing too much.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
On VP Prodigy, both the Largo and the Sand King are pretty strong in their own rights. It's not just the Sand King, or not just the Shadow Fiend.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Another smoke from Navi. They keep trying. If they can find Marcy or Largo, that would be very nice. Stonebank close as well. Nice jump away from the Marcy. Marcy's probably still gonna go down though. Too much damage coming out from Stonebank, but Largo is gonna be safe. Big commitment. Aghanim now on the Earthshaker. First strike is gonna miss, but Hyuga is still gonna go down. Plenty of damage from the Epi.
Give my best to the ancestors.
Stonebank, Basher is next. Ooh, but now there is a Link Dagger on Shadow Shaman. Once this Aegis runs out, he's actually vulnerable. Plenty of stuns on VPP. HYDRA almost has Aghanims as well. Doing a pretty good job farming. Usually I'm always like, yeah, Sand King mid is okay, but are you Maureen, you know? Can you pull it off? So far the answer for Katsura has been yes. Yes, he can pull it off. Having a great game. Now we have Pipe and Crimson Guard on the center, so he's like, I want my entire team to be tanky, not just me. Gender is actually gonna survive, probably. It's Rare Gods who is in trouble.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Still, it's a nice pick off for Rare Gods, or on Rare Gods. And Shadowblade on Shadow Fiend. Old school, but always appreciated. Or Silver Edge is very nice against pretty much all of these Navi heroes, except for maybe Jakiro. As my cat has started co-commentating once again. Just really wants to be involved. I get it. I want to be involved with the CCT as well. Let's have TPs to the triangle. Probably want to go for some kind of smoke or joint play now that the Aegis is gone. Drums popped. Gonna run uphill, it's always scary. Stonebank jumps in first and he's gonna find a kill into Janter, who immediately buys back. Raragots pops his BKB, goes ham. He's so incredibly low and he is gonna fall. Always Jakiro though, and now they have Shackles onto the Centaur, who's incredibly tanky, but not quite tanky enough. As the Earthshaker falls as well. Katsura, double kill for him. Another fight victory for VP Prodigy. Ooh, they almost caught the Tiny as well. Stonebank is so strong, but I feel like the rest of Navi just isn't dealing that much damage. Like, as long as Stonebank isn't on top of you, you have very little to worry about. His BKB is getting shorter and shorter.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Run now with the Aghanims as well. Buy Shiva's next if he wants to. Maybe he has something else in mind.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's jump though. Enter, pops his snakes. You're incredibly tanky, even against Stonebank. Who has to pop his BKB and then run away, and now it's VP Prodigy's time to go. At the jump hacks onto Hyuga, who's gonna try to go for a TP, and it's gonna be successful.
Dire are scanning.
Ultimately, no one dies. Multiple spells and BKBs committed, but Navi is gonna get away. Link Dagger now on the Centaur as well, which could help them with their initiation
Radiant are
issues.
scanning.
They're still farming, and he's gonna go for a BKB. It's the safe option.
Invisibility.
Can't really fault him for that. Roche would spawn in 10 seconds. Yeah, and it is gonna be the Shivas for Sand King. Makes a lot of sense. There's plenty of magic damage on his team, and he is the most natural Shiva builder. And Roche is up. VP Prodigy knows. Navi doesn't know it yet, but probably suspects it. Shield rune bottom could be big.
I'll take your tribute.
Radiant are scanning.
Both teams now posturing around the Roshan pit. We don't want to give this away for free.
Dire's middle tower is
Now
under
the smoke comes out from Navi. Can they find a big aggro slam? Onto the Shadow Fiend, preferably. VP Prodigy, they don't have the most amazing saves. They have the Marcy jump. Kind of it. At least for now. VP Prodigy is gonna smoke as well. And they know where Navi is hiding, but that is a good entrenched position. Takizawa jumps in. They're gonna find the hero immediately, and Tiny as well. That's a good start of the fight. They find the Centaur as well. He goes for a stun, but now his Stampede is over. Jump in by GBC. It isn't really gonna hit that much. Stonebank jumps in. He's gonna try to manfight Cutie, but he cannot, and his BKB is over. Is he still gonna be able to get Cutie? No, he is not. Cutie takes him down. What a risk there, but it does pay off for VP Prodigy as they take down 5 of Navi's hero and lose nothing in the process. They're gonna get Roche for their troubles as well. Cutie is like, someone please tank this Roshan for me. Someone.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Zawa's gonna heal everyone back up, and Roche is just melting. VP now takes a commanding position in this game number 1.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
At this point, when Ursa can't really man-fight the SF easily anymore, that tends to be a bad sign. Very bad sign. Because he was the only hero for Navi that could really do anything in fights, and now VP has a hero that's stronger in that same situation. Like, ooh.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
His towers are gonna melt as well. Crimson Guard does help, but just gonna slow it down a bit. It's not gonna stop the push.
Tower has fallen.
U2 falls mid. Top is next. Beauty has been doing all of this without even having a
Radiant are
BKB.
scanning.
That is mad. I don't think anyone can really touch him when he has his BKB. Unless they manage to perfectly chain stun him, but that is going to be so difficult. 'Cause, you know, he has a team. Get a pause. I'm not 100% sure what the reason is for the pause. But it's gonna be a short one, fortunately. The Tormentor for Chanter. Very nice. BKB coming up. Shiva's now for the Sand King as well. Now all of the VP cores are ahead of Stonebank.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
He's
attack.
gonna have to kill all of them because, well, who else is gonna do it?
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sparkle even buying a Dagon.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Centaur gets caught. Very deep. He did deny the regeneration rune. That's nice. Stonebank went for a preemptive MKB, anticipating butterfly from Cutie, but just skipped it. Ooh. Is quite deep from Cutie. Ooh, they managed to find the Hex. Stonebank, who has the BKB and the ulti as well. Not great. Yuga gets absolutely wrecked by the Marcy. Now Ursa doesn't have ulti and doesn't have BKB. This is gonna be a free set of racks for sure.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Good luck with that one. Jump forward onto the Tiny. Stonebank tries to go ham on Cutie. Deals solid damage, but cannot do enough as GBC gets a nice echo. But now we have the counter initiation from Katsura, absolutely blowing up the entirety of Navi. 5 heroes fall once again. VP Prodigy may have just done it here in this game number 1, as there are no buybacks for Navi and they could just end the game. They realize what's up. They anticipate 2 letters being typed in the chat pretty soon. Yep, there we go. GG VP Prodigy take game number 1 in this best of 3. Very solid performance by them, especially Cutie. Just played his heart out on the Shadow Fiend. But honestly, all of VP Prodigy looked very solid. It felt like the right heroes were in the right place on the map, and Navi, they just had this single threat, this single Ursa, and like when he started faltering, there was really nothing left. Series 7 at this point of Season 2, or Season 2 of... Yeah, Season 2, Series 7. We've had a lot of CCTs already, and this is the second game, or the second game in the second best of 3 of the first day, between VP Prodigy and Navi Jr. VP Prodigy looked pretty darn good in the previous game. Navi Jr. didn't look like they were a super cohesive unit. Had some good individual plays for sure, but it felt like some macro view of the game was kind of missing. Or sometimes their moves were a little bit disjointed and it didn't always look like they were on the same page, but they still had time to remedy their issues because we had a small break. And now they are fully reset. They got their tea, they got some food, they took a walk, they washed their face, and they are ready for game number 2. So we are into the draft and let's see what these teams have in store for us. VP Prodigy ban out Shadowfiend, Treant Protector, Largo, and Brewmaster, while Navi ban out Invoker, Clinks, and Viper and pick themselves up a Stinker. Stinker first pick, okay. They came to tilt today. Let's see if tilting is all that it takes. You know, conventional Dota is lame. Most people play conventional Dota. Like, what's the point? How does VP Prodigy want to respond to this? Reminder, their favorite heroes are Ringmaster, Shadow Shaman, Axe, Ember, Disruptor, Centaur, Windranger. They've had some pretty good results with Shadowfiend as well. So they first pick a Puck. Interesting. So that is the one hero they believe deals with Tinker the best. Because otherwise I don't think they would have picked Puck, because they've only picked Puck 5 times in the past, I think, 5 months. And they've only won 1 out of 5 games with Puck, which honestly isn't that great of a track record. So yeah, interesting first picks for sure. They've put a gun to my head and asked me like 100 different first pick combinations, and I don't think this would have been one of them, to be completely honest with you. So let's see, Navi Jr. is also gonna ban Shadow Demon. What other heroes do they want to take out now that they have a Tinker? What heroes are even good against Tinker? I feel like I never really know what's up with this dude. According to Dota, he's the weakest against Anti-Mage, Leshrac, Death Prophet, Largo, Marcy, ET, Primal Beast, Pudge, Nyx, Assassin, and Enigma, and he's best against Viper, Ember Spirit, Ancient Apparition, Winter Wyvern, Morphling, Venomancer, Naga Siren, Tidehunter, Chen, and Spectre. I feel like he would be very strong against Terrorblade as well. Right, interesting. Let's see which one of those heroes VP Prodigy wants to pick to deal with him, as Navi Jr. also banned a Jakiro, and VP Prodigy are now considering what they don't want to play against now that they have a Puck. They ban out the Tusk. Puck is pretty good against Tusk, but Tusk is also one of Navi Jr.'s favorite heroes. They pick themselves up a Tiny this time. There's another one of Navi Jr.'s favorite heroes. So they take out, or they ban their favorite one, and then they pick up the second most favorite one. Navi is taking their sweet time here, that's for sure. They pick up a Razor. The hero is very popular these days, but still expected to be picked up in a matchup where it's actively good, not just like picking it up immediately and then hoping it goes well. No problem. We pick up a Dazzle as well. Now it's up to VP Prodigy to think of a matchup that is good against Razor, and that is certainly one of them. They pick up Batrider, doesn't care about getting his damage stolen. And in a 1v1 battle, I would definitely favor Batrider until BKBs are at play. So, what is next for VP Prodigy? Which carry do they want to pick in this matchup? Well, that's a question for later, as first they pick up a Snapfire, which means that one out of the 3 heroes that they picked after Puck is going to be a core as well. So either Tiny, Batrider, or Snapfire. I'm leaning towards Bat. Offlane or carry Bat, but could be a Tiny or a Snapfire as well in a core position. What do you do against this? I feel like you definitely want to pick a hero on Navi that deals well with magic damage. Maybe quick BKB purchaser. Why do they even play the Tinker in the first place? Who is their Tinker player? I'm not quite sure. And they pick up Abaddon. Sure, that deals with magic damage heroes, okay. Pretty darn good against Batrider as well, as the lasso is now not a concern anymore. Not bad at all. Four more bands. And I think VP Prodigy still need their carry. We get a Weaver ban. What else is there that would be very good here? I honestly wouldn't hate an anti-mage. Pretty good against the Baron, pretty good against Razor, pretty good against Tinker. There's like no stuns on Navi whatsoever. No, it's an uncommon pick these days, but you know. Ah, they do ban out the anti-mage. Damn. On the same page. That's why I get paid the big bucks of my anti-mage predictions. Does VP Prodigy not want to play against? They're expecting core Abaddon, core Razor, core Tinker. Have to be a support, and I think you probably want to have some stuns in your lineup. Which hero is that gonna be? Good question. Gonna ban Lion. I was thinking of Lion as well, but I don't think Lion looks that good for Navi, because then you don't really have any damage. Then it's, yeah, you just don't have damage, so I don't think Lion would have been that great. What else is there? Of course, is banned. What do you even pick? Maybe Warlock, but that is so passive as well. Disruptor, perhaps? I think Disruptor is okay. Guy, pretty decent as well, but then you don't really have stuns. Spirit Breaker, that seems nice. Yeah, I would like Spirit Breaker quite a lot. Come on, do it. Give us the cow. Give us the cow, Navi Jr. Come on. Go for Bounty Hunter. It's gonna be one of those lineups where it's like, yes, we're not gonna do anything to you. We're gonna hope that you don't completely crush us, and then we can track and we're gonna be annoying. VP Prodigy pick up a Templar Assassin. So yeah, this looks like a pretty clear draft win for VP Prodigy. Because Navi, they just don't really do anything. I think they need to crush the offlane with the Razor +1 against the TA. Like, otherwise I don't see them doing anything in this game ever. Like, what is an Abaddon gonna do? Well, it is an interesting draft. Like, both of these teams picked some creative heroes, and certainly not a case of looking at the stat websites and picking the highest ranked or most picked hero for yourself and then banning the next hero in line. No, they certainly came to draft creatively in this game number 2. So I am very excited. I definitely think it's heavily VP Prodigy favored because, you know, they have stuns and a clear game plan, while Navi Jr. just picked some strange heroes, and I guess they have Poison Touch stun or a Hex at some point. Have a few silences and slows, I guess. But yeah, most of the game you can just TP out if you see Navi running at you, which is always a little bit awkward. Anyway, this is game number 2 between VP Prodigy and Navi. This is the second best of 3 of the day. We have 2 more ahead of us, which are going to be commentated by the lovely Tooltress. So we will head into the game very, very soon. And then we'll see if Navi Jr. has what it takes to take a game of VP Prodigy with this unique lineup. Call it that. Bounty Hunter is not a hero we see too often. He even picked up level 1 Shadow Walk and Boots. He's really committed to just not really doing anything. Seems like. Interesting. Interesting. What is he doing? I guess he gets a ward. He wants to snipe some couriers. Is that the point? Looks like it is the point.
This is gonna sting.
Interesting.
They'll never find your grave.
He's first gonna try to take the bounty rune and then the
Battle
couriers.
begins.
Is he gonna get it? Is he gonna get it? Yes, he is. 3 bounty runes for Navi. 4 bounty runes for Navi. Okay, now that's a start. If he gets the couriers now as well, then it's Jover. That he gets a cheeky little block on the creeps. He's not gonna get the couriers, no chance. VP Prodigy is gonna be too aware of what's going on. not great. We want to get that track ASAP. It's difficult for Razor to be super aggressive when his support is level 1. It's basically just a glorified melee creep, which in turn gives a lot of space to the TA, who probably should have been struggling a little bit more against a Razor than she is. Our Gods is gonna get chased down. He took some weird path there. Could have just gone straight to the tower, but no. Gonna be first blood for Hyuga. Oh wow, super low. Yeah, I have no idea why Tiny ran to the left instead of just down. Seems a bit silly. Yeah, really good start for Navi. I think their lineup is still absolutely terrible, but you can win with terrible lineups as long as you win the lanes really hard. Marigolds once again taking so much damage. Takizawa's gonna try to go for the return kill, but Hyuga, it's dispelled. Is he gonna be? He has the grave! He has the grave! He's gonna win the fight! He gets a double kill! He's still gonna tick out. The damage over time though. Very nice kill there. And Navi has been loving this top lane. Bank already with the phase boots, enjoying his life. Gatsura just going for a quick Witchblade, already level 6, has an Arcane Rune as well. A matter of time before he goes for his first rotation. This Arcane Rune just to hit some creeps. Always nice. Level 7 as well. He knows that it doesn't make too much sense to really contest the Tinker right now. He's just gonna sit in lane, spam March, and then go back. So you might as well just wait a little bit, farm jungle, and then go to the lane. Makes a lot more sense. Big fight in the bottom lane. Navi, Hyuga tries to go for a play here. He's gonna fall, but the Razor is stealing a lot of damage here, and Rare Gods is definitely gonna go down as well. 2 for 1 in favor of Navi, but Puck has arrived, gets the coil. Both the Bounty and the Razor. Razor is still quite tanky though. Might just survive just by running away. Katsura's rotation doesn't pay off there as Navi Jr. gets another win here. Looking pretty good for them at the start of this game. We haven't even spoken about the Tinker, who's just farming. Farming super well. TA is doing okay-ish, but it's really nothing compared to of course on Navi, and we do want TA to take off at some point. He's also quite a momentum-based hero. Yeah, really good start for Navi. Surprisingly so. Zawa, this is not your base, sir. He goes down. No track kills yet, though. Although somehow Gothic is now level 5. By being like level 1 at 4 minutes. Good on him. We have a level 4 Tiny taking stacks. This is certainly a strange game. But it's a 3k gold lead for Navi at 9 minutes, which is super significant. How does VP Prodigy come back into this game? That's the question on all our minds right now. What do they even do?
A prize.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gold's is taking over the top lane. Get that solo XP. Oop. I try to run down their gods here. Still no track, but still another nice kill in favor of Navi. They have so much momentum right now. Ooh. Oh no, Takizawa. Read is bad, sir. There's 13 one charges, should be fine. It's gonna lose the creeps. Gothic is gonna pay for this though. Dust coming out. Takizawa loses the creeps, gets the bounty under kill at least.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant
Razor is
structures
gonna
are
go
fortified.
first item Guardian Graves. Very nice to get rid of all of the annoying spells on VP Prodigy, like the melt, minus armor, TA ulti slow,
Radiant's
all of
top
Bat
tower
Rider's
has
sticky
fallen.
stuff. Fuck silence and Witchblade debuff. It's a very nice item in this game. Of course, it provides even more early strength and exactly what's needed. They do find Bounty Hunter once again. Who seems hellbent on trying to make sure that VP Prodigy has a chance in this game. Stonebank. Oh, almost has a Sacred Relic. That's a big one. Then you can actually do something against the TA and start asserting your presence on the map.
Is under attack.
Zawa. Strums. Level 9. Can pick up a lasso now if he wants
Dire's
to.
middle tower is under
Same time. It's a bit of an overcommitment in the mid lane as both Katsura and Rare Gods go down, and then even Janter. Must have been at least one track kill there. Ooh. What were they doing next to the tier 2? That is painful.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tinker is incredibly farmed. Kaya and Sanj and Blink Dagger at 12
Radiant
minutes
structures
40.
are fortified.
That is
Radiant's
ridiculous.
middle tower is under attack.
5k gold lead for Navi.
Radiant's middle tower
Starting
has
to
fallen.
sweat a little bit for the VP fanboys. Ooh, Takizawa, run. Boots a bearing on cooldown. I don't think he's making it out of this one. Did Stonebank get the hit? We couldn't. That was very close.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mech is up. This Razor is ready to fight.
Dire are scanning.
Still, the question is this Tinker plus Abaddon gonna do enough to deal with the TA threat? Currently, I think I'm leaning towards yes, because they have so much map control. Was worried about them being able to pressure TA. you have a lead like this, you can use so much of the map. I think they can do just that. Still, EP Prodigy is going to be able to find kills even without a gold lead. They have like lasso and coil into Mortimer's kisses. Is a tried and tested combo.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
HYDRA has the Witchblade, doesn't have the blink just yet. Now hard to get on top of the Tinker. And even if you do, guess that KNS and the shields is very difficult target to take down. Especially without having a blink on EA, Bat and Tiny.
Dire are scanning.
Nice quick kill onto Hyuga at least. Not really the target they were hoping to get though.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Reeves up on Razor. Navi is so strong right now. Slowly but surely, TA is creeping up in the net worth. Won't be long until he overtakes Tinker, I think. And Pucky isn't doing too poorly either, nor is the Bat Rider. Honestly, BP Prodigy is doing a good job keeping up. A small pause as Razor is unfortunately gone. I hope it's just a small hiccup. Haven't really seen a reason. Could be mistaken. No, I don't think a reason was given just yet. Looks like a pretty good spot for Navi. Definitely better than last game, but they're not in the clear just yet. The things I said earlier about their lineup is still true. They still don't have a lot of stuns. They may still struggle with pressuring the TA. If this goes later, I'm very worried about them as well. Dazzle skill's okay, but Bounty can be kind of useless if he doesn't have a lot of farm. Razor doesn't scale particularly well. But we'll see. Tinker, of course, does scale really well and definitely skills better than TA. Luckily, Razor is back. And ready comes out from BP Prodigy. Now Navi is ready as well. Getting a little bit tilted by the Gothic's career has been killed notification on the right of the screen. Can't have your caster getting tilted. That's not great. Dagon now comes out from Tinker. Get that damage. Finally, we have a blink on Tiny as well. VP Prodigy is clawing their way back into this game. Being 5k behind. Keep finding kills and now they're just 1k behind. Suddenly it doesn't seem that bad anymore. Razor needs to be careful here. Going balls to the wall, but might not have been the right approach. And now even Gothic gonna fall as well. Navi give up 3 kills and now a Roshan to boot. Ooh. It was looking so damn good. Now I'm not so sure anymore. Lucky Roche for Cutie. Now the 5k lead that looked so prominent 5 minutes ago has all but disappeared. One just has to question this bounty hunter pick. What has it done for Navi? You don't even have the same cheese anymore with track and heat-seeking missiles. Beauty going first, item MKB. Doesn't want to have to deal with the laser. He got down a ward, so they know that Cutie is close. Could be a good place to fight for Navi, despite VP Prodigy having the Aegis. Have really good vision. HYDRA still bottom, doesn't have a TP, can still use the twin gates. But it ain't easy. VP in 15, but VP Prodigy has already given up on their tier 1 top plans. Still, Tinker leading the net worth charts. Outfarming a TA. And Tinker players are so scary. When you think about tinkering or a tinker in theory, you're like, can't be that bad, and then just keeps getting fatter and all the tools you expect to work just don't. Crazy hero.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
First Tormentor is gonna go the way of Navi. So Gothic picks that up for himself, and it's gonna give him the friendly Shadow shard, where you can give a Shadow Walk to your allies. It'd be nice, I guess, for I don't know, Razor or Dazzle. Not the biggest one, I think. Still always nice to have.
Dire are scanning.
VP Prodigy hasn't been too excited to try and force things with this Aegis, which has been a trend today. Invisible Razor gets scouted out. Maybe Bounty Hunter who gets taken down first with Tiny just TPing out like we discussed a plethora of times before. What are you gonna do? Caesar has a pipe now as well. Certainly very nice to have. AC is gonna be next on the menu, mostly to deal with the TA. He's still very low on HP. It's a bit misleading because he does have degrees.
I saw that ending from miles away.
Looks like it's just a farming Aegis. Old graph is pretty much completely even at this point. Credit to VP Prodigy for farming their way back into this game. Could be a nice kill though for Navi. Rare gods, usually it wouldn't be that consequential, but it's a track kill. Love to see it. And the Razor, and he is very tanky. It's gonna fall slowly but surely. Hyuga gets very low. It's in fact Batrider who gets blown up, and then the TA as well. You don't want to fight in the March of the Machines. Yes, they managed to take down the Razor, but it cost them so much with the Dazzle as well, healing him up. Navi Jr. capitalized, and VP Prodigy has to be so careful. Getting out farmed is one thing, but giving up track kills, that's how you lose.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Maelstrom now on puck. Yeah, they just need more damage, and Batrider really isn't paying off in this game. So much of his damage is like slow ramping damage. Just doesn't work against this Navi lineup with all of the sustain and spell. Navi again in a really dominant spot. It's only gonna get worse once Tinker gets like, I don't know, a Hex and a BKB. It's gonna be unbeatable.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Small smoke coming out from Navi.
A prize.
Not sure who they're looking for. Ura going for an Aghanims? No. Who wants that Dream Coil attack? You managed to find a TA. Ooh, that is big. I believe it was another track kill as well. So just that single kill is like a 1400 gold swing. Not even counting the fact that now TA cannot farm for over a minute. So more like a 2000 gold swing.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Looking good for Navi Jr., honestly. Despite me absolutely shitting on that draft. Working super well. It was a first pick Tinker as well. Madness. One for one. Katsura is not out of dodge just yet either. But of course he can just TP, because there's barely any stuns. Classic. 19k net worth Tinker. This is the most farmed Tinker I've seen in a while. Already at almost 750 GPM at 26 minutes. Ridiculous. He's going for a Hex next. At that stage he can just solo kill Puck, no problem. They keep the Tinker train rolling. We haven't even spoken about Stonebank. Just hitting creeps with his freaking Radiance. Now there is a Stonebank Gothic gang squad heading towards Takizawa. Yeah, goodbye. Oh, Can they get the
Radiant
first
are
hit?
scanning.
Can they get the first hit? Certainly. Down he goes. Not a track kill.
Stay near.
Just a simple kill. A simple Batrider. Racer is in a little bit of trouble. He's so tanky. VP Prodigy just cannot find the kills. And every time Navi gets a kill, it's 1500 gold because of the freaking track. How does VPP get back into this game?
Double damage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Roche could spawn in 20. This stage, TA is just quite far behind. It's not really a position you want to find yourself in as a TA. Does have that MKB, but she doesn't have the BKB. She doesn't have the Daedalus. Like, how is she ever gonna kill a Tinker running around with the Shivas? Well, maybe she doesn't have to, because finally VP Prodigy manages to find GBC. With the combo I spoke about earlier, Dream Coil into the Mortimer's Kisses. Plenty of damage. That buys a lot of space, 90 seconds no Tinker. Because he's already level freaking 23 at 29 minutes. Ridiculous. Yeah, if Ice Frog slipped and accidentally deleted Tinker, I wouldn't mind. Appreciation onto Rare Gods as a self-heals. Luki as well. Stonebank blinks in. That's very ballsy. BKB popped by Razor. Cutie tries to go for a TP out. Is he gonna be able to? No. Get the stun. They don't need the Tinker to win fights. VP Prodigy lose their TA. This is gonna have to be the Katsura show. This TA really isn't having a great time here.
Now my enemies pay.
Or maybe a Janter can make some magic happen. Snap fire. Puck needs that 25, where Dream Coil pierces debuff immunity. And they can...
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Dire. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Bottom tower has fallen.
Back. We didn't miss too much as Navi Jr. managed to snag a Roshan, and there is a huge fight happening. We managed to get the cancel on Takizawa's TP. There isn't a lot of damage coming out from these three Navi heroes, but eventually it is going to be enough. VP Prodigy is tucking their tail and running, but Katsura isn't going to be able to. Tries his best, but ultimately cannot make it work. It looks like Navi Jr. is inching closer and closer towards a victory. It's game number 2 with this super unconventional draft.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Roshan's banner is down as well.
Radiant structures are fortified.
No buyback on the
Radiant's
puck.
bottom tower is under attack.
He doesn't have buyback either, and he's just chilling in the top lane. I don't want to deal with this shit.
Middle tower is under attack.
It's like he can really do much there anyway.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Gonna be me, Rax.
Has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Tier 2 still standing, but they have Aegis. They have all the time in the world. They're not feeling the pressure at all.
Is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Navi Jr. now just chilling in the triangle. Gonna want to take that tier 2 as well. AC on Razor. Man is so tanky, despite running around with only like 2k HP. BKB, Graves, Pipe, AC. Pretty insane amount of effective HP.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Stonebank has just been fully ignored this game. Now he's at the point where you can't really ignore him anymore.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
He just deals too much damage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's just an LK gold lead, but it feels so much more oppressive than that.
Dire's bottom tower.
The only difference is like the 5k between the TA and the Abaddon and the 6k between the Tinker and the Puck.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Baltic is just running around, providing his entire team with invisibility. It's just so difficult to engage into this lineup. There's a Daedalus on the TA now, so deals okay damage, but she's still very vulnerable. Big smoke coming out from VP Prodigy, but Navi is also smoked. The initiation could be huge as they find a 3-man stun, 3-man coil. Could this be enough for VP Prodigy to finally take a fight? Razor going ham in the backline. Tinker trying to TP out. He's gonna be successful in that. Two heroes have fallen for Na'Vi so far. VP Prodigy aren't done just yet. Stonebank has to finally pop his ulti. As at the same time, Chanter falls. Stonebank going ham onto this TA. He's gonna win the man fight. Just 2v1s. The TA and the Tiny, and he isn't done yet. Gets another one. Double kill for Stonebank. VP Prodigy overstayed their welcome. Both the Tinker and the Abaddon just untouchable in these fights. And that was as good as an initiation as it's gonna get for VP Prodigy. I guess the one thing they can hope for is that Tinker's BKB is eventually gonna get shorter.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Top tower.
Dura, at least he didn't lose his Sacred Relic, just loses his Courier.
Radiant's top barracks
Can just
has
run to
fallen.
the enemy secret shop, try to get it
Radiant's
there.
top barracks are under attack.
Na'Vi just unrelenting in their aggression, and they're not stopping now either as they find Takizawa again.
Radiant's
Batrider has been so useless. Instead of Rex down, and they're not stopping now. You smell blood in the water. Batrider, no buyback. TA, no buyback. Mega Creep secured. Na'Vi Jr. going to a game number 3. Unless VP Prodigy can make miracles happen. 20k gold behind. They don't skill better. They haven't taken a single tier 2. They're against Mega Creeps. What do you even do? Na'Vi, they're not even going back now. They've secured Mega Creeps, but they're like, yeah, why would we go back? What is the point? Toss back onto Stonebank. Maybe they can force his ulti. Would be nice, but Tiny is already dead. With a side casualty, buyback. Mid the Dream Coil onto the Tinker. They deal solid damage, but they don't have enough to really finish him off. Through his BKB. Just TP's out. There's no ulti onto the Abaddon though. This could be big. He gets absolutely wrecked by the Tinker. Has to fall back, and just no one on Na'Vi is dying. They're too tanky. Yeah, nothing lost. Nothing lost at all. Katsura needs more. Just a nullifier isn't enough. You need a rapier as well or something. Minutes, so we're gonna get the tier 5 neutrals. Na'Vi already smoked. We find Tiny, that's a dieback. They spotted him. Now they do, for sure. Goodbye. Minutes, no Tiny. Tura, just to blink out. It's well. Ooh, GBC gets the hex. Down goes Puck. No buyback. 600 gold. That may just be it. And GG is called. It's over. We are gonna go to a game number 3 between these two young lineups. VP Prodigy were the clear favorites, but Na'Vi show through unconventional drafting and creative strategies that they can take VP Prodigy to the edge. Eventually even place themselves in the winner's match. We're gonna go into a small break. Stay tuned. We will be back for game number 3 between VP Prodigy and Na'Vi Jr. be one of those heroes. We will see. Maybe take out, I don't know, the Beastmaster. What don't you want to deal with together with the Shadow Fiend? I would be a bit afraid of the Shadow Shaman. We'll see what Navi wants to go for here. Thinking there's sweet time on this 5th ban for sure. Over 30 seconds of reserve time now. I just want to make sure that it's the perfect hero. And the perfect hero apparently is Tusk. So what do they have in mind for their second pick then? If Tusk is such a big problem, it merits a ban here. Not every single team is playing a lot of Tusk. It's quite situational. They pick up a Hoodwink. That's their support duo set. And VP Prodigy pick up Marcy, immediately followed up by the Shadow Shaman I mentioned earlier. So that is probably their support duo set in stone as well. Marcy, Shadow Shaman. They've done it before and they will do it again. No one stops them. So Navi Jr., you know the lanes. You know that it's going to be Shadow Fiend, Shadow Shaman. You want to pick up an offlaner that matches well against that, or maybe a safe laner that does well against Marcy together with your Treant/Hoodwink. Navi Jr. hasn't picked their DK at all in the previous series, even though it's one of their favorites. But they go for a Gyrocopter. Another hero they've played quite a bit. But just like every other hero, it hasn't been too successful. But yeah, that makes sense because they only have a 22% win rate in the past 5 months. Maybe the stats are just a little bit deceiving. What else do you want against this? I think it would be nice to have some defensive potential as well. Some kind of save or safeguard at least. No, it's gonna be full offense from Navi Jr. Pick up 2 pretty aggressive supports, an aggressive carry, an aggressive offlane. They're just gonna play Divide Dota. Hopefully. Because honestly, today we've had some pretty quiet games. Let's see, what is the final, or well, the 4th pick for VP Prodigy gonna be in response to this combination of heroes? Built-in break could be nice, but there's not that much left. They already have their supports, and said it's gonna be a Timbersaw. Very good against Bristleback. Not super great against Gyro. Not terrible either, truth be told. Of course, Gyro is quite slow, so it's easy to get the Chakrams on him. We have an Ember ban and a Sand King ban. So both teams most likely still lacking a mid hero. What else is there still in the pool? Navi Jr. What do they like? Sardar is still up there. Buck also an option. Tinker has already been taken out, of course. Void Spirit, perhaps? For VP Prodigy, they really like their Ember, but that's gone now. Decent Beastmaster as well. They ban out a Quap. It means that they want to go for a weaker lane hero that could get punished by Navi. VP Prodigy does play a little bit of Huskar as well. Then you probably wouldn't ban Ember and Queen of Pain. Honestly, there is no hero that really jumps out for me right now. I think Storm could be nice for VP Prodigy. This Navi doesn't really have that much in terms of disables, especially now that Puck is also gone. That would be something I would consider. Then do you leave yourself open to something in particular? No, I think it just worked really well. Storm or maybe Lesh. Looks good to me. They have another 120 of reserve time. They have some time to consider their options. If it's not Storm, then what is it? Void Spirit. He picked Pango. Been a while since we saw Pango. He's been such a mid lane staple for so long. And then he finally fell out of favor. Finally all of the nerfs got to him. Cool. That's gonna be the final draft of the best of 3 between Navi Jr. and VP Prodigy. It's enough for Navi Jr. to upset VP Prodigy, take their place in the first winners match. Would mean that they would be just one best of 3 away from playoffs. Navi Jr. Yet they do have the Treant Protector. They have 3 really strong cores, but VP Prodigy, they have a lot of comfort heroes. They have their Shadow Shaman, they have their Shadow Fiend, they have their Marcy. Just have some questions about, I guess, the Void Spirit. But, you know, it's against Pangolier, which I think is a pretty decent matchup. What can you do? Yeah, if I had to predict, I would give it to VP Prodigy. I think they're overall slightly stronger, and this time Navi doesn't have some kind of weird lineup that they're not gonna know how to respond to. Looks like more basic Dota. You have your Gyro, your Pango. I think it's VP Prodigy all the way. But we are into the game. There is just one way to find out who's going to be able to take this game to their place in the winner's match. Of course, this is not the final bit of Dota we get today. We have 2 more amazing best of 3s coming up right after this, tested by the lovely Tultress. So do not despair. I know some of you at home were despairing. Don't do that. No reason at all.
30 seconds to battle.
Just stay tuned. Enjoy the Dota. So VP is posturing aggressively in Navi's jungle here. We have a really strong level 1 lineup, but so does Navi. Bristle, Gyro, Treant.
The battle begins.
Yeah, Navi doesn't really want to contest that because her Bristle and Hoodwink are bottom. It's just going to be a classic 2-for-2 bounty exchange. Pretty much what has been happening since bounties were a thing. You know, last game, Navi got 4 and they won the game. I don't think it's a coincidence, honestly. The big deal at the start of the game. All of your heroes get 160 gold and the enemy doesn't get gold. You start the game with almost a 1000 gold lead. Rargot's getting punched by Hyuga, who has a freaking 90 base damage. And both of them have boots. Rargots doesn't want this to devolve into a standard laning stage situation, so he's just pulling some shenanigans. Love myself some shenanigans. Shenanigans are the best. See if Pango is still gonna do Pango things. I would be surprised if Pango wasn't doing Pango things. Izawa manages to get first blood in the top lane. Nice pullback onto the Treant. Yes, he deals a lot of damage, but at the same time, still a strength hero playing against the Timbersaw. That's all that needs to be said. Rargots, is he gonna get punched? Yes, he is. Nice toss back into the creeps. The swaggy play. At the same time, Stonebank is just demolishing the rest of the game. 13 and 5 against the 4 and 0 Timbersaw. And Gyrocopter isn't really known for his CSing. His attack animation is a little bit awkward and his base damage is quite low. He's doing a banging job.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Doing Rargots. Ooh, taking a lot of damage there from Stonebank. I don't think he's making it out of this one. Level 1. I'll do anything. Stonebank picks that up. Damage onto BBC. Chanter takes down Gothic in the bottom lane. Somehow, some way, Bristleback has more CS than Shadow Fiend. Don't know what happened there, but now at least they have a kill in that lane. Bristleback is another one of these heroes who isn't really that great at CSing early. Especially against the Shadow Fiend plus Shadow Shaman combo. It's a hellish lane. The mid lane, it's completely even. No surprises there. These heroes do very similar things in most stages of the game.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh, so much damage coming out onto Rargots and Stonebank. He has another one ready. Just out of range. Doesn't have a missile. Ends up wasting quite a bit of time there. Bit of action in the mid lane with both supports rotating in. Zawa did get some space there with Stonebank chasing Rare Gods. I think it's quite a different story from level 6 onwards. Maybe a lot more fun for the Timber to play that lane.
Dire's courier has been killed.
UBC rushing Diffusal, as expected, of course.
Radiant
Really
are
good
scanning.
Diffusal game as well. A lot of really mana-reliant heroes with low mana pools. Heroes like Timber and Void Spirit are especially vulnerable to it. Especially now that Timbers no longer buy Arcane Boots, they buy Treads. JBC getting some pressure here. Isn't gonna be able to get off his ulti, so he goes down, and now they're gonna keep chasing onto the Treant, but Treant turns around, whacks Rare Gods, goes down. Nice bushwhack there by the Hoodwink. Itsura extremely low as well.
Radiant are scanning.
Can he make it out?
Radiant's middle
I am
tower
not
is
sure.
under attack.
I am very much not sure. Does Astral Step.
Shadow
Danter isn't so lucky though, as Gothic picks up a well-deserved double kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Stonebank leading the net worth charts right now.
Dire are
Really
scanning.
good start for him on this gyro. Of course, we would expect the Shadow Fiend to start outpacing him a little bit in the mid game. At the start, raises are just a bit better for farming than flak cannon shots. Just the way the cookie crumbles. Maybe Manta first for SF. Quite unsurprising considering that he's against the Treant. They get the Hex. Big ulti gonna come out. Enough mana for a triple raise as well.
Radiant's top tower
Not
is
even
under
necessary. Just the power of Shadow Shaman, Shadow Fiend. You have so much time to set up the point blank Requiem. Yura gets a nice regen.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
See two VPP players rotating to the bottom lane. They would have enough damage even without Requiem. They get the catch.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Jump in onto the gyro. You have enough damage. This time Stonebank goes down with the chakram. Like I mentioned, once the Timber hits level 6, suddenly it's not as much fun anymore for the gyro. Big kill there.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Find another kill onto the Bristle.
Has been killed.
They have to use a Requiem.
Radiant's middle tower is
Yes.
under
Oh
attack.
no. No, they did not. Bristleback not really enjoying his life right now. Not yet. Or maybe he's a masochist. Maybe he's having a great time. Stonebank. At least gets the kill onto Rare Gods, but Takizawa is gonna escape. It is a 1-for-1 in the top lane. Overall, small lead for VP Prodigy. Nothing super significant or decisive though.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
BBC almost has his defusal. He's not the richest Bango we've ever seen, but Bangos don't need to be rich to be impactful. It's a Blade Mail first on Takizawa. I do like that. We're playing against a Bristle and a Gyro, both of which have a lot of uncontrollable damage going everywhere. But just walking in the middle and popping your Blade Mail is going to be a lot of damage. And Bristle's gonna buy a first item Lotus Orb. Doesn't want to deal with any more of Shadow Shaman shit. Like, nah, bro, miss me with that. Raragots takes down Hyuga.
Is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
ABC as well. Doesn't have his ulti to play himself out of that, or well, does have his ulti, but couldn't pop it in time.
Dire's bottom tower
Now
is
VP
under
Prodigy
attack.
is in the top lane as well. Have a catapult. Be able to take this tier 1 here, no problem whatsoever.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No CS though. Goldfleet goes down. Turn kill is gonna be there. A lot of damage coming out onto Stonebank as well. The Void Spirit just gets out. No problem. Crystallis, Falcon's Blade on the Gyro. Already deals a lot of damage with right clicks. Probably wants an Aghanims now ASAP.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Duty working towards his Manta, as discussed earlier. Gonna get it in the next 2 minutes or so. And Treant is no longer a concern of his. Nice little flower to nibble on as
Dire's
well.
bottom tower is
Nom,
under
nom, nom.
attack.
Treant doing his best D-push with living armor, but it ain't what it used to be.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Remember when you had these Treants just maxing living armor, level 7, putting it on towers and fighting to keep those tier 1s alive. Good days. Or dark days, depending on who you ask.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Aghanims is indeed next on the menu for Stonebank. Gonna do some nice flak cannon farming, where you drag one camp to another camp, so you can hit them with your flak cannon. Lots of heroes can farm like this, because they have AoE spells in some form. Just drag the one creeps to the other ones, and then you hit them both with your spell, which basically means that you double the damage of a spell. A lot of people would not take the effort, but imagine if your spells dealt double damage to creeps for farming. That would be insane. That is essentially what you're doing. So put in that effort, son.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Manta now up. Spike is next. And you want to get a quick silver edge, of course,
Has fallen.
against the Bristle. Also, both the Shadow Shaman and the Void Spirit tried to CS the tower there, and both failed. Even though there were Serpent wards up. Creeps are strong, you know? Gotta respect them. 15-minute mark. Shards are available for purchase. I don't think there any hero in this game who wants to rush a shard. I don't think so. Nah. Ooh. They find the gyro next to the tower. Do they have enough damage before Navi reinforcements show up? Oh, it's very close. They do have the damage. At the same time, Rare is already taken down as well, and the Chanter is gonna fall too. So it's the two supports dying for the gyro. Honestly, fully worth it. DP doing a slightly better job right now at farming the map. 6k gold lead. This Shadow Fiend is really taking off. Gyro still needs like a few items to actually become strong. Well, I think Shadow Fiend is already really strong. Just comparing the damage, Gyro runs around with 140. Oh, and he's gonna go down again. No, Stonebang! Oh, that is disastrous. But yeah, Gyrocopter is running around with 150 damage. Shadow Fiend has 250 and better attack speed as well. And better attack range. Oh god, that was really bad news for Navi Jr. Now Gyro is 3,000 gold behind the Shadow Fiend. That's a pretty big margin at this stage of the game. Almost 30%. They're still hanging around this top lane. They're like, come on, Gyro, TP bottom. There's creeps. They're free. They're just free to take. It's gold. You want free gold? No one is gonna be fooled twice by that. Ooh, blink on Shadow Shaman now as well. Gonna make Navi's life even harder. There is a blink on Pango as well, so if he gets off the ulti, might not be as much of a problem as we feared. Speaking of problems though, a Crimson Guard on Timber is huge. Gyro is gonna deal like no damage whatsoever. Haste popped by the Void Spirit, trying to go onto the Hoodwink. Does he have enough damage? Looks like the answer is no. Gothic is gonna survive. Lotus Orb and the Living Armor, but looks like Shadow Shaman might not be as lucky. But Stonebank now in the middle of nowhere gets taken down. And so is Yuga, and oh, the Bristleback, who's supposed to be a tanky hero, taking a lot of damage as well. He is indeed quite tanky. If he gets his back turned the right way and isn't broken, he is still forced to be reckoned with in these fights. Still, VP Prodigy, they kill Gyro again. Stonebank was doing such a good job with his farm earlier in the game, but now he's falling further and further behind. Gonna be a Roshan as well in favor of VP Prodigy and Cutie. Just like in game 1. Just so dangerous on this Shadow Fiend. He understands the limits of this hero. Where do I stand? When do I go in? When do I pop ulti? Everything about this hero is slow. Except for his killing speed. Dawa picks up a nice freebie onto Yuga. He had such a tough early game, but now Even he is 2,000 gold ahead of the gyro.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
20 minutes, Tormentor time. Jenter and Rare Gods need to be a little bit careful though. They are quite low. Should be fine. QD deals enough damage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Free shard for Shadow Shaman. No complaints there. On the menu for Bristle is Blade Mail as well. BP Prodigy also has a lot of uncontrollable damage.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Meganims is finally up on Stone Bank though. Can help a lot with both his farming and his fighting. Meganims is one of those items where it feels kind of bad to build because it doesn't really improve your farming speed by that much while you're building it. Then once you have it completed, it's a big spike. VP Prodigy. Wanna take this tier 2 top.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Are gonna commit snakes as well. So that should secure it. A DC, unfortunately. Domag is gone. Hopefully everything is okay. Always feels bad to have a DC like this. Really takes the tempo out of the game, somewhat. I have not seen a reason yet. But you know, sometimes your PC just crashes or you lose internet for a few minutes. That's just life with technology. I built a new PC like half a year ago, and still sometimes it crashes, you know? Even the newest technology is not 100% reliable. So, I hope everything is okay, but if the pass takes a lot longer, we may go into a small break. We'll just give it like another half a minute to see if he suddenly shows up again. They might just reappear as fast as they disappeared. Never know. But it doesn't look like it's the case for now. So we are going to go into a small break where the moment he reconnects, we will be back. But just stay patient. We're going to go into a break screen. So we will be right.
Дайте поиграть в доту.
Oh, shit. He's back. And we are back as well. VP Prodigy, they are going to be able to take this tower. No problem. Luckily, Stonebank is fine. No structural problems. No broken PCs. No rodents chewing through power cords or something. Just a small DC. The Overwatch is almost up on the Shadow Fiend, and then that's gonna amplify my worry about Navi's state of affairs a little bit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Game is not over. Gyro only just got his Aghanim's. And Argot's is being smacked in the face by Kroll.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No escape for him. Marcy could have popped the ulti. Timbersaw getting very low. This is a 1v4 situation, sir. Kizawa, you are tanky, but not quite that tanky. So, just as I say it, Navi, they get 2 nice pickoffs. The juicy 3k in comeback gold.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Duty. Blank. Almost has his BKB. That's going to be a big deal for him. Because right now he's still super vulnerable. 2.5k is nothing. You don't have magic immunity.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
QD just hits a few times and that's what happens. Bristle doesn't really have great strength gain. A lot of his tankiness comes from his passive, so without it, he really isn't that tanky. Like, he has 2.8 strength gain. That's like the same as a Void Spirit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Except for freebie as well. JBC goes down. And so does Gothic. VP Prodigy is taking back some ground in this game.
That's for me.
Gods now has a BKB as well, so he can actually dish out some punishment as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not super tanky, so he can still be
Dire's
blown
middle
up, but
tower has fallen.
if he can get on top of his support, he's just gonna take him out of the equation.
Radiant are scanning.
Navi Jr. only a single tier 2 left. You can imagine next Aegis being a big point of contention. You don't want to give a Shadow Fiend another Aegis. You already don't have that many buffers left. Gothic is gonna get solo killed by Katsura. Katsura needs to be a little bit careful though. He's just gonna fall. Overcommitted pretty hard there. Yes, you get the support kill, but at what cost? Your team was so far away. Tier 2 is gonna get taken down now.
Dire's bottom
I don't think
tower
wards
is
will
under
be
attack.
even needed. They're gonna put them though. Probably a bit of a waste.
Dire's
It
bottom
just
tower
speeds up the
has
kill by
fallen.
like 3 seconds. BKB is up for the Bristle. Be very nice. All of the BKBs on Navi are gonna be really nice. Only GBC doesn't really need one. He already has shards.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
VP Prodigy still hanging around this bottom lane. Wanna find something, if possible. To find a bristle. Like, BKB doesn't really matter if you don't get the puppet. Nice pick off there by VP Prodigy, and they're not done yet. They're gonna find the gyro as well. Who presses his BKB? Is it gonna be enough? No! Rare Gods gets the final hit. Oh no, it's a disaster for Navi. And they don't have buybacks either. This could just be Rax. Straight up. Let's keep in mind, Shadow Fiend deals so much damage. Of course, he doesn't have the talent anymore where works on buildings. My god. Still just hitting for 400 damage. Disaster for Navi. May not even stop there. It's another 25 seconds before Gyro is back. And even if he's back, what's he gonna do? He's 6k behind the Shadow Fiend. Ward spot now as well, and it's just gonna be 2 sets of racks. Fortification is popped, and I guess there is no Roshan's banner, but it should at least be the tier 3 falling. It is. Oh no. Navi is in a sticky pickle. At least it's not the second melee racks as well. Fortification definitely saved them there somewhat. How are they gonna be able to contest Roche when they're 18k behind? Gonna try to go for a smoke right now. If they can find Timber or Shadow Fiend, that would be huge.
Dire are scanning.
Find a scan as well. They know someone was there. Find Takizawa, probably the worst target. Roll is popped, but can't find anything, and they're gonna have to go back. Kitsura jumps in. Does a ton of damage there, sets up for his team, but now he's quite deep himself. He's gonna be able to get out. He used everything he has, but there is no detection. Kitsura survives. And Cutie gets a double, and they're not done yet. Stonebank goes down as well. Troll, can you escape from this one? You're so tanky. This is gonna be enough. Looks like he is gonna be able to get away, but 3 lives were lost for Navi. And that could mean the middle racks falls now as well. And then VP can just double back and go to Roche. No Serpent Wards yet, but I don't think they're necessary. Mid racks falls. Heading towards the... No, they're not heading towards the top lane. They're just chilling. They know that all they need right now is to take Roche. Then they can take the final set of racks. Roche could spawn in 8 seconds from now, so the timing is fortuitous if they stick around for a few seconds longer. Now it spawns. If only they knew. If only they knew. Well, they know now. See Roche barreling down the mid lane. I don't think Navi wants to give this away for free. If you give this away, then there is no way you're gonna win a fight next to the base against an Aegis Shadow Fiend. It is now or never. Aghanims on Pango be damned. You need to go now. Find the Void Spirit. That could be a really nice start of the fight. They have the damage. Doesn't have a way to dispel this, so you get the kill. Are they gonna move into Roche now, though? Otherwise, it just prolongs the inevitable. I don't think they're gonna do it. Still gonna go to VP. Dala jumps in. Stonebank pops his BKB. He's gonna go ham. Timber is taking a lot of damage, surprisingly. Cutie going ham as well. Doesn't have a BKB, but he does have the damage. Stonebank goes down. Roll goes down, and it's a rampage for Cutie as VP Prodigy. They have what it takes. It's a double rampage. And they're gonna go to the winners matchup here in this second best of 3 of CCT Series 7.
Radiant victory.
They had some struggles in the second game as Navi Jr. brought out their cheese, but VP Prodigy are too damn strong, and this is why you ban Cutie Shadowfiend. You never want to deal with it again, that's for sure. Teams watching beware. 13-0 and 7, 800 GPM, most hero damage by far. He is a force to be reckoned with as VP Prodigy. They move on.
valuable addition for Inner Circle. Let's see how much Spirit Academy have leveled up, because when they started out, they struggled to beat any team out there, but now they're consistently taking the wins from big teams. So this is going to truly be the test now here at CCT, where the stakes are higher. Honestly, at the tier 2, tier 3 stage, CCT probably has the biggest prize pool of them all. So this is where you do bring your very best. Let's take a look at the draft overall, as Inner Circle ban out the Batrider as their very first pick. I mean, it's pretty much straightforward, right? You're playing against Rubicon, you ban the Batrider, or you lose the game. That's pretty much how it really goes. They ban out the Viper as well as the Ancient Apparition. This is, again, Spirit Academy love to play with that AA. You know, they pick up the Ancient Apparition, they pick up heroes like the Kunkka. They just constantly want to play with that Ice Blast. They use the Ice Blast as a pick-off tool in a kind of shotgun Ice Blast mode. Just use the Blink Dagger on the AA, use the Ice Blast, pop a hero out. That's their strategy. They do have some other tricks up their sleeve, though. You know, kind of how like OG brought in the Wind Ranger carry meta to the big stage. Rubicon knows how to play a very mean Wind Ranger. He knows how to play the heroes like the Razor. These carry heroes that often at times teams don't really like to go for. Rubicon is the one player that does like to go for them and knows how to make it work. So I'm going to be very interested to see if Rubicon is going to be bringing out an off-meta carry, or if against a bigger opponent, they're going to go back to the roots of the meta itself and pick up stable heroes. It's going to be the first pick for Inner Circle, so we'll have to see what they actually go for. Oh, they actually take the Razor away from Spirit Academy. This is actually very interesting. Wouldn't have imagined them to be doing that, but it does go to show that they are giving respect to the other side, right? It's the fact that you want to be wary of the kind of strengths in Team Spirit possess, as Spirit do pick up that Largo. Now, the Largo is in a very interesting position in the meta. A lot of teams are playing it in the offlane role. A lot of teams are playing it in the support role. Some pro players, some coaches, analysts out there are dead set on Largo being on the offlane as the meta Largo. I'm not so sure, honestly. Because the Largo offers that basic dispel, and honestly, the Largo's toolkit is really good for a support. Now, I get the idea behind the core Largo. You get to that Aghanim sector, you can strum 2 songs with your ultimate at the same time. It certainly provides you with a lot more value if you have that kind of farm. But what the Largo doesn't provide you is that initiation capacity. Right, the Largo is not a Blink Dagger builder. Largo doesn't go in with an AoE stun. Sure, he has that Frog Stomp, but it's mini stuns, right? It's not a sure shot lockdown that you can go in, chain lock this Razor, come in with some follow up. Someone else has to do that. So if Spirit Academy do go for an offlane Largo, they need someone either on their mid lane or on their safe lane to be able to go in and lock down that Razor, because you never want to give the Razor the space for that static link, the space for the Eye of the Storm to wreak havoc on your lineup. So what is going to be Spirit's insurance policy? That is probably the biggest thing they'll have to answer as far as the lineup go. And it does seem like they go for the Mars. Now, I will add, yesterday, or like a few days ago, I was costing Spirit Academy and they brought out the mid Mars. Now, I personally did not agree with that decision. They did end up losing the game, and I will add the caveat that even though they did lose, they played a phenomenal Mars. But just the kind of impact that a mid lane Mars brings in, there's no differentiating factor between the mid Mars and the offlane Mars, because the items are all going to be the same. I don't think it offers you the same kind of value. It doesn't pack the same kind of punch that you need. So for Spirit, if this is an offlane Largo and a mid Mars, I would start to worry, particularly because Inner Circle do bring out that Tusk. So they have that snowball save. And now they also have that Dazzle, so they can use the Shallow Grave inside of the arena. So I really do hope that Spirit Academy don't put this Mars as a central aspect of their entire lineup. Just send the Mars towards the offlane, play a support Largo. It's really okay because you still have that catchy lick, that dispel against that poison touch, that dispel, or rather, even that repositioning against the ice shards, you can essentially reposition out of the ice shards entirely if you use it on an ally. So it's actually a very good counter tool against the Tusk, if I think about it like that. And just pick up some more meta heroes, in my opinion. Can go for the Beastmaster as well. I recently did also see Spirit Academy go for that. But I think for Spirit Academy, playing with tempo is certainly the right approach here. Inner Circle quite clearly want to bring in the tempo. With the Tusk, Dazzle, Razor, you know that they want to play aggressive and that they're going to be doing just that early on. So Spirit Academy can't be caught trying to play the farming game against a lineup that is both, I would say, has more experience than them and will be coming in with a lot of aggression. Spirit pick up that Grimstroke as... I suppose it's a decent spell, especially with that Inkswell coming in for the Mars. You can pop the Inkswell, Mars can blink in, you have a follow-up stun, you can pop the Arena. There are quite a few ways you can make it work. Not to mention that catchy lick can be applied with the Grimstroke's ultimate, and that's essentially 2 dispels on the opponents. It's a fair bit of damage too, but there's not too much you can pair the Grimstroke's ultimate with here. I mean, they don't actually have any other single target ability if you think about it. Even the Jakiro that they now pick up has that dual breath. Sure, the liquid fire can be considered a single target ability, but or is a single target ability, but it doesn't give you any disable, it doesn't give you any stun, doesn't give you much of anything else. But at the same time, it is now going to be a Largo off lane, and it's going to be a Mars on that mid lane, right? This is something that I was afraid of, because you can see Inner Circle, they just pick up the Huskar. And for them, it's a question of how do you want to pummel this Mars down? Do you want to send the Huskar towards the mid lane, completely demolish that Mars, or you can even send that Razor down that mid lane and completely demolish that Mars? It's honestly, it doesn't put Spirit in a good spot. It kind of feels like they did box themselves into a corner. This 4th pick from Spirit could have been a carry, and at the very least, they could have still kept their options open. But by revealing the Jakiro and the Grimstroke, they've essentially called out their entire hero picks and just, announced it on loudspeaker for Inner Circle, who know exactly what Spirit want to do. It's just a matter of how Inner Circle will choose to approach this. And honestly, the way that they're approaching it is going to put Spirit on the back foot. It's quite clear what Inner Circle are trying to achieve with their draft. The Huskar, Razor, Tusk, Dazzle, I assume this lineup is going to be playing very quick, very aggressive from the end of the laning phase, maybe even earlier, if I'm being honest, because there's not too much that Spirit Academy come in with to actually push back at Inner Circle. I mean, how are you going to stop this Huskar or this Razor outside of the one silence that you possess? Very big question marks in my mind, if I'm being honest. Spirit Academy, the only thing remaining is what carry hero they're going to go for. And against the Razor, which still we don't know if Inner Circle will be playing that offlane Razor. We'll see it now because they do have a lot more options than Spirit does. Will they be going for a carry? Spirit's not sure, neither am I. You see the bans on Spirit's side. It's the Ursa, it's the Tidehunter. And it really just depends if Inner Circle want to infuse some late game insurance in their lineup. If in case this Huskar Razor pick does not work out. And it doesn't seem like it. It seems like they're confident with a mid-game lineup. It does seem like it's going to be a Razor as a carry and an Omni Knight on that off lane. And now that you do see the Omni Knight, probably you just want to pick up a ranged carry. It is going to be the Weaver. Is decent, I suppose. But it does depend on the Huskar's build-up. I mean, if this Huskar goes for that Aghanim Scepter and you have that Life Break Taunt, then Rubicon should go down here. Not to mention the Weaver, sure, you can mess around Inner Circle, but you can't afford to get caught. And how do you even go toe-to-toe, right? 423 on that Omni Knight with that Guardian Angel, as well as that Repel. You have that Razor with that Static Link. You have the Huskar, who you're definitely not going to fight against. And even if you attempt to go towards that Dazzle, he has that Shadow Grave. Dusk has that snowball as a save. So it seems like Inner Circle's lineup is not only built for aggression, it's also built for sustain, with both supports having some kind of a save, cores being heroes that you can't contest on a squishy hero like the Razor. It's a situation where Spirit are honestly going to have to play out of their minds, because I do very much think Inner Circle has that better draft. And for Spirit, essentially, I will still go back into saying, 86 has already picked up his Mars, so this is going to be a Mars on that mid lane. What is the Mars supposed to achieve here? He's going to go for the same items as he would have on the off lane. It's the Blink Dagger, it's the Eels, and I always come back to this question whenever I see the Mars mid. I know that in certain tier 1 tournaments, you've had this Mars on that mid lane from time to time, but there's a reason that teams no longer pick it up. There's a reason they experimented with that, and they decided to abandon that approach. It's because the Mars doesn't offer you anything different than he does if he were to be on the off lane. We're really going to have to see what Spirit have in store. I hope they haven't overcooked this, because I would have liked to see just a Largo support, a Mars on the off lane. I hate to harp on the same point. I really hope it doesn't deter them too much. Probably will still be able to get a bit of something happening around the map. We'll see if it's enough to actually push back at Inner Circle, a lineup that is going to be charging at them with full force, as right now they are huddled up together in that jungle. And probably will not venture down. I would assume that that's a place where they don't want to go into quite just yet. As I say that, they will add some extra protection with that Smoke of Deceit.
30 seconds to
Supreme will drop down an aggressive observer ward over on that Radiant high ground towards that tier 1 tower. But still, not too much action going to happen. I'm surprised that the Inner Circle aren't actually going for that action, considering they do have that Razor, they do have that Omni Knight, that Dazzle. I mean, they have honestly a much superior lineup in that in these early game skirmishes, all the way up until the mid game. But we'll see what kind of itemization, we'll see how much both of these teams are able to get done in the laning phase. And I do think it's going to be a battle of survival for Spirit Academy, because of the fact that their laning phase is going to be rough. Huskar versus any kind of a melee hero just outright wins the lane. 86 is going to have such a rough time. His only recourse in this mid lane is drop down that spears, perhaps push Supreme back, use a rebuke on Supreme, but he even has a dispel to instantly disable the slow against him. So it's still it does put the Mars in a rough spot. It's not impossible, especially if you do come in with some rotations. And towards this bot lane, Lice is currently alone because Fernandes And it appears I was mistaken. It's actually going to be Fernandes playing instead of Jing. I thought it would be Jing instead of Fernandes, but it's Fernandes instead of Jing. So I had that wrong. It is going to be the fan favorite of CCT, Fernandes. Flacco won't be here, but Fernandes has always been, it's always been a pleasure to see Fernandes play on the support role. He is obviously, again, similar to Spirit Academy's position 4, he is a playmaker too. Towards this top lane, it is going to be 423 on the Omni Knight carry, so they do go back around. They send their Razor towards that off lane against that Weaver, while they have the Omni Knight towards that top side. It achieves nearly the same thing, because this Omni Knight is probably just unkillable. Towards the mid lane, 86 is doing a phenomenal job at maintaining those last hits. We'll see if he can continue to do that as the levels do stack up, with the Burning Spears increasing in their, just damage. I think 86 should struggle, but for now, it is going to be Supreme who is the one just a bit low. There's always that question, is the Huskar low because this Mars is able to push back, or is the Huskar low because he wants to be low, right? Because most of his passives kick in when he does lose his HP. So I hope that 86 won't be lured into a false sense of security, and that he should be.
Oh boy.
You're wise.
probably okay. I mean, if you can, you don't have to get to that early Blink Dagger, because it's always going to be hard to get to that early Blink Dagger against, when you're playing this kind of a lane. So even if you fall back, even if you don't give up too many kills or don't lose your life too many times, get to that Blink Dagger by that maybe 12, 13, 14, even 15-minute mark, if I'm being very perfectly honest, against the Huskar, it's completely all right. It's what is the plays that you make after you get to that Blink Dagger that truly count. And you're going to have to accept that Inner Circle will have free reign before you get to that Blink Dagger, because one of the big pain points for Spirit Academy is the fact that they don't actually have a single point of initiation apart from their Mars. This is going to hurt them a lot more in that late game, but just in that early game as well, no one else can actually go in apart from the Mars. Perhaps in some way the Largo can initiate with that catchy lick. It has a decent cost range, but you'll have to close the gap in order to use that. But in the end, the burden of initiation will come down to 86, and he'll have to be getting that done with his Blink Dagger. Whenever it does come about, of course.
Wretched fools have no idea.
As HYDRA, not exactly a good game to pick up his Lion. It will be... It's an interesting lane, right? The Grimstroke plus the Largo. It's... Honestly, I'm not too sure of... Because the Largo uses a Frog Stomp. He has that catchy lick. It is a decent set of damage. You also have that Inkswell. But the problem with that Inkswell is that the Omni Knight has that Repel. And all you really have to do is, for 423, all he needs to do is just use that Repel. Even if he doesn't, right? We've just talked about a scenario where you are able to land that Inkswell on him. He still has a Dazzle supporting him. So there should not be a way where Spirit Academy build up any kind of tempo on that offlane unless Inner Circle bungle it. So where is the silver lining at apart from all this doom and gloom that seems to loom over Spirit Academy like a dark cloud? I think if Rubicon can pop off with that Weaver, I think if Mars gets to a decent Blink Dagger timing, I think if Largo, if Kai is able to get to that decent Scepter timing, then perhaps they can get it done. Because 86 is also playing with the Victory Feast facet, so the heals coming in are significant. HYDRA, though, he might just end up dropping, but the Poison Touch is not there. Seido will get that last proc in and will be able to draw First Blood. HYDRA goes down, and Inner Circle acquire that early game head start. It seems to be a bit of a rough affair for Kai too. I mean, you take a look at his last hits, he only has about 6. At the same time, the Razor only has about 6 too, so it is both offlaners not really having a good time in this early game. We're still very early in, so it's too preemptive to suggest anything. The Razor will most likely increase his farm. I expect the Largo to be able to increase his farm too, because he can also just farm up with his Frog Stomp. As you can see, 86, he will drag away the creep wave. He has no choice. Perhaps he's still afraid of Supreme and his impact with the Burning Spears. Again, 423. Supreme has quite the creep wave here. And much like the timing for that Blink Dagger is going to be crucial, I believe the timing for the armlet for Supreme is also going to be crucial. I think because you have to consider the fact that Inner Circle are playing against the clock. In some way, the Razor does scale to that late game, so they do have that insurance, but the Huskar does not. Not as well as even the Mars, who's probably going to have a, when you talk about that super late game, Refresher Hex, Spirit's lineup does scale, in my opinion, just a little bit better than Inner Circle. So Supreme will need to have that early armlet, need to make those early plays in order to keep the tempo going. Because once you lose the tempo, it's very difficult to build it back up in a game of Dota. Supreme is... I would consider this a pretty much a great spot for Spirit to actually be in. If 86 isn't going down, if 86 isn't getting pushed back out of, losing out experience on this mid lane, he's also gone for the bottle so that he has the sustain. So this is partly why he seems to have a lot more HP. But the biggest thing is the fact that he has 15 lost hits. Sure, Supreme has more, 22, and has more deny. Oh, well, 86 doesn't have any denies. Supreme has 7, but it's still okay. As long as you can stack up the experience, as long as you can get something out of this lane, I think Spirit Academy are not going to be in too bad of a spot, at least relative to Inner Circle. Objectively, I would still worry about Spirit's chances here, just based on the lineup. 11 wand charges, Supreme has around 1100 HP, will hit his life break, and it will be curious to see if he chooses to rotate. Kai is playing aggressive on that off lane, and you can choose to go towards that Largo. Decent enough to take down. The problem is the Burning Spears, they can't be dispelled. So the Catchy Lick won't actually take those Burning Spears away. Interestingly enough, when the Largo came out, I did not know that you can actually lick yourself. You can actually apply the Catchy Lick Dispel on yourself if you don't want to use it on an ally, if you need it for yourself. And so you can get that HP regeneration that the Largo has for yourself. This was something interesting I saw when I was playing against a Largo. Rubicon at the very top of the last hit chart, and certainly a very impressive player. When Spirit first started out, Rubicon had the best showing in the team, but as of late, the more I look at this player, the more impressed I truly am. Now, sure, he's playing a Weaver. It's easy to get the last hits in the lane. The Razor can't really do much. There's no way to stack up the static link against a hero like the Weaver, who runs away with max movement speed, but it's still pretty darn impressive. As laning phase not really going too bad for Spirit Academy, all things considered. Supreme is the one who is farming up the jungle, perhaps just to optimize his farming pattern. He's able to farm the lane creeps as well as the jungle here, so should have that early armlet. I believe by that 8 to 9 minute mark he'll have it, but towards that top lane, it does seem like a skirmish is brewing. HYDRA will go down. Kai is also going to be in big trouble. It's an arena though coming up by 86. They'll actually counter initiate because they want to protect their Shrine of Wisdom at all costs. Fernandes will fall. They will get punished for it ever so slightly. So it is going to be a support for support. But at the end of the day, Spirit hold on to their Shrine of Wisdom, as the Wisdoms will be traded. Lice will grab it up towards that bot lane. And it does seem like both offlaners go for the Shrine of Wisdom. So ironically, one of the supports from both teams will struggle for experience here. Fernandes is level 3. Meanwhile, HYDRA and Kaiferd on Spirit Academy are both level 4. So it does seem like Spirit supports are doing a bit better than Inner Circle supports are. But just by a small margin. I mean, Fernandes will hit his level 4 soon. He's actually been given the lane to hit his level 4. And as long as Inner Circle don't target Rubicon, Rubicon's going to continue to farm. He is going for that Mjolnir build. Right now he has that Maelstrom queued up, as Supreme is barely about 300 gold away from his armlet. Should be able to farm that up in that ancient triangle. And 86 is... he's about to get his phase boot. So after that, he'll most likely go for the Blink Dagger. I wonder if Rubicon, as well as Kaiferd, realize that this ancient stack is at play. Perhaps Spirit Academy should have set up some kind of vision over here so that they could tell what is happening. But Supreme now has his armlet. So I wonder what kind of moves Inner Circle will be making. Or if there are going to be moves at all. You can continue to farm up, because the next few, all of the items that the Huskar builds up are tempo-based items. right? The Blink Dagger that he'll most likely be going for next for that extra initiation. That's probably easier to farm up if you're not going for kills and just flash farming around the map. Not flash farming, but you get the point. It's just he's just farming waves, while 423 is going for that radiance. So it does seem like they're playing a version where they not only bring in the tempo, but also some decent amount of optimization for that mid game. As Fernandes does go down towards that mid lane, but 86, he is in trouble. Found a great spear though. Supreme, as he was going in with that life break, 86 just speared him back. And it's actually lies towards that bot lane in incredible amounts of danger. He might just end up dropping. Rubicon able to grab the kill as Supreme tries to help out on the mid lane, unable to, tries to come towards that bot lane, but even as he does show up, it's a bit too little too late. Inner Circle certainly getting the short end of the stick with Spirit being in charge of the stick, you know, just poking at Inner Circle with it across multiple lanes. Certainly seems like a Spirit Academy, they're coming in with maybe a little more than what Inner Circle bargained for. Because it does seem like while there's one team that has a tempo-based lineup, at least for the first 10 minutes, it's Spirit who are able to bring the tempo to Inner Circle. Which is a healthy dose of a surprise call for Inner Circle, because honestly, the rotations from Supreme that we just saw were counterplays. They were hasty attempts to come to the aid of his allies, rather than a concerted effort to try and take the fight to Spirit. And I wonder, I really do, why Inner Circle, or rather what Inner Circle are waiting for? Why are they not making those rotations, making those ganks? Because you know the Mars is farming up for that Blink Dagger. You know Rubicon is farming up uncontested on that Weaver. I'm sure Spirit Academy will be very happy with the space that they are being given right now. I mean, sure, 423 is farming away for his Radiance, but you have everyone on Spirit farming away for their own respective items, as Skyford does go down towards that bot lane, and finally, we see Inner Circle show some teeth. Supreme ends up with a double kill, and he takes out that mid laner as well. 86 will go down, and that will delay his Blink Dagger.
Is under attack.
As Supreme is going for that Sanj first, but does have that Blink Dagger queued up. And Inner Circle, this is the point at which I expect them to continue this tempo up by taking this tier 1 tower down. It might be a trade though, but no, the mid lane tower for Inner Circle is plenty healthy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And it does seem that Rubicon, when he has a support or two nearby, they can go for a kill, but only if those kills occur in isolation. They can't go for team fights right now. Not even in at a numbers advantage. Even if the Omni Knight, even if 423 is not present in the position, I don't think they win the fight. All Inner Circle need are their 2 cores and one of their supports, or maybe just both of their supports. That's it. They can leave the 423 to farm up, while Spirit has to bring in the numbers, and that puts them at a disadvantage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Bounty. Got it.
I will mention the net worth. The Weaver Rubicon is at the very top of the net worth chart,
Dire's middle
and
tower is under
does
attack.
seem to be doing the best, in my opinion. Now, the question is the Weaver going to have the same kind of impact? Because he's going for a Maelstrom, naturally not going to have the same kind of damage output as he would have with an item like the Desolator. Will it be enough damage to cut through the Guardian Greaves that the Razor now has? The kind of heals that the Dazzle and the Omni Knight possess? That's always the question when I see the Desolator versus Maelstrom discussion taking place in my mind. As towards the side there, Tusk tried to go for a sneaky steal towards the Shrine of Wisdom, but again, Inner Circle will get punished both times for this Shrine of Wisdom play. It's still worth it to go for as a support. If I'm, you know, you're a support, you see the Shrine of Wisdom timing, you go for it. And even if you don't make it, it's still a worth it sacrifice. It's a mission to go for a Shrine of Wisdom. It's like you're for a brief moment, you know, in a AAA film, this side character gets his own little main quest. That's kind of what I think of the. That's kind of what I imagine when I see a support going for the Shrine of Wisdom against the full force of an entire team against them.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire are scanning.
86 starts things off. Can they burst the Huskar down? The Dazzle comes out with a Shallow Grave. It's a Nuzzle projection that can enter the arena. And that's something the Spirit perhaps did not accommodate for. And now is the Weaver in incredible amounts of danger. Rubicon will be able to get that time lapse though. Kai's heals do provide that Weaver with a new lease on life. Inner Circle aren't able to break through, but neither are Spirit Academy as they go for it once more. Omni Knight this time around not going to live. It's 423 who has fallen down, but now Lies with the Eye of the Swarm is going to collapse upon Spirit. They are losing their lives in the midst of Supreme. The Razor has fallen though, and with Supreme having that Shallow Grave, he'll be able to take out Rubicon, turn his attention on towards Kuiper, end this with an ultra kill, and he's still going on strong. Inner Circle, despite of that being a move from Spirit, not only once but twice, they wipe out Spirit. And I have to say, the MVP of that fight wasn't in my opinion, wasn't the Huskar, wasn't the Tusk, the Omni, no one else. But say, if he did not get that Shallow Grave off the first time around when the arena was popped, Supreme was a goner. As currently, it seems like the fight is not over. As Spirit, they haven't had enough of a beating. Fernandes will be able to pick up the kill, and that is a dieback for HYDRA. And coming back to the point, this Dazzle, say, he not only saved the Huskar once, but twice. When Spirit re-initiated, they would have been able to take Supreme down the second time, but Say came in with another Shallow Grave. And that should really ring alarm bells for Spirit Academy, as they should be prioritizing this Dazzle instead of anyone else. I spoke about this in the draft. Both of Inner Circle's heroes or supports come in with saves. It's Fernandes with that snowball, it's Say with that Shallow Grave. And you really have to take into account that arena boundary doesn't actually prevent that Nuzzle projection from entering the arena. It goes through it. So then the Dazzle has vision. Or, well, I mean, the Mars never went for the vision blinding facet either. Dazzle had vision on Huskar in either case, so would have been able to drop the grave, but can close that gap with the Nuzzle projection. So it's a 5,000 lead right now for Inner Circle, as Supreme, he wants to reign supreme all over Spirit Academy. Kuiper, he got spotted out just for a second, and it will be just another second that he will live for. This is danger zone. This is the danger time. I mean, Spirit Academy chose to force that fight. Perhaps it was the fact that they had that Blink Dagger coming up for 86. Perhaps they thought that that would have given them their big break. But clearly, it did not work out. And the problem with a full team fight not working out in the early to mid game against a tempo-based lineup, well, they do get another shot at this. Say, holding on for his grave, will be able to activate a Rubicon this time around. May not be able to make it out with that time lapse, but 86 comes in with a great arena. Is it enough though? They don't have any more damage output. Spirit Academy will, in the end, despite that massive play coming in by 86, will not be able to bring in any kind of follow-up. Supreme, despite of being on the inch of death, will still stay alive. In fact, he will actually blink forward, take out Kai, and will end it with a monster kill streak. Again, it's withered tempo trying to clash against brutal amounts of just aggression coming in. Every single one of Inner Circle's heroes are picked up for aggression. Even when I talk about Seize Shallow Grave or Tusk Snowball, those are defensive aggressive abilities. And what I mean is that the Grave is used in positions where the Huskar, the Razor, Omni Knight want to put themselves in dangerous positions and rely on the Shallow Grave. So it's aggression coming in with an insurance policy.
Dire's courier has been killed.
HYDRA spotted out. And at this point, it is a rough affair for Spirit Academy. It's even going to be Kaiferd.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're not going to be able to honestly fight back at all. You're going to have to give Inner Circle whatever you want around the map. Or rather whatever they want around the map. Spirit don't have the luxury of asking for things in this game. What Spirit have is a possible make the late game timing. What Spirit have is pick off potential. And they need to somehow force that out, somehow go for these pickoffs. Rubicon does hit his Mjolnir timing, or does have his Mjolnir, but he's still so far away from these items, even when, you know, you have to at least try and continue to farm up. I know he's at the second place position in terms of net worth. He's doing a good job. And I hate to say it, it may not be enough, but that's the only chance that Spirit have.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Sometimes you're in a Dota game where you're just in a very poor position.
Radiant's top tower
And
has fallen.
there's nothing else you can do but to stick to your plan A, right? In a lot of Dota games, you have a plan B, you have a plan C. Rarely you have a plan C, but most of the time you have a plan B. Unfortunately for Spirit Academy, their lineup does not offer them the luxury of a plan B. Their lineup is built for just one plan. That is Rubicon farming up. And right now, their tier 3s are being besieged right now, 21 minutes in. The worst case scenario for Spirit Academy coming to life here, as Kaiferd gets picked apart towards that top lane, trying to split the creeps. He may have been successful in that, actually. There is no creep wave there. So he does, well, stop the push momentarily. As the Aegis will expire for the Huskar, Supreme won't have the luxury of that Aegis any longer, but I wonder if that really matters. He's level 17. He has about 3000 HP, has a full Aghanim Scepter, so this life break, Rubicon's just dead. He has no Lincoln Sphere. He can't block that life break. No one can actually block the life break. So apart from 86, I doubt anyone can survive this point. At this point, I guess split the map. That does seem to be what Spirit Academy are attempting. Rubicon? Oh, Rubicon's dead. No way to survive the life break. It's as simple as that. If you get caught, you're on your own. It's
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's Hunger Games out here. It's like a 1v5 Hunger Games. It's like you're on your own, but the people coming at you, they're in groups of 5.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Jakiro, Kaiferd also going to get caught out this time around. His sprinting around the map is not going to be successful, at least in the sense that he does lose his life. He is still having that top lane pushed out, which is honestly, he's doing a great job at that so far. The only reason these barracks are still standing is because of Kaiferd and his sacrifices. And they also have a neat little observer ward planted down. It's ironic because the Dire side also have an observer, which has been there before the Radiant observer has, but I do believe Kaiferd planted that observer down within some fog of war from inside of those trees. HYDRA.
Oh, that's no good.
Radiant are scanning.
There are MOUZ teleports towards that top lane, as it does seem like Kai is going to take a bow. Has Supreme died even once? He hasn't, has he? He's 11-0-2 on that Huskar. Sei is 2-0-11, so it's actually an interesting contrast. Sei has 2 kills, 11 assists. Supreme is the opposite. He has 11 kills and 2 assists. The Grimstroke does have the Aghanim Scepter now, so the Dark Portrait could come in handy. The only thing is, his Soulbind is essentially nearly useless in this game, as Supreme does poke that high ground, and the Dark Portrait does come out. So Supreme does have to be careful about that Dark Portrait. It's also on a relatively very low cooldown. It's just about 35 seconds, so it can be spammed out. As again, that top lane gets caught. This time around is by Rubicon, who is essentially cutting the wave from right outside of Tier 3. Spirit Academy certainly improvising quite well, adapting to the nature of the game as it stands. The only thing is, these maneuvers, you know, at a certain point in Dota, at least I would say in the first 7 to 8 years of the game, these kinds of maneuvers worked really well. Split pushing, rat Dota as it was known, cutting the waves. Now in a game of Dota, you almost, universally, you're going to have to confront reality at some point. At some point, your lineups are going to butt heads together, and the win, who gets the win, is going to be determined by who is stronger at that team fight in the end. As Spirit, 86 does have that BKB, so he can survive for a little while longer. Kaifer doesn't have his BKB. Spirit are making a very interesting position, or rather decision. Unfortunately, the decision has been made for them. HYDRA, who has fallen, but 86, he wants to start the fight still. It's a great arena as they do take out Fernandes, but in the end, 423 is able to run out of the arena, and Kai will pay for 86's initiation. Spirit Academy at the end of the day only get the one support, and Rubicon is a bit lucky to make it out of his life. Oh, is he lucky? He does manage to get that Sakuchi. Supreme can't hit Rubicon with his life break. Sei keeping a watchful eye inside of that Roche pit. Rubicon does have about 16,000 net worth. It's not unreasonable to expect some hope out of, just Rubicon becoming a behemoth. It's maybe hard, maybe nearly impossible. I mean, I will take a look at the win probability. It is 70% in favor of Inner Circle, so that means it's a 30% chance that Spirit can actually come out with the win, because quite honestly, they have been pushing back, they have been slowing down the momentum of Inner Circle. Sure, the team fights have not gone their way in, well, to be fair, I don't think a single team fight has gone their way in the entire game, but they're pressing Inner Circle to go for these side objectives, have them wait out Roshan. Force them to go for that, force them to commit to awkward pushes where they don't have a creep wave in, so they're only able to take one objective down in every few minutes, which is not ideal, of course. Oh, life break. It's on Kai. As Kai will go down. I mean, BKB or no BKB, you can't survive that Huskar plus Razor initiation. The rest of Team Spirit trying to make their way across through the gate will not be possible for Kaiferd.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
As the Aegis is up, so 35 seconds, plenty of time for Supreme to grab that second Aegis, comes with a banner too. So I'm surprised that Inner Circle haven't escorted away from their base to the opposing high ground, considering that you can't go in for the Sakushi when Supreme is the one nearby. Rubicon being chased by a Tusk as Fernandez is playing around with the Weaver. Roshan though, in the end, uncontested because, well, to be fair, there weren't two heroes alive to contest it in the first place. Outpost will also be converted.
Is under attack.
Inner Circle prepping up for that high ground assault.
What a bounty!
And unfortunately for Spirit Academy, they don't have the heroes to actually cut the waves any longer. Or rather, the positioning to cut the waves. So they will have to confront reality as it stands. Lice, oh, he dodged that spear, but did activate that BKB. In the end, it's a wasted BKB. And 86 did not use the arena. So this is actually pretty good for Spirit. One BKB forced out. If they can perhaps force out another, that would be ideal, but it's so hard to make Supreme use his BKB when he has that Aegis. He's probably most likely just going to save it for that second life. As the Dark Portrait does come out, so too does the Inkswell. Kai towards that backline, as well as 86, another arena. Unfortunately, Kai will just drop down. It's 86 alive with that BKB, but HYDRA is going to be picked up by Inner Circle and picked apart. Kai did buy back into this Spirit Academy. They want to buy back on everyone that they can possibly can, but they're still not able to fight back against Inner Circle. It's Fernand who will go with the Walrus Punch on towards Rubicon, and the Weaver will get squashed. Spirit Academy, despite the buybacks, they can't take a single one down, not even the first life of Supreme.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Inner Circle, they catch their eyes, or rather, it's Kaiferd who they'll catch. They set their eyes on Kaiferd. Supreme set his eyes on Kai, and remember, this Largo does not have a buyback. It's going to be Lice who needs to be very careful. Tier 4 dives are not the place you want to be in. I know you're a racks up, but Inner Circle do still have to give some kind of respect. As I say that, Supreme just wants to give them the life break.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's
As it
middle
does seem like the moment of triumph for Inner Circle, I mean, it's about to be achieved. It doesn't really seem like Spirit Academy can find a comeback out of this one. There are two barracks down. They don't have many buybacks available. I'll be surprised if they have any buyback, if I'm being honest.
Radiant's middle
They have the two on 86 as well as the Jakiro,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
but it does seem like one of those positions where you can't come back from. They save the banner up for the very last lane of barracks. And in the end, it's going to come down to a very desperate Hail Mary attempt at a defense. Even as I say that, it's Supreme who will take that away from Spirit. Kaiferd will buy back, and now Spirit are only left with the one buyback as Lice comes in with the Razor. It's Kai who is in trouble. 86 will drop down the arena, but still can't contend with the Razor. It's going to be Supreme who will charge in with a life break. 86 will go down. In the end, it will be Spirit who have to confront reality and accept that this game is a lost cause. 86 will be the first one to call out the magic words, as GG will be called. Inner Circle will be the first game victors in this best of 3. That was honestly, I think it did come down to the draft. I think Spirit at CCT, but maybe even really well at some of those close qualifiers out there. They finally ban out the Mars for themselves. They're like, we don't want no part of this, and they will have the first pick. It will be a Treant Protector coming out, as Rubicon's Batrider did get banned out once more, but Idar's Ancient Apparition or Kiefer's Ancient Apparition, either one, because the AA can be played on the pause 4, pause 5 role, is still available in the pool. Now they do have that Treant Protector, again a hero that can be flexed, and I really like this, coming in with flex potential. At the same time, Inner Circle do take out the Treant Killer, which is the Timber Saw. Quite literally, he cuts down trees, I suppose. But again, no flex potential, right? From the Timbersaw pick, it is most likely going to be on the offlane role. There have been times in the past where the Timbersaw has been played on that mid lane role, but I think it is just that, you know, times in the past. I don't think teams are going to be bringing it out towards the mid lane. Let's take a look at Spirit Academy and what they plan on actually doing. Let's see. I mean, right now they have to go for a ban, right? And if they're planning on playing a mid lane melee hero, then they should be taking out the Huskar. The Viper is already banned out, and so too is the Razor. So Inner Circle may very well be posturing towards a Huskar pick. This is something the Spirit Academy will have to avoid, especially if they want to play a something like a mid lane Beastmaster that 86 is known for. He's pretty good with it. At the same time, going to have to think about what Rubicon is going to be playing. You know, is it a hero like the Wind Ranger that he knows how to play? Weaver was, you know, he did have a good performance. I think the limitations of the hero itself put them in trouble. Inner Circle. Warlock and Tusk banned from Spirit Academy. Doesn't really give out too much information as to what they're thinking of, but it's these AoE stuns and the snowball save that they most likely want to avoid. I mean, Warlock and Tusk are still, at the end of the day, like pretty stable heroes to pick up. And I'm surprised that Jakiro has not been banned and has not been picked up. So Spirit Academy, Treant Protector plus the Jakiro could actually be pretty good for their lineup. Inner Circle do pick up the Hoodwink, so Timbersaw plus Hoodwink combination, you know, you have that Bushwhack setup for the Timbersaw to then chain in, use the Whirling Death, the Chakrams. Pretty nice. Essentially, two heroes that come in with the Beyblades, if you think about it. Spirit Academy. If they can find a hero that can survive the laning phase and also come up with a break mechanism, I think that would be ideal. There's just not too many heroes that come to my mind, because most heroes that bring that break mechanism are melee in general, which would struggle in the laning phase. Primal Beast plus the Grimstroke get picked up for Spirit Academy. Now still, this comes in with a bit of flex potential, because the Primal Beast is one of those last few remaining mid lane melee heroes that can be played towards the mid lane and towards the off lane. And remember, we're in the European region, and over at the European region, Primal Beasts on that mid lane are fairly common. I remember even back as far back as CCT Season 1, like all the way last year, one move would come in on that mid lane with the Primal Beast by difference, and it would be really successful. So I wouldn't be too surprised if this was an 86 pickup. At the same time, Kai can also go for it on the off lane. It just mostly depends on what they're trying to achieve with this Primal Beast. Is a really good setup with both of the supports they do have, right? The Grimstroke's Inkswell plus the living armor, so they'll have that stun going in with the onslaught and that added value protection for the Primal Beast. Inner Circle, though, they pick up the Beastmaster for themselves, so it can very well be the fact that they are expecting this to be a Primal Beast on the mid lane, and they then pick up a Beastmaster who does do well. Because remember, the boars slow your movement speed down, and the Primal Beast trample depends on your movement speed. So by slowing the Primal Beast down, the Beastmaster can then also slow down the damage output coming into him. So there's a good pickup. They also go for the Silencer, so it does surprising Silencer pickup, because there's no big channeling ability. You do have the Pulverize on the Primal Beast, but I'm curious to see if this Global Silence will be used against that Pulverize or just to disable that team fight overall, right? That Overgrowth, now the Requiem too, so suddenly it becomes a pretty good Silencer game, particularly if you're able to stop that Requiem, and it is going to be a Rubicon Shadow Fiend, I believe. I'm not sure if they want to play the Shadow Fiend on that mid lane, so I do think it should be Rubicon who will go for it on the carry position, of course. Still have to contend with some bans, as honestly, Inner Circle have some pretty good initiation. They also have some pretty good follow-up for their initiation. So if I was Spirit Academy, I will be thinking on ways to create a buffer for my Shadow Fiend. How do we keep the Shadow Fiend alive? How do we keep Inner Circle at bay? They ban out the Enigma, as it could have been a potential pick that Inner Circle could have gone for. Now, Beastmaster carry isn't that common, but it can be played. And in that scenario, Inner Circle could go back to that Storm Spirit for that mid lane. I think it honestly could be a good pickup, but Inner Circle, they decide to ban out that Storm instead, as they expect this Primal Beast to be the offlane, expect Rubicon to be on the Shadow Fiend, and are expecting this to be a mid lane pick left for Team Spirit. Spirit Academy thinking about their lost ban. I will point out at this stage, it is a much better draft. I think it is not entirely even. I think it's still going in favor of Inner Circle, but still much more even, has a lot more oomph, has a lot more fight potential. There's a plan A, there's a plan B, there's initiation capacity that they lacked last time. There's also sustain coming in, there's damage output, it's a very healthy mix of what Spirit are good at. And Inner Circle, this will truly be a contest, I believe, as even in that previous game, Rubicon found his farm, and if he finds his farm on the Shadow Fiend, then it's going to be difficult for Inner Circle to survive, at least on their Silencer or on their Hoodwink. As Spirit Academy do go for a mid lane pick, it is going to be the Lina that comes out for them, and actually a hero that does really well against that Beastmaster. Just use that Dragon Slave to take out those boars from afar. Will be interesting to see if the Lina goes with the Thermal Runway or the Supercharged Facet, because I think the Thermal Runway would be good against the boars, but the Supercharge would be good overall as far as the team fights go, as far as scaling up goes. Inner Circle, last pick remaining for them. As Spirit are not sure if this is going to be a carry pick coming out. It is not. It is going to be a Puck on that mid lane. It is going to be Supreme playing the Puck, and it does seem to be a Beastmaster carry, and it's going to be Lights on the offlane Timbersaw. Again, taking a look at the overall draft, I do think that this is a much more even draft. I will still give the edge to this draft from Inner Circle though, because they have the easier initiations. This Puck does not have too much against him. Sure, you have that Grimstroke Silence, but that's just about it. Anything else the Puck can dodge. You can dodge out that Light Strike array coming in from 86. You can make your escapes as well. You can constantly jaunt in and out of fights, and in a scenario where you do catch multiple people with your Dream Call, you have both the setup and the follow-up coming in from Fernandes with that Bushwhack. You have the Timbersaw that can follow up with some insane amounts of pure damage. You also have 423 on the Beastmaster playing the carry, so he's most likely have that Aghanim Scepter, that Blink Dagger, and will have that single point targeted initiation that will mean that even though Rubicon will most likely get that BKB, he's still going to get hit by that Roar. So, and to close it all off, to wrap it neatly in a bow, Inner Circle have that global silence, so they can stop the Requiem, they can stop the Primal Beast Pulverize, they can stop a lot of what Team Spirit want to do. So I think the overall draft favors Inner Circle, but that's not to say Team Spirit don't have a chance. I think Team Spirit have a phenomenal chance. I think the fact of the matter is they have multiple initiators. The Primal Beast going in with the Onslaught or the Blink Dagger, the Treant Protector with the Overgrowth, the Grimstroke, whose spells are honestly a lot more enabling this game compared to the previous one where it just felt like the Grimstroke was walking around the map. In this game, he has value added in. The ultimate from the Grimstroke, this time around, you have the Laguna Blade that can be used for a double Laguna. That is pretty potent. You have the Leech Seed coming in too. You have quite a lot, and you have a solid carry pickup, the Shadow Fiend, that if he finds his farm, like Rubicon did find his farm in that last game, but in this one, he's playing a much different hero. He's playing a hero that will truly pack a punch, around 400, 500 DPS per hit, which is quite a lot for Inner Circle to deal with, considering the fact that their heroes aren't quite tanky. It's the Puck, it's the Silencer, it's the Hoodwink, who are so squishy. And not to mention, Shadow Fiend also builds up that Silver Edge, so he does offer that break mechanism against that Timbersaw. Now we will see what kind of a build Rubicon goes for, because we're noticing an interesting trend, right? Even for those of you who were watching CCT South America, you must have noticed Peru Rejects, you must have noticed Parker going for the Yasha and Kaya into Blink Dagger build for the Shadow Fiend. And ever since then, I'm also noticing a lot of other Shadow Fiends go for the exact same build across all the regions. You know, I cover Southeast Asia, Europe, South America, and Shadow Fiends now on the carry position want to build up that Yasha and Kaya and that Blink Dagger. Probably just to be able to play with those initiations a lot more, probably for the sustain that comes in to flash farm with those raises. And the fact that Shadow Fiend has damage output irrespective of whether or not he goes for those early, utility or magic utility based items like the Yasha and Kaya or, the Blink Dagger. So it's still okay. I think the Blink Dagger is an item that can be good on just about any hero, irrespective of what it is. There is an attempt to breach Inner Circle's position. It's an attempt by Spirit Academy. They have several heroes nearby, but the creep waves have already spawned. It is going to be, of course, 2 and 2 bounty runes. Each neither side coming up with an advantage, but 423 on this mid lane. It does seem to be a lane where the Beastmaster might struggle, but that depends if Kai is perfect with his Onslaught. I think the Inkswell Onslaught combo is probably what they're going to play with, but they need to at least be able to take out those boars or be able to jump on that Silencer. Now, the Beastmaster can be taken down, especially with Kaiford rotating in. He has great spells to use even from afar. It's the Nature's Grasp that can be of value if he rotates over. But the punishment for those plays could also be there because the Hoodwink can teleport in. The Silencer is good at trading, especially that Arcane Curse is great. It's a great ability to slow people down. So again, the Primal Beast is going to get slowed down massively when he does charge in. So they do need to be careful about that. Over on the mid lane, Supreme versus Alina, or rather the Puck versus Alina. I think pretty much a skill-based matchup, but it's a matchup where neither side comes out ahead. Even if you were to outplay the other side. And outplaying the other side comes down to that level 6 mark. It's if you get to that level 6, you can get it done. Towards that bot lane, it's going to be the Treant Protector, Kaiford, as well as that Shadow Fiend. A lot of sustain, but towards that top lane, once again, Sade looking for the trade. It's going to be the long-range access coming in for 423. He draws first blood. Unfortunately for Sade, he did not grab up the experience for his effort, but 423 is quite clearly going to be the one really happy about the end result. He's the carry, he grabs that first blood, grabs that experience, grabs that gold, and is going to have a great time now. That early game head start kicking in. And for Spirit Academy, they had the right idea. It was just, unfortunately, the Primal Beast's entry was just a tad bit too late. Just a second or two too late. And for Spirit Academy, if you want to get kills, you need to play as a duo on that top side. Either prioritize farm, because I get it, you want that Blink Dagger. Or you prioritize kills. Because at the end of the day, if you do get those kills, you can get to that Blink Dagger a bit faster. Only if you're the one grabbing kills, of course. The recent change to the patch, this is something that, me and Otomo, one of my CCT colleagues, we brought up. The assist goal is super low. See? Dropping pretty low to the onslaught, but did not get taken out. HYDRA also dropping really low, but again, did not get taken out. Both supports struggling over on this top side. As I say that, I think both supports are going to be fine as long as they don't lose lives. It's always a game of who flinches first, or rather, who shoots first. And the one with the more effective initiation always, of course, the reward is hefty over here. For 423 is that early Aghanim Scepter. For Kai, it's that early Blink Dagger. And I know, and they know that whoever gets those earlier timings are going to be significantly ahead. Mid lane is pretty much an even affair. 22 CS for the POC, 21 CS for the Lina. The denies are completely even too. As now it's dead even between both of these two sides. HYDRA has 2 mangoes as well as a lotus and has the wand, so he can essentially replenish the majority of his mana if he wants it. Right now he will just pull the wave. Now towards his bot lane, it's interesting because while this is supposed to be a very aggressive lane by Inner Circle, the living armor coming in from the Treant Protector means Rubicon is relatively safe. You can already tell he was supposed to take in a lot more damage considering LYXN comes in with pure damage. But where the Shadow Fiend would have gone down there, the living armor is able to keep him going. And I think that's the approach that Kaiferd should take. Just max out that living armor. He is level 3. He's gone for the 1-1-1. But I think prioritizing safety for Rubicon is going to pay dividends down the road. Kaiferd is going to fall. Fernandes will be able to pick up a kill. Still okay as long as you can play the role of the sacrificial lamb here. It is completely alright. You are playing a high risk, high reward carry hero, which is the Shadow Fiend, and your top priority, not only for Kaiferd, but the entire team, has to be keeping Rubicon safe. Oh, Supreme! He's gonna be able to dodge that Laguna Blade. Perfectly done by him. And he would have actually died if he got hit by it, because HYDRA was waiting on that backline to catch Supreme out. But Supreme, he will stay alive. It's LYXN who will get pushed out. Supreme does have the infused raindrops, which would have absorbed over 120 damage from that level 1 Laguna. Would have been okay. Six and a half minutes in.
Radiant
7 minute Shrine of Wisdom will spawn, and you have to remember, Inner Circle did go for the Shrine of Wisdom plays, which were contested heavily by Team Spirit, and Spirit were able to push back. I wonder if there's going to be a Shrine of Wisdom play happening now. You can already see Spirit present with their Grimstroke towards the Shrine of Wisdom, and it doesn't seem like Inner Circle have the appetite to go for it this game around.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Playing a passive game is probably this time around expected, considering the tempo really isn't there at the mark they need it to be. But towards that top side, you see Supreme he was there in that triangle, wanted to create some kind of an opening. Fernand's is there too. There's a big presence of heroes towards that top side, but it seems that Fernand's Supreme has already gone back, and now Fernand's will go back too. So it seems like they don't want to make any kind of a play there right now. Perhaps they should focus their effort to try and take the Shadow Fiend down, because honestly, that's the real target you need to shut down. Rubicon is not going for that Yasha and Kaya build. He's going for the Mask of Madness into Manta Style. And the Manta Style is a great item this game. Perhaps that's why he's going for it. And the biggest value of the Manta this game is the fact that you can dispel away the global silence. I'm really glad the reverberating silence has been taken out of the game. I mean, a global silence that can't be dispelled because it just applies on you twice was absurd, in my opinion, to play against, or even to have in the game overall. It's towards that top side. It's a rotation. It's on that Beastmaster. 423 will drop, but a Dream Coil comes out by Supreme as they want to punish Kai, and they'll probably be able to find him. But Spirit will be very happy about that, being able to take out the opposing carry while your own carry farms up. That is going to always be worth it, as by the time the Beastmaster respawns, it should be Rubicon who is going to be at the top of the lost, or rather net worth chart. Rubicon did get clipped by the edge, but 423 decided to go back. He had that roar. It's a silencer, though, in massive amounts of trouble. Say will eat that onslaught and will go down. Lice will just timber chain away. So Spirit Academy fighting back hard, and this is what their lineup is capable of. Once they have the heroes that can enable them to play this aggressive, they can actually push back at Inner Circle. I mean, you can see that Inner Circle, they're trying to respond, but struggling to be able to do so. They got one counterplay down, but only at the cost of their carry. And even now, Inner Circle tried to make a move on that Shadow Fiend, weren't successful in doing so. It's going to be HYDRA who will most likely lose his life to that Chakram coming in, but it's going to be the Silencer, Say, who is also going to drop. Rubicon coming in from that bot lane through the gate will be able to pick up that kill, and will probably be able to pick up this tower. He has two tanky frontliners for him, and the Timbersaw can't do much to counter push apart from throwing out a few Chakrams. At the same time, you do have Supreme coming in. He has an invisibility rune. Unfortunately for Supreme, there is a sentry ward, so they would have spotted him out sooner or later. Rubicon, he still hung around. It's going to be a Polarize on top of that Timbersaw, a few raises, but they will go back because they recognize the fact that Supreme has entered the fight. It's going to be a Dream Coil unleashed on top of HYDRA, a Waning Rift, and a few spells to take out his life. Supreme, he will most likely go for a jaunt towards the other side, but still, for so many spells being used by Inner Circle, they don't get as much as they would have liked to. The Grimstroke is going to respawn in about 7 seconds, so at the end of the day, Spirit will still come back to the same spot and break this tower down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Lice is waiting towards the other side, and he sees someone coming over. It's a Shadow Fiend, it's a Primal Beast. As Lice, he still won't be able to get anything done. He had no follow-up. The puck was not there with him, and they needed that Waning Rift. They needed that silence to stop Rubicon's raises. Now, I'm sure Inner Circle didn't know who was coming over, but I'm sure that you have to plan for any kind of a possibility. Oh man, perhaps it was also the fact that they weren't expecting two heroes to show up simultaneously. Perhaps they were just expecting the one, and that would have given enough time for Say to, or rather for Supreme to show up with some support. But that's not how it happened. As Spirit are up 1,000 net worth, a convincing lead at this point, considering that they are playing with a carry that is at the very top. It's also a Shadow Fiend carry. An 800 net worth difference between the Beastmaster and the Shadow Fiend that should give Spirit some leeway, but you have to consider the power spikes. In a game of Dota, it's not about the net worth. It's about the power spikes that you gain from your net worth. 423 is about to hit his Aghanim Scepter timing, which will mean he is going to be significantly stronger than the Shadow Fiend, probably significantly stronger than anyone on Spirit Academy, because you don't have too many items at the 12-minute mark. This is an early Blink Dagger, or rather an early Aghanim Scepter, as Guy does have his Blink Dagger. He's actually keeping his courier near his tier 1 tower. Doesn't want to bring his Blink Dagger in his inventory quite just yet. Just sitting there on the courier.
Tower is under attack.
Perhaps he's waiting for the opportune timing. I'm afraid though that the opportune timing will be spotted out by Inner Circle as they are approaching Kai, but Supreme will go back. Will decide against it. Objectives favoring Spirit Academy though, that is honestly a big one considering how heavily they're favoring them. All 3 tier 1 towers very healthy for them. In fact, the top lane tier 1 tower has not taken a single point of damage. Now that might change, and obviously it's probably expected considering you have the Treant Protector. So anytime there's no action happening around the map, anytime that Rubicon is farming up in safe spots, your living armor can be used to heal your towers back up. It's always going to be a natural result of the Treant Protector being there. It's less to do with Inner Circle not pushing and more to do with Spirit just having that regeneration capacity.
Dire's
Let's see.
is under attack.
Burns
does pause the game. 86's reaction time to the pause was that's quite fast. It's quite fast, if I'm being honest. Oh man, and this like it's very interesting to see. Some of the reaction times for people who throw out these voice lines, it is very quick. I wonder if the bind on his keyboard is at a particular position where it allows him to use it quickly. But the game will be resumed, and you can tell the bind is nearer his fingers, right? Because him typing go was not as quick as him throwing out that voice line, which is obviously in a pleasant way quite funny. I wonder when Kai will decide to take his Blink Dagger. He does decide to do so. Okay, that is good. But what's not good for 423 is the fact that he doesn't know that the Blink Dagger is there for Kai. And he might just get jumped, but Supreme was able to take out HYDRA over on the side just when the Primal Beast wanted to go in. 86 will take apart Fernandes though, as he's coming in with his own little Aghanims. So now with his Aghanims up for the Lina, remember I spoke about the squishy heroes of Inner Circle, the Silencer, the Hoodwink, the Puck. This Aghanim Scepter from the Lina means he can burst any of those 3 heroes down. Maybe not the Puck, because you do have the phase shift, but the Hoodwink and the Silencer for sure.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As the mid lane is going to be broken through by Team
Dire's
Spirit,
middle
86
tower
will be able to take that tower apart. And it does seem like a fight is underway, but Global Silence will prevent Inner Circle from losing their position. 423 farming up and has that Blink Dagger. So the question is, it was a question that was in my mind in that last game too, around that 11 to 12 minute mark, is when will Inner Circle make a move? And right now they have everything at the ready. Sure, maybe not everything, but everything on 423 to at least make some moves around the map, but they aren't. And that will leave Spirit free to make moves on their part, on their terms, as they are trying to spot out that Beastmaster, but they will realize that the Beastmaster is not there.
Scanning.
Oh, Supreme
Radiant's
he was
top tower
able to
is
use the
under
phase
attack.
shift. Unfortunately, the Inks was still gonna stun him down. And they have the polarize on him. Overgrowth comes out, but it's the Beastmaster who will try to come up with a counterplay with the Aghanim Scepter. Should be able to take apart both Kai and Kaiferd. For 423, that is very well worth it. For the puck, though, for Supreme, that is a bit unfortunate. Of course, I do consider that to be a bit of an even trade. For Spirit, I don't think that's a big a loss because Rubicon continues to farm. And you may have lost an offlaner and the support, but you do take down the mid laner, while 86 also continues to farm. So it's your two most important cores farming up, while the third most important core is lost, and your Twin Protector, who, I mean, he has 27 net worth. He
Bottom tower is under
creep
attack.
waves give more gold than a Twin Protector does. Lice, is he dead here? He is, isn't he? 86 coming in with a snipe. A solo kill for the Lina, as Inner Circle are realizing this game is going to be a lot tougher than they imagined coming out after game number 1. Almost seems like a completely different Spirit, but it isn't. This is just the difference of the draft from the disaster of a draft that was game number 1.
Illusion.
Now still, when you consider the fact that 423 got a double kill, you have to take into account that that was a counterplay. That was not Inner Circle initiating on their part. Does seem like they finally want to be doing some initiation. It's a roar on top of this Primal Beast. Kai will go down, but however, it is a rotation coming in. Say his global silence is not going to come in handy as there is none to be used. Is the Grimstroke in danger? The Chakram will take out HYDRA as Inner Circle find a 2-for-1, and that is this time around going to be very well worth it because they only gave up the silencer. And he too also only drops about a creep wave's worth of gold. So you know it's a handful of gold. May not even be considered gold. You know, at this one you may as well call it copper. Roshan is being probed here. I wonder if Inner Circle realized this. From their positions, it doesn't seem like they do. And they will go for a smoke, but it's probably just going to be too late by the time they even show up. In fact, they're not even moving in this position, so I don't know if Inner Circle know this play is happening. They finally go for a full 4-man smoke, but Roshan, the tooltip, gets sent out. Rubicon now is in possession of that Aegis. The question is, do they still want to go in? They will start it off by bursting HYDRA down, but Rubicon still holding on to his position by taking out the creep wave. I mean, the boards are right there, so they do see him. However, there is no roar. Now, there is a BKB on 423, so he can still fight as Rubicon continues to charge in. See? Is also low. It's actually going to be Supreme who will initiate towards that backline. It's Kai who will instantly get bursted as the Beastmaster is taking in too much damage. Rubicon able to take out 423 and still Inner Circle. They might be going on strong, but they cannot survive against the amount of hits that come out from Spirit. Rubicon as well as 86 able to rip apart Inner Circle. Even though they do lose. How is it the fact that, how is it just the Primal Beast and the supports dying? Right, every single time I see a trade, it's the Primal Beast plus either the Grimstroke or the Twin Protector, which is a bit ironic, as HYDRA also HYDRA goes down. He also does get the shard, so it's worth it, honestly. You don't give up any gold because it's a Tormentor kill. It's just every single time I see the Tormentor take out someone, there's always a slight giggle, you know? And it's not just me. It's a 4,000 lead for Team Spirit. It's quite hefty.
Silence.
As at that 22-minute mark, nearly at that 22-minute mark. It does seem like 86 will go down. C is going to be the trade, but that is very well worth it for Inner Circle. Supreme does end up going back.
Radiant are scanning.
Primal Beast does get jumped towards the top side. Timbersaw, it's actually Timbersaw who will actually get jumped, and Rice has no recourse in this position. He will go down, especially when the hits start coming out. Now, this Primal Beast is starting to pack a punch. I wonder how Inner Circle will respond. It's still only a 3,000 net worth disadvantage, so both teams are actually in a pretty good spot. The only thing is Rubicon has been uncontested the entire game. Truly, the entire game. He is 5-0-1, has the most amount of loss hits in the game, is about to hit the 300 loss hit mark. And we've seen how quickly Rubicon is able to decimate the Beast Monster. So the... Okay, HYDRA does fall. The overall question is still going to be how Inner Circle deal with this Shadow Fiend.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As the Grimstroke almost has that Aghanim Scepter of his own, so the Inkswell coming out on that Beast Monster is going to provide them with a lot of value, that additional DPS coming in. It's the tier 2 tower that is being probed. As Rubicon will be able to acquire it around 400 and, or rather 550 gold each, 500 or in total, to their entire lineup being infused. Almost back to that 4,000 net worth mark. But Supreme, he will spot at HYDRA and should be able to take him out. Health Ring not really going to help as long as there is a long range sniper shot coming in by the Hoodwink. Once again, these kills are nice, but when you consider the fact that the majority of the kills that Inner Circle have are just on that one Grimstroke. 9 out of 16 kills are on that Grimstroke, and that's not good enough. Do you need to find more core kills? Now, the problem is that Rubicon has been... his farming pattern is excellent. He is just not visible for Inner Circle to take down. And you have to consider that the living armor is going to be prioritized on Rubicon. So when you do go for him, you need to bring in just absurd amounts of damage, cut through the living armor quickly, and take Rubicon out. And then somehow deal with the counter initiation. And the problem is, if you can't take Rubicon out, he'll be able to activate his BKB and just unleash the Requiem. It's a full 9-second BKB. Is that a Manta style for the Beastmaster? It is. 423 is now going to be in possession of that Manta style. Can take out the Phantom's Embrace, the silence that comes in. But he also has that BKB to use on top of that Phantom's Embrace, so it's not too sure what he has that Manta for. Maybe it's just the overall stats, since he is a universal hero, but perhaps there could have been better items, like the Shiva's Guard, or... I mean, he is going for the Shivas now. Rubicon inside of that Smoke of Deceit, as the lead has been negated courtesy of just the fact that Inner Circle, they're farming up much more dispersed, while Spirit have to move in as a full 5-man unit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's a rover that comes out. It's actually Rubicon who is the big target. He's going to get bursted immediately. Inner Circle have gotten the best fight all game long, but now they need to keep it going with Supreme unleashing a two-man Dream Coil, actually catching that Primal Beast. It's Kai who will fall. It's also going to be the Treant Protector who will go down. Inner Circle will lose the 3. HYDRA also falls. This was a very overzealous move, and quite clearly Inner Circle bring in the amount of damage necessary to be able to take apart Team Spirit's carry.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And man oh man, was it quick. I mean, Rubicon did not have a shot at being able to survive that in an initial jump.
Radiant's
And
middle tower is
the
under
question
attack.
is, who else is supposed to frontline? Is it the Primal Beast? Because I think the end result is almost always going to be the same. Crimson Guard up for the Timbersaw, as he does provide now some bits of protection against that Shadow Fiend's damage output. It's not in, I mean, the Crimson Guard is never going to be enough to negate the damage output from a hero like the Shadow Fiend, but it is at least a bit of something. Now the big question is, Rubicon, where is his butterfly? He will have it in just about 100 more gold, so we'll be able to negate a lot of the damage coming in from the physical hits of the Beastmaster, but won't be protecting him against the magical damage. And the problem with the Beastmaster, or rather playing against the Beastmaster, is the fact that that roar pierces your debuff immunity. And in a position where you get roared before you are able to activate that BKB, you just get bursted through the magical damage anyway. As it seems like once again, Inner Circle, they will approach this team fight with caution. Kaiferd will be the first one spotted out, broken by the sharpshooter, and now they do come in with Lice able to spot out the tree and protector perfectly, cuts down the tree. It's going to be the Primal Beast who will go in, but again, they do need to be careful. Inkswell, or rather, the Dark Portrait does come out.
Dire's top
But
tower
it's
is
still
under
going to be
attack.
Inner Circle who only get the 1 despite that full 5-man smoke play. 86 also has some decent farm. I mean, he has the Shadow Blade, he has that Aghanim Scepter, he quite clearly can burst someone down, but the fact of the matter is Inner Circle's supports are playing their positions perfectly, where they're not revealing themselves to, honestly, anywhere on the map. They're just huddled on that backline.
Money to burn.
See? Is the Dark Portrait gonna kill him? It does. The Beastmaster's illusion from HYDRA. As Alina does activate that Laguna's Blade on towards Lice, who does try to make his way out, but the onslaught may just be able to clip him. Kai decides against it though. He will disable or disjoint that onslaught midway. Or not even midway, was a quarter of the way. As Inner Circle, they seem to want to fight. Thunder does not have a buyback, so they will have to take a fight without that global silence coming into play. As the Beastmaster jumped in, but immediately got hit by a Roshan's bash. It's going to be Supreme who will jump on top of that high ground, unleash a 2-man Dream Coil, but it has not done anything. It's the Timbersaw who is going to get pulverized, but does find that chain out. And Inner Circle, they will disengage, at least for the moment, recognizing the fact that Roshan is not being probed right now by Spirit either.
Dire are scanning.
And at the end of the day, Spirit will have to approach this team fight from a different perspective. At the same time, it's exactly what Inner Circle are attempting to do too. Or rather, no, they are approaching Roshan, and Roshan falls incredibly quickly. Right now, Spirit need to make a move, but they won't be there in time. 423 will be able to acquire the Aegis, leave the banner on the ground, as LYXN will be the one to grab that one up. Spirit Academy got the worst end of the, or rather the short end of the stick, which is also the worst end of the stick, to be fair. A 4,000 to 5,000 net worth lead up for Inner Circle. Still could be anyone's game. And remember, in a modified group stage format over at CCT, the first few series you play are so incredibly important. You only need to win 2 to make it into the playoffs, but you only need to lose 2 to be eliminated from the tournament entirely. It's a much different format than the other European tier 2 to tier 3 tournaments out there, which feature either just a straight up playoff bracket or even a round robin. Speaking of, it's Rubicon who threw out his Requiem, but no one was actually caught with it. And that means they won't have their big spell to use. Rubicon's position will be revealed thanks to that Chakram coming in from LYXN. $8,000 of a net worth advantage for Inner Circle. Supreme, he has an amplified damage rune. And without a Requiem on Spirit, they have to be really careful. They'll unleash the Phantom's Embrace on the puck, silence him down, as it does seem like they want to take a fight. Kai will go in with a Pulverize, but immediately gets disjointed by that Global Silence coming in. And it's now the Timbersaw LYXN wants to chain on forward, but again, both teams want to disengage. 423 trying to probe or trying to create a breakthrough moment. Still on happening, as slowly but surely it is going to be Spirit who are getting enclosed upon. 86 will be the first one to lose his life. Overgrowth is a bit too late to save their lineup now. HYDRA has gone down, and in the end, Spirit will be able to make it back to their fountain, but at the cost of 3 of their lives.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Once again, it's probably just the experience of being able to approach mid to late game timings. At Inner Circle, they're quite honestly, you take a look at some of their movements, some of their patterns, and it just seems to suggest that they're a more experienced team. You know, Spirit, you have to give them the due credit of being able to make Inner Circle sweat in that early to mid game. Considering the fact that they've barely been around for a year, even less so. I believe they first formed in probably late last year, and they've come a long way since then.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Beastmaster will be able to take apart that tier 2 tower. Has that Shiva's Guard, has that Aghanims. Well, I mean, the Aghanims has been there since the early days, or early minutes. It's Kai, he has no chance. And honestly, anyone that gets caught right now is just going to get blown up. For Spirit, Rubicon needs to stand tall on that high ground, or they don't have a shot at staying in this series. Is the high ground once again going to be probed? This time around, they don't have the lineup to cut the wave, to split push. They just have to once again be forced to confront reality. And the reality is that they are behind with a mountain decline, and it looks super difficult. They're quite honestly running out of oxygen. Still trying to go on, but unless they find the right opening, it's so hard. It's not even the Beastmaster, it's just Supreme who is playing such a slippery hero and is so difficult to catch. 423 tried to jump in, but Rubicon coming in clutch with that Hurricane Pike. Again, multiple catapults as well as a banner, which means that Kai wants to try and create an opening here for the rest of his team. However, it's another creep call that comes in. Global silence coming out on top of it all as Rubicon got hit by the roar. He still has that Requiem and is holding on to his BKB. Will attempt to unleash it now, but it hasn't done enough damage. The hit will be enough to take out 423 though, as it does seem like Spirit are going on strong, but now they have to take apart the rest of the lineup from Inner Circle. But Supreme is still going on strong, able to wipe out the 3 as it is just 86 as well as Rubicon left alive. It will be Kai who will have to buy back to even out the numbers as Rubicon is trying to fight back against the rest of Inner Circle without any backup. Spirit couldn't come to the aid of their carry, and like any Dota game out there, when your carry is isolated, left to fend for himself, it is always going to end up badly, as they will realize that this game has become nearly impossible. 20,000 of a net worth advantage staring them down with a barracks no longer present on their high ground. This is coming to a moment where they'll have to make one last stand, and I'm not sure they have much to stand on.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's
Kai
is under attack.
will find a good opening. They'll be able to take out Safe. However, it does seem like Inner Circle, they want to try and contest, although I'm not sure this is a good idea. It's a great pulverize. It catches the 2 and they're locked next to each other. Can they take Supreme out? It doesn't seem like it. Kuiper has already gone down. It's going to be 86 who get bursted down next alongside HYDRA, despite of having that good initiation. Rubicon was not present to dish out the damage.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Spirit, honestly, at this point, their damage has withered away. 40 minutes in, their magical damage simply doesn't do anything.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower
Alina
is
without
under
a
attack.
buyback. In fact, most of their lineup does not possess a buyback. The Grimstroke is down for about 20 seconds. The Treant Protector does have one, but Kuiper wants to hold it because he's about to respawn.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
It's Rubicon who now has to try and defend his last remaining barracks, and he has to do it without their mid laner. It's an incredibly difficult attempt as 423 is going to go in for the kill. HYDRA will go down.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Rubicon forced back behind his tier 4s, no longer in a position where he can even hold on to those tier 3 barracks. Dark Portrait has been whiffed as well, as it's impossible to stop this.
Radiant's middle
Inner Circle are just full steam ahead in a position where it doesn't seem like they can be contested, but they will still try to contest them with the Primal Beast going for an initiation. Rubicon versus 423 trying to dish out the hits, and it might just be enough, but Rubicon got roared. He might just end up falling, still going on strong, particularly with that Satanic, but is unable to still get it done. Throws out a Requiem to do what he can, but it will be Supreme who will end this with a triple kill. Kuiper will not be able to make it back to the fountain as 86 will call GG. Inner Circle will sweep Spirit under the rug.
dire victory.
Oh man, it honestly seemed, you know, a position where Spirit did come up with a better draft. It was a much better draft, and they had the advantage. They had the 3 to 4,000 net worth advantage going, into the early game. Rubicon was at the very top of the net worth chart. 86 was sniping out heroes with his early Aghanim Scepter. And even Kai had that Blink Dagger, was getting those initiations. Unfortunately, they weren't able to stop the momentum coming in by 423 and later on coming in by Supreme, as when they finally started to, steamroll ahead, it looked like they were unstoppable. I just think that the macro decisions, the team decisions that Inner Circle made were at the end of the day much better than Team Spirit. But the road may be hard from here on out, but it's not over for Team Spirit. This is a modified group stage format, so Team Spirit still get to show what they're made of and still get to stay in the tournament, live to fight another day, even though they're now going to be on the brink of elimination, while Inner Circle are only going to be one game away from securing their playoff run. This isn't it though for today, guys. We still have one more best of 3 that will be a particularly feisty one. It is going to be VALINOR playing against Team LYXN, and that will be brought to you in about 15 or so minutes. So you can grab yourselves some tea, some snacks, but make sure to drop by again and stay tuned in for CCT, as we will be bringing you all the action back when we resume. So I will see you all then. Welcome back, everyone, to CCT Europe. This is the second season, the 7th series, and already this is looking to be a feisty one, as one of the Academy squads did come out as a winner. It wasn't Spirit, it wasn't Navi Jr., it was Virtus Pro Protege that did come out with a 2-1 win. Meanwhile, over at Group A, Aloha Dance also secured a win against Yellow Submarine, and as we just saw, Team Spirit were pummeled down despite of the massive improvements coming into their lineup. It wasn't enough to take out Inner Circle, as I do believe, when I take a look at all of the teams present in the group stage, of course, CCT always brings in 4 invited teams coming into it. But as far as the group stage is concerned, I do think that Inner Circle and Team LYXN are probably the strongest of the group stage teams out there. We will take a look at the rosters for LYXN and VALINOR, as LYXN is going to be playing. So I'll guide you guys through what exactly makes LYXN super strong. It's Melojule, it's 7jesu, Vladik, Cubify, Cracker. All of these guys, you've seen them all before. Over at CCT, they've all been here throughout multiple iterations. Melojule is looking better than ever on that mid lane. 7jesu is looking as stable as he has always been on that carry position. And of course, Cubify and Cracker. Again, we saw just before the break when we were with that match between Spirit versus Inner Circle, former PassionUA players. You have former PassionUA players here as well, and you can see them all doing really well despite of kind of going to different rosters out there. I do think this is going to be a roster that makes it very far in CCT, maybe even makes it far in some of those close qualifiers out there. And this roster is supposed to be the heavy favorites. I believe I did cover Team LYXN again a few days ago, and I was particularly impressed by them. Not as impressed as I was with how much the other teams have improved. So it will be an interesting contrast to see Team LYXN play against those teams that they have improved. But let's take a look at VALINOR's roster, because this is very interesting. The Turkish representation on CCT, 5 players assembling together, the very best in their country. We've seen GZ before coming into Team Endgame, and GZ in fact eliminated OG out of that particular tournament series at CCT, which was an interesting one to have watched. But Wheater on that off lane, Koblack, GTI, Carry, and Mid Stoic, who we have seen before here at CCT as well. This is a pretty good roster. May not have the kind of results that, are something to take home to and brag about, but I think this is also a roster that is improving. And, probably one of the more interesting things about these all country representations, that you have certain teams that 5 players from Ukraine coming together, or over here from VALINOR 5 players from Turkey coming together. It's the fact that your team probably has a lot better communication, because it does make things easier when there is no kind of language barrier. It's a lot smoother to be able to talk to each other. It just makes things a lot quicker. Is that going to be enough to take out Team LYXN? I'm not sure, but I know that VALINOR can give them a tough competition. Of course, I think the toughest match is going to be between whoever wins here versus Inner Circle, as the winner of this series is going to be playing against Inner Circle, and the loser of this series is probably going to be playing against Team Spirit. And I would favor VALINOR there as well, but it's going to be an interesting contrast. The current state at which the meta now exists, the picks, the bans, it's all very straightforward. I think, and this is something that is a bit of a contrast. Previously, there used to be a lot of meta research going in back when a big patch used to drop. Teams would try and figure out what works best. I think that process has become a lot more streamlined, particularly as teams now pick up coaches, even assistant coaches, even analysts for their side. So researching a meta, coming up with the best meta is a lot faster now. So it has been a while since the 7.40 patch dropped. It's also been some time. I think it's been several weeks since the letter patch C, the 7.40 C patch dropped too. So I wouldn't expect too much of a difference regarding a draft, but I will say that the playstyles for LYXN and the playstyles for VALINOR are really similar. Some of the hero pickups are really similar as well. So it very much will be a clash of two similar teams going at it against each other. And again, you take a look at the head-to-head, and even over here, it is pretty similar. I will add that both of these two players are the supports, so them having a 2.56 KDA or a 2.3 KDA in the case of Stoic is very surprising. You don't normally see supports having a high enough KDA, but already you see the bit of a difference, right? The reason why I mentioned that LYXN is probably the heavy favorites for this particular series is the fact that they have a higher win rate. Sure, it's the player's win rate here, but it's an overall representation of the team's win rate too. 50% win rate for Cracker and just a 33% win rate for Stoic, which should improve. I'm not exactly sure if this is on all the 51 matches that Stoic has over here are from VALINOR itself, because I do think that VALINOR is a very new team. They, I think, came about just last month. It's been an interesting journey, of course, but still, I think the best is yet to come for VALINOR, and I think the idea, the goals should be a bit different for both Team LYXN and Team VALINOR. For VALINOR, I think it should be a more of a proving ground that they've stepped themselves into, you know, come out with a win at CCT, which might seem daunting considering the big names you have against you, especially waiting for you in the playoffs. Avulus, for example, Pipspeak plus 4 Power Rangers Liga team, but it's been done before. The precedent for some of these qualifying teams to the group stage to take down some of the big dogs, some of the star-studded favorites, has been set. And it's not a new precedent. It's been going on for as long as the first season of CCT. Just because you're invited in does not mean that you're guaranteed to win, does not mean that it's going to be easy for you. Often at times at CCT, we see the invited teams drop down in the very first round of the playoffs. Often at times, we see teams making a Cinderella run. I think there was one time in CCT Season 1, I don't remember which series it was exactly, but a team made it all the way, a qualifying team made it all the way through the lower brackets up to the grand final. So it's certainly possible. And in a modified group stage format, I think that pretty much it comes down to the wire. I don't think that star-studded power is enough to make it at a tier 2 to tier 3 stage where anything can work. I think it's more of a representation for the tier 1 stage where heavy favorites most often at times do win the series. Over here, upsets happen, bigger teams face up with losses, and I think VALINOR versus LYXN, it's not that one-sided. If I were to be putting a number down on it, I think VALINOR versus LYXN is probably going to be 60-40 in favor of LYXN, maybe even 65-35, but not exactly something that VALINOR can't come out with a win with. Maybe they can pick themselves a better draft. Maybe they can play just a little bit better in the early game. I do think that the recent trend, because I was watching the Group A matches as well with Wingblade, as Wingblade was costing them, and I noticed the trend that the more that these tier 2 to tier 3 teams play aggressive in the early to mid game, the more they're rewarded with just a lot more tempo, a lot better of a position to be able to come out with a win with. Of course, the draft has started, so we will be heading into the draft shortly. So the moment of truth, is going to be upon us. Team LYXN versus Team VALINOR. Let's see what both of these two teams have in store for us as VALINOR ban out that Beastmaster, as well as that Brewmaster. The Master is being banned out, while LYXN ban out the Timbersaw and the Treant Protector. Interesting. I wonder if these teams were actually, following the previous match, because all three of these heroes were picked up, save for the Brewmaster there. VALINOR. And I remember, I know why VALINOR are banning out the Brewmaster. LYXN really like to pick up the Brew on that offlane position. Of course, I think it's been a while since the Brewmaster was played on any other position other than the offlane. I remember back when Dota 2 started out, there was, you could have gone for the mid lane Brew, but that's over 10 years now. I am old at this point. Shadowfiend also being banned up, Largo, Jakiro, pretty much stable meta bans, right? It's interesting to see teams give a lot of priority to the Largo. I don't consider the Largo to be a broken hero. I think Largo is one of those few heroes that are released and are not completely broken, because most of the time out there when a hero is released, not only in Dota but just about in any MOBA, usually they're really overpowered and then they get scaled down. But that didn't happen with Largo. Largo just started off with a really balanced hero, and you can tell that he was really balanced because Valve added him into competitive matchmaking really early on, more earlier than Valve would add other heroes in. Centaur being picked up for Team LYXN. VALINOR pick up that Shadow Demon, and a support versus an offlaner. So LYXN do reveal quite a bit of something, and it should just be an offlane Centaur, most likely. I say that, but last series Spirit did play that mid Mars, and the mid Centaur is something that tier 1 teams did try before. The last tier 1 before this Blast Slam, you had that Centaur mid running around, which was interesting to see. I'm glad that teams phased it out, decided that that's no longer going to be a thing. I think the offlane Centaur is good. I will add that teams are still sticking to the Centaur Helm of the Dominator meta, which, to be fair, I don't really agree with. I think that going for the Dominator pushes your pipe timing, pushes your Crimson Guard, or even your Blink Dagger timing way too far back, where you're running around as a Centaur at the 12 to 13 minute mark with a Helm of the Dominator, and you're not really able to contribute much other than just trying to farm up, other than just using your Stampede if your team is caught in a bind or if your team wants to initiate. So it's something that I would like to see changed. Maybe LYXN will change it up. Maybe they'll go for something different, but you do have that Demonic Purge coming in. So they have, as well as that disruption. So that Stampede isn't going to be a guaranteed escape. It isn't going to be a guaranteed initiation, because a Shadow Demon can just disrupt you, can just purge you down. So LYXN will need to add in some more follow-up. And the Tusk is available in the pool if they want to go for that. So it's not exactly a bad hero in this kind of a scenario, especially with the Centaur. The tag team plus Centaur combo, I think it could be pretty nice, especially if you were to catch someone in those shards. Centaur's always been one of those heroes that you can't trade against. The retaliate damage is too much for most heroes out there, simply because the Centaur has most HP than most heroes out there. But still, it should be a support pick. I really doubt LYXN are going to be going for 2 cores right off the bat. Still thinking about this. And the first draft of an opening match is always important, as well. LYXN do go for the Tusk. There it is. Probably had to figure out, what's after the Tusk. I am just thinking about the next pick, right? But these teams, you have to think about what's next after your pick. So they're in a different position, of course. VALINOR, now that they do see the Tusk, they do see the Centaur, are they going to add in some more save for their lineup or some more aggression? And it does seem to be a bit of aggression. They come out with the Primal Beast, a core hero, either on the offlane or on that mid lane. I think Witer is the one that plays the Primal Beast the most from VALINOR's lineup, and he's the offlane, so this should just be an offlane Primal Beast. Again, you can use the Pulverize to kind of disable that Stampede, because you can't exactly run away from the Pulverize if the Primal Beast is able to grab you up. So both of these two heroes are pretty adept at cancelling, or not cancelling, but playing or countering out that Stampede coming in. And it's really hard for the Tusk to come in with a snowball save, because when the Primal Beast grabs you with the Pulverize, the targeting, using the snowball to add in your ally inside of the snowball is very difficult, because you have to get the hitbox right, and the hitbox is just moving up and down. Not to mention, you're also going to be getting hit by those mini stuns every time your ally gets slammed to the ground. Ogre Magi actually coming out for VALINOR. This is... This makes me think that VALINOR are going for just a glass cannon type carry. Is this going to be maybe a Klinks or even a Drow Ranger coming out from VALINOR? Drow wouldn't be all that bad. I know that teams shy away from the Drow Ranger. I don't really see the Drow Ranger, but the reason I'm recommending the Drow is because it's so good against the Centaur. Just pierce through the Centaur's armor. Sure, early on you can't stack up against the Retaliate, but later on when you do find the farm, with that Bloodlust, with the amount of attack speed you have, you can cut through nearly anything. As Lynx will come out with the Ringmaster, and it does seem like they have a good read on what's going on. The reason they pick up a Ringmaster is because they see the Ogre Magi, they recognize the fact that there's a potential Glass Cannon carry in the works for Valinor, and now they want the Escape Act for that additional save against the single target physical DPS. This is a great pick coming in by Lynx. It also adds into their Stampede initiation. That Wheel of Wonder coming in is probably going to be really nice as the Weaver gets picked up, and I have to say, this is a pretty darn good game for the Drow, but I think a hero like the Faceless Void, if you can find the farm, is also really nice. So Valinor have quite a few options as far as their carry is concerned. The reason I mentioned the Faceless Void is because that Time Dilation plus the Chronosphere is so good. The Sakuchi has such a low cooldown, and the Time Dilation from the Faceless Void means that you turn that low cooldown into a very high cooldown, and suddenly the Weaver, he can't move. He can't use the Sakuchi. He doesn't have that escape mechanism, and he is just forced to kind of sit back. Let's see what they'll be actually going with. Oh, Valinor actually pick up the Templar Assassin. It's another good hero, I suppose. Honestly, I don't think the Templar Assassin is the strongest carry that you can go for. If you wanted a hero like the Templar, it does fulfill the criteria of a Glass Cannon, but Gyro, Faceless Void, these heroes would have been a bit better, because the Templar Assassin is so heavily countered out by that by that Escape Act coming in from the Ringmaster. If you don't burst someone down, that Escape Act is going to kick in, and suddenly you can't dish out any damage. So that's something that Valinor will have to play around. Will they be able to play around it? Who knows? I don't really know. Because it's a risky pickup. The Swarm is going to tear your refraction to shreds. You're going to have quite a bit of armor reduction coming on towards you too. And the fact of the matter is, the Wheel of Wonder is good against the Templar Assassin. You have the Ice Shards, the Snowball. It is a single target, or rather single point instances of damage, so the refraction will hold up for a little while. But if these 3 or 4 heroes get the jump on your Templar, he is going to fall, BKB or no BKB. At the same time, one thing I will have to consider, it's not all doom and gloom. It is actually the 1-to-1 matchup does favor the Templar Assassin, in the sense that if this Weaver doesn't go for the Desolator, goes for the Maelstrom build like we saw in the previous series, that means that it's going to be a big window where your Templar Assassin has a lot of damage output and Team Lynx don't, because the TA will go for the big Desolator. You know the TA will. That's the only item to go for in the early game. The Weaver will have a Maelstrom. So there's going to be that 10-minute window, which is a big window to have, where your Templar Assassin can dish out massive damage, the other side won't. So maybe that's what Valinor will likely play around, as they ban out the Storm as well as the Ember, as Lynx seem to think that this is going to be a mid-primal beast. Perhaps it will be GTI on the primal beast. Who knows? Perhaps Lynx know. You know, perhaps they have that idea. Perhaps they're able to read their draft. Valinor, they know that Lynx are going to pick up a mid lane hero, so ideally, if it is going to be an offlane hero, something to counter it out, and Valinor will pick up that Tiny. That is going to be GTI's hero, so it is going to be Wither on that primal beast, as Lynx seem to have misunderstood that primal beast pickup. But that's all right. I mean, I doubt the Tiny would have been on the ban list either way. At the same time, the Tiny is a great pick this game. You know, normally where you are very low on your attack speed, down the Ogre Magi's plus 80 attack speed with that level 4 Bloodlust suddenly means that the Tiny, the attack speed reduction he gets, or the attack speed penalty he gets for skilling up his ultimate is no longer going to be there. He'll naturally hit like a truck. Obviously will itemize like for the magical damage. I believe he'll go for the Blink Dagger, maybe go for the Use against the Wheel of Wonder. It's a good item to have. And then later on you get the Scythe of Vice, etc. Maybe the Aeon Disc, who knows. But for Lynx, they need a mid lane pick. They can go for the Void Spirit, as that Spirit pick is still left in the pool. Earth Spirit wouldn't be all that bad considering that you do have some AoE damage already going into your lineup. But whoever you pick needs to survive against that Tiny, because the Avalanche toss is difficult. But the Puck is completely open in the pool, and I think the Puck is actually the best hero here. Okay. That is probably not better than the Puck in that late game, but really good, and in fact will dominate GTI on that mid lane in the early to mid game. So this is honestly a pretty strong draft coming out from Lynx, at least as far as their mid lane goes, but it's an equally strong draft coming out by the other side from VALINOR. And I do think that at least, you know, in the previous series we saw quite a bit of an outdraft. In this series, I do not think that outdraft is present. I think it will just come down to who plays this game a bit better. I think both lineups have their strengths. I will add that Meadowjewel will be able to build up space, you know, on that mid lane. He is playing against a melee hero. He should win that lane. But it's going to come down to 7 Jesu and what he itemizes, right? If he goes for the Maelstrom, then the big question will be, can the Weaver hit critical mass in order to carry the game from then? Because the Viper is not enough to carry the game. The Viper does start to scale off, where it's going to be VALINOR who will start to scale up. That's probably going to happen by that 25 to 30 minute mark. So the Weaver needs to have the farm up by then. At the same time, VALINOR are going to be going for that Desolator. So they will have an incredibly good jump on Meadowjewel on that Viper, right? The Templar Assassin, Melt Strike, the Refraction is a lot of damage. And if VALINOR are able to take out the Viper early on in the fight within the first 2 to 3 seconds, then I'm afraid for Lynx, they won't have the follow-up remaining to actually counter that out. Now they are built for that contingency. You have to remember, Lynx have the snowball. They have the save against that initial jump coming in from Lynx. So that's what I mean when I say that it comes down to who plays this game better. It comes down to who plays the team fights better. It comes down to who initiates better. And we will see, or rather, we will have the answers to all of those questions in a while. Of course, that's not going to happen in the early game. In the early game, it's just the laning phase. And to be fair, who plays the laning phase also determines a lot on who will win the game. I will say that it's just going to be a Viper show on the mid lane, right? GTI can't really do much. So what exactly is going to be the fallback strategy for... what exactly is going to be the fallback strategy for the Tiny? Because the Tiny doesn't have too much mana. Tiny doesn't have any mana. I believe the Tiny has enough mana to use his Avalanche or his Toss for a total of 3 times in the laning phase, then he's out. So that's why the mid Tiny is going to be going for that bottle, you know, for that soul ring, for that extra added regeneration. But it is a bit worrisome, you know. And I suppose the idea might be that you bring in the rotations to try and take this Viper out, but who do you bring in? This is very interesting. We will see how exactly the mid lane pans out. And this is something we saw in the previous series too, right? The Mars versus the Huskar. This kind of feels the same. It kind of feels like the exact same scenario. I mean, you look at GTI, he's forced to hug his tower, but it's Cracker who doesn't have a tower to hug. Jeezy has already used his spells. Cracker does have a bit of space, and it should be a situation where Cracker will make it out with his life. At the same time, his life is not going to have too much HP on it. You know, he does have a lot of tangos, and he will wait for the Ogre Magi to make it through the gate. Oh, wanted to actually cancel the teleportation, but towards our top side, Cubify taking in damage, but at the cost of Sauron also dropping low on his HP. So not too bad for the start of the laning phase. We do get to see some bits of action. Now, speaking about the top side, you do have the learning curve facet coming in for Stoic, so it does mean that, you know, he needs his level 2. GTI, Metal Jewel, falling very low. Surprising that the Tiny is able to bring the Viper down to about 100 HP just at that level 2 mark. It does seem like Metal Jewel is playing this very aggressive, which is why the Tiny is able to get the jump on him, which shouldn't be the case at all. I think Metal Jewel should stick to his advantage and not play this too overzealously, as he can go down. Remember, the Tiny has that recourse of just being able to toss someone into his tower, which means that often at times your aggression gets reversed on top of yourself. LYXN. On this top side, I mean, Ringmaster plus Centaur, this is probably going to be an okay lane for them. Even if Stoic will have that Ignite, right? He'll throw it out on towards Vladik, but Centaur comes in with a lot of HP and a lot of heal. I doubt that this Ignite can actually burn through the Centaur's high HP pool. So it's just going to be a bit of poke and prod coming out by VALINOR, and not too much else there. As I say that, it's a lot of pokes coming out by LYXN though. They are able to bring Stoic down low, as Cubify is also very low. Does find that one dagger that will slow Sauron down, but at the end of the day, VALINOR will be able to acquire the Lotus, which is always a nice objective to have at the 3-minute mark, and at the 6-minute mark, to be fair. Stoic may be able to get the kill here. Stoic will. It's actually going to be Sauron who will draw first blood. Cubify is going to fall, as I do believe LYXN were playing that aggressive. Their positioning was just not good, especially on Cubify. He was sticking around, knowing the fact that the Ogre Magi had all of the mana and no escape act available. It's also going to be the Centaur brought to about half of his HP as Cubify comes back into the lane. But again, it's an Ignite on towards Vladik, as Vladik is dead to rights. Sauron just needs one more strike to take Vladik down. Cubify will be able to find the trade, but at the end of the day, that is a big win for VALINOR. Metal Jewel continuing to farm. Where is the Tiny? Okay, he's coming back into the lane. Meanwhile, bot lane, it is a tag team use 7 Jesu alongside the strikes. Wuiter will fall. VALINOR, despite of the advantages that they are gaining towards that top lane, it seems that LYXN are able to gain a fair bit of advantage towards that bot side too. It's both carries that are able to acquire the kills here, and it's very easy for these supports to hand the carries their respective kills here. Right? It's very difficult for these kinds of supports, the Ringmaster or even the Tusk towards that bot lane, to accidentally acquire a kill because there's no source of overtime damage. That's, I feel like, a rare point to, to keep our minds on. The snowball, the shards, it's all single instances of damage. Even the tag team bonus damage that you receive. Ringmaster, also just single instances of damage. Sure, the cloak does give you some DPS, but it's very little. Hmm. 2 for 2, but already LYXN are up 1,000 in terms of net worth, and you can tell that the mid lane is as expected suffering for VALINOR. GTI on only about 13 lost hits, while the Viper stands at about 34. Probably going to get worse before it gets any better. As a 6-minute mark, GTI is kind of suffocated here. I mean, he is... Oh, there are 3 heroes here. VALINOR will also have their Shadow Demon nearby, but GTI, he knows something is up. He knows that the air just doesn't feel right. He'll be able to find the Cracker, and he will toss him to MeloJewel. A bit of a game of hide and seek that Lynx are attempting to play with this Tiny. As Sauron free farms, does seem like a game where people are free farming around the map, but GTI can find a nice recovery if they can find the kill. It's a big if though, as it's a great set of shards coming in by Cracker, and it will allow MeloJewel to close the gap, as MeloJewel will be able to acquire a double kill. And even GTI, he might actually go down because 7 Jetsu, he's gonna go in with a Sakuchi. VALINOR, they lose the 3, and all they really gain is the 1 task they initiated upon. So in some way, they got what they asked for. It was just a very heavy price they had to pay for it. Oh no, Lynx are able to steal the Shrines of Wisdom too. Jeezy's death doesn't even matter. Next to it pales in comparison to the kinds of wins Lynx are able to get. Net worth lead isn't that high, but you have to consider the fact that the Cracker is level 5. This is a level 5 task at the 7-minute mark. Is the Ringmaster, who is potentially going to fall but QFI. He actually finds a whoopee cushion towards that low ground. VALINOR getting slightly outplayed here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Cracker. He has the Observer reward.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He has a fair bit of backup. I mean, that backup is 7 Jetsu and the Viper. It's the Arachnoids teaming up together for a tag team play onto a Stoic, and now turn their attention towards that mid laner, GTI, who will go down. This is looking rough for VALINOR. They simply cannot fight back. This time they even bring Sauron in, but even their carry is struggling to do much. He will be able to take Cracker out, but in the end, Wither may end up going down. Sauron, can he get another kill here? It doesn't seem like it, because he has to keep his distance from the Viper. In the end, it is going to be, again, multiple casualties for just the 1 task. And even then, even when you consider the fact that they are taking Cracker down, it's just the cost of these engagements. Now, the one good thing, and it is a big silver lining for VALINOR, is the fact that their Templar Assassin does have 3 kills and has not gone down. He is at the very top of the network chart, and I have seen Sauron before in these positions. He can carry his team, but his team needs to be in one piece in order for Sauron to carry them. Right now is the Ogre Magi. His 2 heads are going to be ripped apart.
Courier has been killed.
MeloJewel on a dominating streak right now, and every single time VALINOR decide to show up on this mid lane, Lynx decide to show up too. And guess whose presence is bigger? Always going to be the Viper. It's just the nature of the hero. So my question is, why are VALINOR approaching this mid lane with such stubbornness? You can see GTI, he's abandoned all hope for the mid lane, as he should have a while ago. Right? He's just farming away while he can inside of that jungle, and that is the right approach. Because there are clearly 3 heroes present here. They are camping this position from Lynx, and they're not going anywhere. They will secure every power rune. They will make sure GTI suffocates. They will make sure GTI gets nothing done. And for VALINOR, there are 2 approaches. You either let Lynx do that, or you try and contest them. And I think trying to contest them has not worked out. They've tried it twice, and in the end, they still lose their tower. They lose multiple engagements before learning their lesson. it is going to be a 3-man smoke.
Under attack. Dire are scanning.
Coming in by Lynx, as they're done with that mid lane, now they want to make a play towards that top lane. GTI, it seems, oh man, GTI, this is unfortunate. The full fury of Lynx is going to descend upon GTI, and it will not require much, just barely 20% of that said force. As Lynx take apart the Tiny once more, will be able to acquire that tier 1 tower, as Vladik did go for that Helm of the Dominator. But again, I keep bringing you guys back to that silver lining. It is that Templar Assassin.
Dire's top tower
Sauron at the very top of the network chart has the Dragon Lance, the Treads, and one component, or I have to hold that thought, 7 Jesu. Clearly they can't get the kill here. He has that time lapse, and VALINOR don't have this chain lock. Waiter will be able to get back thanks to the disruption coming in by Jeezy. At the 12-minute mark, I think Lynx's approach is going to be very straightforward. To take apart as many objectives as you can, enclose VALINOR into this tiny little box, and then wrap a bow on it. As Melojule, he caught GTI once more, but GTI does have protection nearby. I don't think he's going to fall here, but with the Stampede, that turns into a maybe. Lynx, in the end, will not be able to approach this team fight, and it's near the tier 2, so this time around, Cracker, he is going to go down, and it will not be punished. VALINOR, instead, will be the ones to dish out the punishment to Lynx. Oh no, there's an amplified damage rune on Melojule. As he also went for the Mage Slayer, he's not really going for that Aghanim Scepter. This was, or rather is, probably the item to build on the Viper this game. It's great against the Templar, great against the Primal Beast, great against the Tiny and the Ogre. You're playing into 3 melee cores, as well as a Templar Assassin who, to be fair, doesn't have too much range. So maybe they should, or rather, Melojule should think about going for the Aghanim Scepter. Mages decide to go for it later on. Right now, they're in possession of a hefty advantage, and honestly, slowing things down, allowing the Weaver to farm up is not that bad of an idea, but the only question is, what happens when VALINOR come to fight? Because I do think they will be able to have a lot of impact when Sauron decides to join his team and they go for some of these rotations. And remember when I talked about what I talked about in a draft, is the fact that the first 2-3 seconds are going to be crucial for VALINOR, and they will have a lot of damage output in that short amount of time. With the Templar Assassin having the Desolator strikes, Sauron is here with the Desolator. GC is not going to go down. Viper Strike has been used, but the Walrus Punch, it catches Voider, and the Wheel of Wonder, it taunts the Primal Beast, and even Sauron is in trouble. Refraction is not going to save him here. VALINOR will lose their carry despite of that attempted counter initiation play. That Wheel of Wonder coming in by Lynx, coming in from Cubify, completely turned it around. Oh man, it finally felt like perhaps there would have been some oomph coming out on top of Lynx. In the end, it just looked like a bit of nothing. You know, it looked like a cannonball attempting to launch a cannon, but in the end, just launches a puff of smoke. GTI is... Well, GTI is doing fine. For the moment, of course. I mean, he has the Blink Dagger. He has that initiation capacity. The only problem is, VALINOR, they are outnumbered nearly everywhere they go. Sauron, even in this position, trying to farm up for the Blink Dagger. There's 5 heroes from Lynx nearby. Now, GTI, he will see Vladik. There's no engagement going to happen as Vladik doesn't have his own Blink Dagger. Now, he does have that pipe. And the unfortunate news for VALINOR is normally where the Tiny is able to get to that Blink Dagger, he has that 1,000, 1,200, 1,300 damage nuke. In this game, against the pipe, all of that damage is just going to be soaked up by Vladik. Particularly if he's able to use the pipe.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Seven Jesu. Mjolnir now built up. He did go for the Maelstrom build, but honestly, it is working out so far because the window that VALINOR would have had with that Desolator unfortunately doesn't exist because they lost so many of those engagements. They lost those lanes in a position where they didn't have to lose them that badly. Losing your tier 1 topper is okay, but losing your tier 1 topper and also losing your lineup several times are two different things. Melojule actually queued up an Eye of Scotty. Those are a lot of searing signets being queued up. How many are those? There are 2 on the side of the Radiant, on Lynx's side. And there's 2 on the side of VALINOR. So there's 4 total searing signets in the game right now. Of course, the searing signet on the side of Lynx is much stronger, simply because of the fact that it enables you to burn through the refraction faster. I think that's always going to be a factor against a Templar Assassin. That's not going to be a factor for VALINOR against Lynx.
A golden thread.
Dusk also now coming in with his own Blink Dagger. It is going to be Cracker. At the same time, Seven Jesu with the Mjolnir is
Radiant's top tower is under
continuing to farm up. I think at the end of the day, Lynx have acquired what they wanted, and now they just want to stack up the farm. At the same time, they should ideally look to probe some of these tier 2 towers. And VALINOR, they are setting up towards that top lane because they want that Tormentor. And I think they should be able to get it. Unless Lynx, who are moving towards that top side as well, decide to play around the Tormentor too. So it does seem like that is going to be the next big point of contact from both of these two teams. Both of them stacking up towards that top lane. The Primal Beast and the Tusk are still missing though, as it seems like Wrecker and Seven Jesu, they have different priorities, and it might just be punished. Melojule goes down. Sauron comes in with that burst of damage. And clearly, they should have brought Seven Jesu in earlier. Now he does finally come in, but do they really want to fight 4v5? Sauron is going to get hit by that Wheel of Wonder. Stampede comes out too, but Sauron, he's still alive. He will go down in the end as Seven Jesu is able to unleash the time lapse. As suddenly for VALINOR, even though they had that 4v5 advantage, they will still lose the fight. Stoic is going to be collapsed upon as the last casualty for VALINOR. Jeezy will be able to make it out, but it's actually the neutral creep that will... it's the neutral creep that took Stoic out. Oh, man. in the end, it's still 1,000 gold going the way of Team Lynx, and it's an 8,000 lead without even taking into account the Tormentor. Once that falls, this lead will be around that 10,000 mark, and VALINOR, they are in big trouble. If they can't win a fight 4v5 while being able to see Lynx coming in, if they can't protect their Templar Assassin at all, despite of having a Shadow Demon, things are truly rough for them. This time around, VALINOR will acquire the Shrine of Wisdom, a full pipe as well as a Lotus Orb available for the Vladik. Seven Jesu.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under
Or rather
attack.
Vladik. I'm surprised that Lynx are so wary about approaching these positions, despite of how convincingly they've been winning these team fights. Perhaps they just want to push out VALINOR from these positions before they finally acquire Roshan, as they will be able to grab the Aegis.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
And now with the possession of that Aegis, perhaps they start to make a play towards some of those tier 2 towers.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Of course, for VALINOR, they haven't been able to break through any of the tier 1s, which is surprising because Sauron can burst through these towers very easily. But it's just a threat of the counter initiations. Now, Vladik, he will spot out Sauron. But honestly, VALINOR trying to poke at that centaur is kind of like poking the bear. Except this bear has 4 legs and has hoofs too. Not to mention he has a pipe and a Lotus Orb, so you probably don't want to poke the centaur.
Dire
Just poke anyone else. Cracker though, that is one fine poke. It will send Stoic up into the air as Cubify will be able to pick up a dominating streak. GTI now has that Yule Scepter, but
is under attack.
these utility-based items, they're super late. It's not even his fault. The last pick from Lynx completely caught VALINOR off guard.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top tower should be going down. GTI, oh no, he needs to get back. He will be able to blink out, but a stampede is going to come in. Vladik, he saw GTI, and they will be able to root him to the ground thanks to Cubify's Atos. Viper Strike comes in by Melojule, and there is no chance in hell that GTI will be able to teleport out of this one. Cubify will be the one to tame that Tiny.
The hidden ones have blessed me. Radiant are scanning.
It will take a miracle for VALINOR to win a fight right now. The problem is this 10,000 lead actually feels much more than what it is. It feels like a 15 to 16,000 lead, honestly. And part of the reason why it feels that way is because the vast majority of the net worth and also the effective net worth, right? The translation of what your net worth can actually do is in the hands of the Templar. And what I mean is, GTI with a 2250 Blink Dagger with the 2600 or so Yule Scepter can't do anything. He can't initiate. He can't use the Yules. I mean, he can use it, but doesn't do anything, right? So effectively, the 9,000 net worth of the Tiny doesn't do much for VALINOR. The Primal Beast, his Blink Dagger, it results in the same thing for VALINOR, despite of having these initiations. do you really want to jump in the lineup of Lynx when they have these Wheels of Wonder? The Tusk Snowball Disengagement, the Weaver who can time-lapse, the Centaur with a Stampede, it just seems like a bit too much. And Sauron with his 15,000 net worth, he is the only ray of hope. The Hurricane Pike allows him to disengage. Blink Dagger and the Hurricane Pike in combination means that he is relatively safe when he's the one blinking in. And the Desolated Chrysalis, of course, for the damage output. Once again, they will start off things with a toss back on towards Melojule. Should be able to take him down despite the counter initiation coming in. The pipe not enough from Vladik as Cubify is in trouble. And I think that GTI may have wanted to go in, but the dagger coming in from Cubify disables his Blink Dagger. Oh, GTI, once again, it's another toss, but the Templar Assassin was disabled by that Hoof Stomp. 7 Jesu falling very low will actually lose that first life. This is the best fight VALINOR have gotten all game long, but it's also the Centaur who falls for Lynx. It's actually a complete collapse of their lineup. Only the Weaver makes it out of this alive, and Sauron finally fights back. VALINOR able to come up with that miracle that they truly, desperately needed.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This puts them back on the map. In fact, Sauron, he's at the very top of that net worth chart, and suddenly, with this Daedalus, his damage output, that is what they needed. They finally get a big breakthrough, and Lynx bungled that really big. I mean, it was never a question of VALINOR being able to burst one hero down. We saw it in the early game. Their potential to do that was always there. And for Lynx, who are playing the Viper without that Aghanim Scepter, no survivability on him, no BKB, he has nothing to do once he gets tossed back. Highly surprising, again, that he did not go for that Aghanim Scepter. Just that corrosive skin nosedive would have been a lot. Sauron in a bit of trouble, but GTI, he is waiting. Toss up, it is not even needed. Sauron comes in with that critical strike, and even sends a tip back to 7 Jesu that he knows a thing or two about how to play a carry. And quite honestly, Sauron, he is playing out of his mind. Cubify with the Lotus Orb received from Vladik will not get hit by the Polarize. In fact, Vladik wants to turn it around. There's a break on top of the Primal Beast, but Lynx have bungled their entire lead. I say this because of the fact that, I mean, the Viper dying on his own, and even more than that, the Weaver actually dying on his own. 7 Jesu playing without a cause on some corner, on literally some corner of the map, the bottom corner of the map. It's given VALINOR a new lease on life. A lease that will last quite a bit of time. GZ able to protect the Tiny from the Wheel of Wonder. As VALINOR, they don't really want the kill, they just want the tower, which they will be able to get. Suddenly, the objectives equalize on the map. 2 tier 2s for 2 tier 2s, and 3 tier 1s for 3 tier 1s. VALINOR and Lynx are at a completely dead even game, but I will say that the damage output, the burst potential from VALINOR is a lot more. By maybe a margin of, by a multiple of 2 or maybe even 3. Lynx now just down to a 3,000 net worth advantage, as now they have to face up against a fully farmed Templar Assassin, and this is going to be troublesome. I spoke about this in the draft. Lynx's Viper is going to scale down, and that was with the assumption that Viper 7 Melojule will be going for an Aghanim Scepter. Without the Aghanims, he has just scaled awkwardly into some weird corner where he's probably not all that relevant to the game any longer. I mean, any single time this Viper is seen, it's not even the toss-up, it's just sheer critical strikes coming out by Sauron. 1 or 2 is simply enough.
Are fortified.
1,000 damage critical strike means the Viper only has about, well, 2 or 3 hits left for a buffer, and that's simply not enough. Stoic is able to pick up Tormentor. It's actually a pretty good shard, the Ogre Magi shard in this game, and in fact even the Shadow Demon shard is honestly really good. The Fire Shield for the Ogre Magi will be able to protect them from at least the first 2 strikes of the Weaver, maybe even some spell damage coming in because it is a lot of single instance damage, apart from the Viper of course. Wrecker playing Lion King in a game of Dota. GTI will go in but doesn't actually catch much. It's going to be Vladik who will counter initiate with a hoof stomp, but it's going to be Sauron able to dish out the hits and pikes himself towards that low ground. Unfortunately, Sauron was a bit too overly ambitious away from the rest of his team, as VALINOR are now going to desperately disengage from this position, but GTI, can he actually find a teleport away? It's going to be Cubify once again to tame GTI. 7 Jetsu able to pick up that kill, and VALINOR, just when things were going their way, it feels like it went to the head of the Templar Assassin. He should not have blinked that far in. He had that extra buffer provided by him just biking to that low ground, but you saw the fact that Link threw everything they had at the Templar Assassin because they know, just as well as VALINOR know, just as well as you all know, that a majority, 80% of the damage output coming in from VALINOR is through that Templar Assassin. You remove that Templar Assassin from the fight, suddenly there is 22,000 net worth missing from VALINOR. And what that means is suddenly Lynx are then taking that team fight while being ahead 28,000 net worth, and there is no way you win a fight in that scenario without the damage, without the barriers, without anything other than just throwing out a couple of stuns, a couple of saves. It's not enough. Specker goes in with a short. Stoic will be brought in with a fire shield. It's too big of a buffer. Stoic will stay alive.
Dire are scanning.
It's Cracker who will get caught. And Cracker who will fall. Weaver with the Aegis. Or rather, GTI? He did go in. It's actually, once again, the Templar Assassin hypnotized. Can they provide the safety? They can't, because the rest of them are also caught by the Wheel of Wonder coming in from Cubify. VALINOR will once again collapse. They lose everything. And it's this time around GTI who will be able to make it out, but will not have a team to stand with him. Oh man, it now feels like it's It's VALINOR who are back to step one. They're back to ground zero. They had so much going their way, but suddenly it's LYXN who are able to once again claw back the lead away from VALINOR. Eye of Skadi coming in from Melojoule. Certainly, you know, don't go for the Aghanim's, go for the Eye of Skadi. Both of them are pretty good items against melee heroes. The slows coming in from Melojoule are too much for VALINOR's melee cores, or melee heroes in general. Particularly with the poison attack stacking up on him. GTI, he went in for a very risky avalanche. GZ will come in with a saves, but GZ cannot save his Tiny. In fact, GZ can't even save himself. GTI and GZ lose their lives as VALINOR. They could have let the racks go.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
But now, because they tried to force the issue, they might have to let more than just that melee, more than just that mid barracks go. They might have to give up the second lane of barracks. And if they force the issue further, they might have to just give up the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Sauron once again on that front line. You have to remember, he does deal a hefty amount of damage.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire are
And
scanning.
LYXN will respect it. They will back away from the barracks despite of having the Aegis. And by doing so, they will actually have their Aegis take out. Only about 40 seconds left. The Weaver won't have it, so VALINOR will have a 5v5 team fighting chance. But again, this game, it essentially boils down to positioning from VALINOR. If they don't have the good positions, especially on Sauron, he is... Honestly, it's up to Sauron. He has to carry the burden on himself. Which is ironic, right? Normally that will be Frodo. But no, it's Sauron who gets the burden. That is actually insanely ironic if you think about it. Now you guys get to know what Sauron felt, you know? Having the One Ring. LYXN smoked up. Want to attempt something. They will actually catch out GZ, and GZ is all alone. He's still running forward. Now he'll decide to run back, but he'll realize he should have continued to go
Radiant's middle
forward.
tower is under attack.
Oh man. It's still not that big of a loss. I mean, GZ will respawn in about 35 seconds.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
Now that Melojoule has the Aghanim Shard, these objectives are much easier to take down. The overtime damage applying on the barracks, as VALINOR will have to give this up. They want the full 5v5 teamfight experience. I have a feeling LYXN want that too. Roshan is going to be a few ways away, as don't really know when Roshan will respawn. We'll find out in about a minute and 20 seconds. Sauron hasn't exactly built anything up once he's achieved this set of items, but Wheater does have that Aghanim Scepter, and this Aghanim Scepter is very important for the Primal Beast. Stay alive longer, dish out more damage. GTI, meanwhile, has that Force Staff as well as that Eagles, but the good thing is, all three cores from VALINOR are holding on to their buybacks, and they're going to really need them in case they lose this incoming fight. Sauron, the only one not in a smoke of deceit is going to be GTI, who will be revealed. It's going to be 7 Jesse who will be sent up into the Eels. No Wheel of Wonder coming out quite just yet, because Cubify, honestly, he is held in quite busy. Jeezy will lose his life though. It's going to be the Centaur held back, but Wither has gone down. And for VALINOR, they have to scramble to retreat once more. It will be the Tiny who will be able to teleport back, but Stoic will be left for dead. And once again, 7 Jetsu able to pick up a double kill. And unfortunately for VALINOR, if the first point of contact is going to be the Weaver, that is a lost cause to begin with. There is no chance that you can take this Weaver down before the counter initiation comes in. He has that Satanic. He has 3000 HP that the Tiny can't burst through. There is no follow-up magical damage past that maxed out Avalanche Toss. It's even Sauron, their one hope, going to dwindle, going to wither into thin air as 7 Jetsu takes him out too. He does have a buyback with VALINOR. They're now standing on their last legs, as this will be a push for the last lane of barracks coming in.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As Sauron does buy back, but I have a feeling by the time he enters the fight, Melojoul will have dealt with these barracks in the first place. It's going to be GTI, who will be saved by Jeezy. But once he comes out of that disruption, he will fall. GTI will buy back, but once again, Sauron held in by the Wheel of Wonder. Cubify, time and time again, able to take apart VALINOR as Wither does what little he can, but in the end, it will not amount to much. He will also fall, and VALINOR will call GG. Lynx will be your Game 1 winners. Oh man, honestly, that was probably my favorite series to have seen, rather favorite game to have seen today. The series is still long and hard, and by the showing of VALINOR, I do think they have what it takes to actually take Lynx down. I think a few adjustments in their draft, maybe not get caught off guard by that last pick Viper, even though it does sound hard. But man, oh man, a game filled with comebacks, right? Even towards that mid to late game, it did seem like VALINOR were finally back, but Lynx were able to take a comeback against a comeback. But the question is, who will find the overall comeback? For VALINOR, they will need to take that game number 2, which is coming up, in order to stay in this series. I do believe they have a good shot, but is it going to be enough? We are going to head off to a short break, but do stay tuned in as we will resume just after a few minutes. Shadow Demon is not available, the Jakiro is not available either, so a lot of the strong S tier meta support heroes have been banned up from honestly both sides. So I wonder what Lynx will actually be going for. Let us see. Lynx. They pick up the Dark Willow. Now that's okay. I can't believe I didn't actually think of that one. It's not exactly an S tier support, but the Dark Willow is one of the best heroes against a Tusk. In fact, in my opinion, it's the best support against a Tusk. And the reason why is when the Tusk snowballs in, you can drop down the Bramble Maze, and the Tusk is almost guaranteed. And if he has an ally with him, all of them will be stuck inside of the Bramble Mazes. So this is a pretty good pickup coming out, and also pretty good against the Centaur. You know, just if you can land the roots down on targets running away with the Stampede or initiating towards you with a Stampede, you know, several heroes getting caught. That is an ideal case scenario for Team Lynx, as they also pick up a Disruptor. Again, maybe posturing towards the Phoenix, but it could also be posturing towards a, you know, a strong spirit-based mid laner, which is not going to be the Void Spirit, because otherwise the Void Spirit is one of the only mid lane heroes that can actually dodge out the glimpse on his own through the dissimulate, of course. VALINOR, is it going to be another support, as Lynx have brought out both of their supports, or are you just going to go for your carry? Because the Gyrocopter doesn't really care all that much about these kinds of supports coming out. And in fact, the Gyrocopter does reasonably well against the Willow, because even though you have the Shadow Realm, you can still drop the call down, you can still drop a few of your spells. Sure, the flat cannons aren't going to hit, neither is the barrage, but still, it's going to be a support. VALINOR will actually go for a Skywrath Mage. Still though, they are thinking about their fourth. I mean, it has to be a core now. Of course, there are no more slots left to pick up. I would recommend the Gyro or the SF. VALINOR may choose to go for something that comes in with a bit more beef, a bit more tankiness. Considering you're playing against a Razor, it may not be that bad of an idea. I just happen to think picking up any melee core is going to work out horribly, because the Lynx are then going to position, or can then position, this Razor to the off lane. VALINOR will not reveal their carry. They will actually go for the Invoker. Surprising they go for this specific mid pick, considering that you do have a Disruptor on the other side. In the end, the Ghost Walk is not going to be a reliable mechanism to survive with, because you're just going to get glimpsed back. And inside of the Static Storm, if the Invoker, while being the strongest controller in the game, is not going to be able to control much because of that Disruptor. Ember Spirit comes out by Team Lynx. It was supposed to be, a Spirit pick, considering the way that they banned out, or rather picked up the Disruptor. So Lynx do have a good setup. I wouldn't say that VALINOR are getting outdrafted. I think it's a completely even draft in this scenario. I just think that VALINOR's pickups are answered by Lynx's pickups, right? In the sense that a Tusk is answered by the Willow. Invoker, they've picked a Disruptor for the Invoker. Or rather, it's the other way around, right? Because the Invoker was picked into the Disruptor. But it will be the carries that will be interesting. And the question in my mind is, are Lynx playing a Razor carry, or are Lynx playing a Razor offlane? VALINOR, Lynx ban out the Weaver. A lot of heroes that Lynx won with. which is interesting. And again, VALINOR may not have the bloodlust, but they do have the alacrity. So maybe a hero that makes use of the alacrity, and the Shadow Fiend does come to mind. I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there. Oh, rather, I kept harping on the Shadow Fiend. I can't imagine. It was on the corner of my screen. The Shadow Fiend is actually panned out. Oh man, that is awkward. That is indeed. Yeah, I will take that back. I am insane. Out of my mind currently. There is no Shadow Fiend to pick up. It's the Gyrocopter that is still. I will actually check before, you know. Yeah, the Gyrocopter is available in the pool. Can't believe I didn't see that one. But Dragon Knight does get banned by VALINOR, as the Morphling gets banned by Lynx. So both teams are on the same page. And VALINOR seem to think that this is not going to be a Razor carry. This is in fact going to be a Razor offlane. So then if you think it's a Razor offlane, what have you thought about as far as your carry goes? It couldn't have been the Lifestealer, so they decide to ban it out instead. And now Lynx, their lineup is squishy. Sure, you have that Guardian Greaves, which is the meta build-up for the Razor. But what carry will you go for? Is it going to be something with some tankiness? It ideally should be. Abaddon is available in the pool, and the Abaddon does do pretty well for Team Lynx. It would give them a mid-game oriented draft, so they won't have too much room in that late game. But the Abaddon sustain coupled up with the Razor is something that VALINOR may struggle against. Not to mention, the Invoker can't do much to the Abaddon. The Skyraz Mage can't do much to the Abaddon. And unless you bring in a break mechanism, which none of the heroes from VALINOR are actually built for, you can't actually pummel him down. Lynx will go for a Clink, so it's going to be a Glass Cannon build-up. It's mid-game plus late game with the Clinks. I think the damage output coming in from this Clinks is going to be insane, so you can't get got in of that kinetic field. You can't get hit by the roots coming in from the Willow. At the same time, VALINOR do have the heroes to break through the Clinks with. You know, just break his bones, essentially. The Mystic Flare, the Invoker's Sunstrike, if it's going to be an Exort Invoker, I do think it should be the Agent of Galaron facet coming in. But what are they going to go for? Gyrocopter is, I mean, it's a good pickup. Even the Abaddon for VALINOR doesn't really sound all that bad, but then you're playing a melee hero, and I don't think you can take a risk with a melee hero in this scenario. VALINOR will actually go for a Medusa, a hero that can actually soak up quite a bit of that damage coming in from 7 Jesu and maybe even Vladik, and at the same time hold that front line alongside that Centaur. So this is actually a pretty good pickup for Koblack. And it's actually going to be Koblack coming in. So it's okay. No, it is Sauron. Koblack's in-game nick. He keeps it Sauron. But honestly, when I take a look at both of these two drafts, again, it does come down to that game number one. It does come down to who plays it better. But at the same time, for Team Lynx, they are not going to have that overwhelming advantage that they did possess in that previous game where they were playing a Viper into that mid Tiny on the other side. This time, it's going to be a very stable mid lane for both of these two teams, an Invoker versus an Ember Spirit, a skill-based matchup. And in fact, even that mid to late game scaling is present on both teams. 7 Jesus coming in with that Glass Cannon build-up on a hero like the Clinks. Sauron or Koblack is coming in on a Medusa, so you do have that 4 protect 1 strategy kicking in for the side of VALINOR. And like all 4 protect 1 strategies go, Team Lynx is going to be attempting to win the game as early as possible, because past that 30-35 minute mark, it's going to be the Medusa who is probably going to be stronger than 7 Jesu, probably going to be stronger than the Razor. Do they have enough to take the game down in the early to mid game? I do think they do. If the Razor snowballs, if the 7 Jesu snowballs, I think it's entirely within the realm of possibility that Lynx will be able to come out with an early game win. But if they can't do that, if somehow, some way, it's VALINOR who are able to hold on, then I think this should be their game for the taking, and they should be able to force out a game number 3.
My thanks.
Thanks for the target practice.
That's a voice line I haven't heard.
Thanks for the target practice.
Thank you, Simon Jessu, for letting me hear it again.
30 seconds to battle.
Interesting. Again, the similar ward planted down. I do believe this is a fairly common spot for an observer ward. It catches quite a lot if you think about it. Ooh. Okay, another observer ward planted right beside it. As the odds certainly don't favor VALINOR.
The battle begins.
Cracker, or rather, Wither to go for a stun on towards Belojule, who is holding on to steering chains, now does use it. Wither is going to be glimpsed back, and that should be all she wrote. Cubify to pick up the first blood, while Lynx will have, again, that early game head start. By being able to take out the most tanky hero in the game, of all heroes, at the same time, you did have 3 bounty runes going the way of VALINOR, so it's not the worst thing in the world. And it is a support who got the first blood, so the most of the gold going to Cubify is going to be spent on utility-based items, starter kit items for the laning phase anyway. So it's still even territory. You know, it's nothing too big. But at the same time, if somehow, some way you're able to get on top of 7 Jessu, maybe with the Tusk rotating in through the gate, I fully expect that to happen. I think VALINOR should be able to take out 7 Jessu, maybe even the Disruptor. I mean, Disruptor is an easy kill regardless of Stoic's presence there. But I think Stoic should go through the gate eventually to get some kills over on that top side. Allow Sauron to continue farming up, and that does leave Sauron a bit vulnerable, but you're going to have to risk it. I think in order to make a 4 protect 1 strategy work, you need to play with certain risks. Towards this bot lane though, Stoic with that snowball should be able to keep Sauron safe. I don't expect this Razor where normally you're able to overwhelm the Medusa or overwhelm the offlane. I don't think that's going to happen. I might be proven wrong because again, rotations can come in from anywhere, even that Ember Spirit. Even the Cracker can rotate towards that bot lane.
Sorry, friends.
Vladik stuck inside of the shards. This could be first blood. The static link does not gain enough damage. Vladik will go down. Cubify inside of the Shadow Realm but does not have too much HP. Should be able to stay safe as 7 Jessu picks up a kill towards Jeezy. But Cracker will go down. Overall, a 2-for-1 across the map as Lynx do lose more. And in fact, it's the support who picked the kill on Vladik. Unfortunate that the Medusa didn't get the kill because if you take a look at the gold the Medusa gets through assists, it's just 58 gold, which is nothing, which is 2 creeps at best. Melojute, oh no. Oh yes, for VALINOR, GTI able to take out Melojute by himself, no rotation there. Grabbing up 273 gold, GTI able to come up with quite the outplay. As towards that top lane, 7 Jessu is in big trouble, will go down here. Cracker cannot do anything. In fact, Cracker can't even save his own life. VALINOR able to punch Lynx to the ground, not only on that top lane, but towards the mid lane too. This was a very surprising outplay coming in on towards that mid lane, and honestly, VALINOR, they're setting themselves up for quite the success. These aren't even risky players. They're simply responding towards the top lane, and they're able to come out with these kills. And towards the mid lane, it's not even risks because it's an Invoker. Ember Spirit is the one who'll have to take a risk to try and get the Invoker down, and I don't think it's possible for the Ember Spirit to do that. And I think I know why Melojoul actually died. He doesn't have a single point in his Sleight of Fist, so he probably just ate that Chaos Meteor combo. Should ideally think about skilling up his Sleight of Fist. At the same time, he's relatively safe when he has that Flame Guard. Unfortunately for GZ isn't relatively safe. GZ is not objectively safe either. GZ is just dead. 7 Jetsu once again being able to pick up a kill, and you do have to be careful. VALINOR may be getting things done the right way, you know, on several of these lanes. You can't give 7 Jetsu too many kills. I think 7 Jetsu at the end of the day is going to go for that Desolator, and you can't enable his timing. Cracker, there's a Sunstrike kill. GTI gaining the experience despite of focusing on the creep wave. Cubify, or rather Melojoul, able to take out the Observer Ward, as Vladik draining in quite the damage. I don't think he'll be able to get the kill. Sauron, though, did have to throw down that Gorgon's Grasp, as the Razor has been left alone there. And unfortunately for Lynx, 7 Jetsu is in big trouble. Cubify is going to come in. 7 Jetsu holding his ground. The Sunstrike is not going to land. 7 Jetsu will be able to pick up the kill and will go down. The Arcane Bolt from GZ will secure the trade, but in the end, I think that's pretty much an even trade. This is very uneven. Vladik is suffering, and he is suffering to Sauron.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
GZ goes down towards that top side. What is this?
Dire's bottom
Like, what is this
tower under
bloodbath?
attack.
Why are there so many kills happening on these side lanes?
It's all the same to me.
Like, it just feels like neither side is actually gaining a significant advantage. It's just teams killing each other. Wither
Radiant are scanning.
close to his helm of the Dominator. Once he does have that, he'll have some more room to play with. He can farm with the hero creep he gains. He can farm up with
Radiant are scanning.
have some utility to go at it against 7 Jetsu.
Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Seven Jetsu silent stop, but got that skeleton walk before he got hit by that silence. So unfortunate. I mean, if VALINOR want to go for the kill, they need to bring in some detection. I mean, you can't half-heartedly go for the kill. This doesn't look like half-hearted, and this looks like a full-on assault. They want to bring this Medusa down. Vladik will go down, but Sauron also died. In the end, VALINOR will lose the 3. However, Tusk
Dire's top
trying to
tower
go for the
is
gameplay
under attack.
will be possible. It's going to be the Disruptor who'll go in after the Tusk, and 7 Jetsu will follow right behind. Stoic still going on strong. He has that snowball as well as that magic wand, as it's going to be Wither who will be able to keep the Tusk going for at least a little while. But in the end, it will still just be the 3 that VALINOR will have to give up. A brutal exchange for the Radiant side, who were doing very well for the Medusa, but now the Medusa is struggling. Sure, it's actually Vladik who is at the bottom as far as the cores are concerned, and it's actually GZ who's not that far behind. Unfortunately, Sauron, he just came back to the lane and he has no one coming to his aid. Vladik will come in with a wraparound as the Gorgon's Growth is not going to do much. In fact, there is no consolation to be found. Vladik will overtake the Medusa now. And even the tower is not going to be safe for too long. With no one from the Radiant side present there, this tower is going to be pressured at the same time. VALINOR can also pressure that top lane.
Radiant structures are
It's-
fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A straight Desolator rush for the Clinks. I don't think he's going for the Falcon's Blade already. Actually, he already has the Falcon's Blade, so he's not going for the Falcon's Blade.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ember Spirit going to teleport on in. Jeezy, he revealed his position. The Ancient Seal will be used on the Ember Spirit. However, it's a perfect static storm coming in by Cracker. It catches the Tusk as well as Jeezy, as now it is going to be Stoic who will fall too. Both supports falling, and Voiter disengaging with that Stampede. Again though, Lynx are slowly but surely coming out with the wins. Where it was VALINOR who were able to throw out some heavy punches.
Tower is under attack.
These team fights are just resulting in KOs in favor of Team Lynx.
Dire are scanning.
Dark Willow, Mystic Flare, GTI able to pick up a kill thanks to GZ's Mystic Flare. But now they need to find their way out. Melojule, his Flame Guard will be dispelled away from that tornado, but he does find the Invoker as GTI will go down. It's also going to be GZ who fell thanks to Cracker's just glimpse. It's in the end a 2-for-1, and VALINOR, they came out with a very quick kill. Right, they used the Mystic Flare and as well as that Sunstrike and Meteor, so they were able to find the kill super easily. As for Lynx, they want more done. Vladik doesn't have too much HP, but Sauron, he doesn't have too much mana. Will drop alongside Stoic as Lynx are simply mowing VALINOR down at this point.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Tier 1 tower should fall too.
Dire's top tower is
Oh
under
man,
attack.
it's not a particularly good look when this is happening.
Dire's top tower
Voiter towards that top lane trying to make his escape will not be possible. It's just heroes being picked apart. As Seven Jesu, he hasn't even hit his Desolator. I mean, it's arriving on the courier. Melojule, again, this is a very good kill if they can find it. And they should be able to. Melojule, he stays alive. Oh no, this is a disaster. Tornado, is it going to be enough? Melojule still going on strong. Jeezy trying to spot him out, but instead of that, he will be glimpsed back. It's a snowball save going to come in, but now that Melojule has replenished his HP, he's going to come back in. Chains up Jeezy, as Jeezy should go down, but Melojule will still be alive. He will just remnant back as Lynx only lose the Disruptor, and with 7 Jesus revealing his position here, the root on Voiter will be the end for the Centaur. Stoic will go down too. As VALINOR, they lose the 4 for what was supposed to be a guaranteed kill on the Ember Spirit, and in the end, the reason he didn't tick out was that one Ash Legion Shield coming in from the Dark Willow that protects you, that 140 physical damage barrier. 7 Jesu might just go down. He will. GTI finally able to pick up something for his team, and he does grab a mega kill streak, so around 800 gold goes in his favor. And honestly, they desperately needed that kill. Things were just looking rough. At least finally they'll build some momentum. I wouldn't even say it's some momentum. I'd say that they were successful in negating some of the momentum from LYXN. But it's a long road ahead to recovery. And they need to recover. They are 4,000 net worth behind against a fully farmed LYXN, or not fully farmed for the 14-minute mark. He has a Desolator. He will eventually be fully farmed because there's very little they can do to close the space on LYXN, because VALINOR are the ones playing a 4 protect 1 draft. They're the ones in need of space. And when you're in that position, you don't have too much room to maneuver, because you always have to make sure your Medusa has a safe pocket to farm in. So you need to make sure that area is protected. That leaves a quarter of the map available for the Klings to farm in. Now, another factor going into this is the fact that Vladik, they were able to take him down early on in the game, right? Multiple times, several times. But even he's recovered. Thanks to the rotations that LYXN brought in towards the Medusa, Vladik now has a full Guardian Greaves. He also has, he's the second in terms of net worth.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Invoker caught in right now, and the Disruptor is going to be taken out first. Cracker goes down. They find a great kill to be had, but GZ towards that bot lane will fall to 7. Jesu, Hoofstorm comes out, but Buito doesn't have too much room. Stampede has worn off. Terrorize is not even going to come in from Cuba 5. VALINOR, despite of the first kill advantage, they still lose the fight.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And I have to say, it's a scenario where, you know, in the previous game, at least Sauron was in the top 3 in terms of net worth. This time around, he's playing a Medusa, which really needs space, but slowly, LYXN are closing that gap. They're simply going to be in a position where they'll have all 3 tier 1 towers down soon. They'll push Roshan, they'll push the Tormentor, they'll push tier 2s, and VALINOR can't fight back in that scenario. It's still too early to say what will happen in the next 7 to 8 minutes, but that's at least a projection, right? LYXN are going to be going for this last tower. They're going to go for additional pickoffs. That much is certain. And VALINOR are in the previous game, we did note, you know, VALINOR attempting to force fights. It feels like they're doing the same thing now. Voyager, well, that's not a fight force. That's just LYXN forcing Voyager into the ground. Melojul looking for a kill, has that vessel. Mystic Flare does come out, but the silence is not going to last for very long. GZ is a very farmed up. Wait, GZ has 2,800, or rather, no, sorry, GZ isn't very farmed up. Melojul is very farmed up. I was mistaken. I was like, why does GZ have so many items? It's actually the Invoker who's almost close to his Academic Scepter. There we go. Smoke of Deceit play going to come out from LYXN. And again, they have all the room in the world. Again, a silence coming out on towards GZ. But it's an EU's keeping Melojul safe. It's GZ who is going to fall. Tusk going to fall beside him. Honestly, VALINOR should disengage anytime LYXN show up. They should just simply not even attempt that fight. GTI though, he is going to attempt that ATOS. They will hold Melojul in place. Deafening Blast comes out, but it's not going to do anything. They don't have the follow-up any longer. There's buyback coming in from Stoic. I don't understand. VALINOR, why are they forcing this issue? Why are they trying to fight back in positions where they can't? This buyback, I suppose, I understand. Perhaps they would have dove for the Invoker. But it still feels like VALINOR are scrambling to come up with a response that does not exist in the realm of possibilities. Melojule, alongside the roots, he won't even be able to get the snowball off. Melojule was not the one who got the kill, it was Cubify, but that's a dieback for the Tusk, down for about 50 seconds. Wither is going to be brought back through the glimpse. Static Link is going to be dismantled, and Wither will just teleport out. Good teleport being found by him. But instantly, Cubify, he just wants to roam around. He just wants to grab as many kills as he can. Inside another Smoke of the Sea place, 7jetsu is here too. He has that burning barrage.
Are scanning.
Question is, GC, they spotted him out. Terrorize also comes in. 3 hits from 7jetsu, enough. And now it's actually the Invoker also going to fall. GTI. This is a 10,000 net worth advantage at the 18-minute mark, and this is not a scenario where your Medusa can carry the game for you. Not if you're bleeding kills left, right, and center. Even forward and back, even top and bottom, anywhere you look, you're bleeding kills. Oh man, I'm not sure where the big break lies for VALINOR this game.
Radiant's bottom
Now,
tower is
the
under
good
attack.
news is Sauron or Koblack, he does have that Manta style. He
Radiant's
is farming up.
structures are fortified.
He's not at the top of the net worth chart, but he's not that far behind. Now he is 4,000 behind the cliffs, which should worry some
Radiant's
people.
top tower has fallen.
But it's not as if he has a choice right now. He can farm in the spaces where he can. Hope that his team can hold at least the tier 2s, which, to be fair, I don't think that's possible. Right now, Roshan is going down, and they can't even contest this.
Roshan has fallen to the dire.
Aegis will go in the hands of 7jetsu and Sauron? It's actually Cubify. This time a bit too overly ambitious. However, he does have the team coming in. Terrorize though will not land. As 7jetsu, he is the one in big trouble. They don't know he's there though. 7jetsu will just come out of that skeleton wall and able to take out GZ. He might just end up losing his Aegis. He does so. At the very least, VALINOR will be able to force that out, but they need to get their Medusa out of here. Cracker though, he will be able to find the glimpse. As all of the mana coming out from Sauron will be drained up, Vladik will end up with a double kill. GTI did throw out that Cataclysm, but in the end, despite of everything, Lynx will still be able to come out with the win.
Radiant's top
Now
tower
sure, they did lose that Aegis, but they took apart that Medusa.
Radiant's
First
top
tier 2
tower
tower of the game, 21-minute mark. They also are going to lose their Shrine of Wisdom on VALINOR. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but at this point, even taking the Willow down sounds like a small win. I suppose it's also the momentum loss. The fact that you're playing one game down in a best of 3, it's always going to put you in a bad spot. That's where tier 1 teams are able to recover from that kind of position, are able to shrug off a loss. Tier 2 to tier 3 teams are much more impacted in that sense. Psychologically, it's difficult, especially if you're the team that
You were doing
isn't
very well. I'm very proud of you.
the heavy favorite.
middle tower is under
7jetsu
attack.
trades GTI for Cracker. That's gonna be worth it any day of the week. Cubify takes out Stoic. Tormentor also picked up. They got 2 kills and a Tormentor. And all they had to do is lose Cracker.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower.
Or rather, all they had to give up was Cracker. VALINOR will have to give up GZ. Or rather, the Ember Spirit doesn't actually go towards GZ. He wants to make a play towards Wither. Stampede is gonna come out, but there's that use. There's a second use too. Wither, unfortunately, will not be able to make it past through the gate.
You were doing
He will just go down,
very proud of
Radiant's bottom tower.
as it's the second tier 2 going to be besieged. Or, I mean, this isn't too much of a siege now, is it? It's just all tier 2s falling down. 22 minutes in, 20,000 of a net worth advantage soon, and VALINOR, they're now going to be forced on that high ground, and they will learn what it truly means to play defense of the ancients, because for the next 10 minutes, that's all they're going to be able to do. Every so often in a competitive circuit, there's at least one or two games where you have a Medusa as your only
Radiant's
hope
courier
in
has been killed.
a scenario where it's otherwise completely hopeless. And every time there's that small voice in the back of your head that is saying that you can do this. Can VALINOR do it? I don't know. But that voice is there. There's a voice in my head suggesting that there is a way out of this game. But there's even a bigger voice in my head screaming, Jeezy, you need to run. Melojoule is right behind you. Jeezy. This is the problem with the Helm of the Dominator. This is, where it did work out last game, but when it doesn't work out, you have a Centaur that doesn't have any auras. He has that Blink Dagger, but it would have been a situation where he may have potentially had a Blink plus a Pipe plus a Crimson, which would have helped you massively against 7 Jessu. In the end, VOITER has that Blade Mail, is going to be able to absorb some bits of damage. But again, they just want to force out that Stampede, the Burning Barrage, holding VALINOR at bay, while Sauron tries to hold that front line together. In the end, a few ultimates are being forced out. Mystic Flare coupled up with VOITER's ultimate. The one big spell that Sauron does have is that Stone Gaze. And you have to remember that Stone Gaze, even though it will freeze heroes and they don't take in or rather the pure damage will still go through. The Cataclysm damage with that Stone Gaze, it can wipe out Lynx even if they're this far ahead. 7 Jessu is a glass cannon carry at the end of the day, and he does not have survivability. I mean, he has no item built for survivability, apart from some repositioning coming in from the Hurricane Pike and the kind of 100 or 200 gold you get from the Falcon Blade, but that's about it. 200 health you get from the Falcon Blade. You can burst him down. It is going to be hard, but Sauron is close to that butterfly. All you need is one good team fight. That's all it takes. And they're going to be completely back. But the Razor does also build up a Shiva's Guard. So at the same time, they're getting a bit of something. Lynx are getting a bit of something too. And something versus something is going to happen.
Radiant structures are fortified.
As there's no way you can ignore a Klinx who is knocking on your high ground. Even though he does not have the Aghanim, so he's knocking very politely. Still enough damage on your tier 3 tower. It's barely at about 10% HP any longer. It will fall. They'll throw out the EMP that will burn away a bit of 7 Jessu's mana.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tusk is there. Mystic Flare does come out. Cubify able to stay alive. VOITER, though, the same cannot be said for that Centaur. Sauron activates that Stone Gate, but as he does, the Gorgon has fallen. VALINOR down on their knees, and it doesn't seem like they will be granted any mercy, but they will still attempt to fight back with what little they can do. The two buybacks coming out from VOITER and from their Tusk.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Lynx, again, only losing the one, only losing Cubify. This has been the story between VALINOR and the LYXN all game long. It is one support that VALINOR get as opposed to their entire lineup crumbling apart. Or rather, in exchange for their entire lineup. GTI. Oh, this could be a massive kill. VALIC doesn't have any heroes nearby. They're going to be able to take the Razor down and find a big breakthrough. It's still not going to reverse the course of the game, not going to turn the tides in their favor, but it's still a little something. It is perhaps
Dire are scanning.
because they have been starved for breadcrumbs even. They've been in a drought, not getting anything.
Radiant are scanning.
It's a 90% win probability for LYXN as it stands, but Roshan is up and you don't have a Razor on LYXN. Perhaps they can get it done, but as I say that, the Static Storm, Voiter, and Stoic get caught out. And there's a shield rune for Melojule, Despair for VALINOR as their Medusa gets glimpsed back. Activates that Stone Gaze, and it will be GTI who will also fall to do whatever he can. Sauron attempted to go for the teleport out, but it won't happen. In fact, Voiter will recognize that this game is not one of those where you can find a comeback in the end. It will be LYXN who will sweep VALINOR under the rug and find a clean 2-0 win. Honestly, this game would have the capacity to be so different. VALINOR had so much going for them in the early game. They were coming out with such good kills, but everything fell apart when LYXN decided that they were going to target the Medusa instead, constantly going at it against the Medusa, able to take Sauron down not once but back-to-back kills on the Medusa. And in the end, when you're playing a 4 protect 1 strategy and you're not able to keep your carries safe, that is a strategy that is never going to work out. That was the last series for today, guys. I will just quickly update you regarding the group standings, as we had 2 matches from Group A, two matches from Group number B. Over at Group number A, Aloha Dance did win their series against Yellow Submarines 2-0. VP Protege, the 2 academy squads, VP Protege and Navi Jr. went at it, but VP Protege did win the series 2-1. And then over at Group number B, Spirit Academy, the academy squad of Team Spirit, went at it against Inner Circle, didn't manage to take a game off of them, and even now VALINOR and LYXN went at it, but VALINOR, despite of coming so far, did not get close to taking out Team LYXN. That is going to be it for today, but don't worry, CCT will resume from tomorrow at around the same time, as we have another 4 best of 3s lined up for you. That will be an interesting day. For now, this is going to be it, but do make sure to tune in on tomorrow, and for now, I'll be signing out.